Yeah. What's up, guys? That was a cool little thing. I usually show up late, so I don't see that, but that was awesome. Welcome, everyone, to the stream. Welcome to maybe, possibly breaking out of this range. Hopefully, don't tease me again like you did yesterday. Getting so close that it hurts, and then we can finally get some action under the hood. So I hope you're as excited as I am because this has been a lot. So I can't wait for us to break. So again, if you've been watching the stream, this is the same range. And if you haven't been watching the stream, just know that we've been bumping our head up against where we are right now. Call it, 775, right? 1, 2, 3. And then yesterday, I think it was really important to highlight. We opened up, we moved up just a little bit, and bam, just fell kind of right away. Selling at that level. Now we're grinding back up. We got some news and we are getting very close to that area again. Question is, are we gonna do it this time? So I certainly hope so. I am to the point where I don't care if it breaks out. I don't care if it breaks down. I'm not interested in either of those or really care too much about it anymore. I just want us to move. And this is very indicative to the time of year as well, right? We got to remember we are kind of smack dab in the middle of summer. I hope everyone is enjoying it. But the downside of being smack dab in the middle of summer is that you have these ranges that you need to deal with. You get the A team, so to speak, is away. From the desk, they're hanging out. They're in their Hampton beachside multi-trillion-dollar properties. Good for them, right? Us plebs are here still trying to make money, but you don't really get a huge kind of picture there until they get back, right? Because think about it like this: are you going to let your B team, the guy who is so junior in the company that he can't get the good job, right? He is how vacations work when you're in an office. The more senior you are, if you're all competing for that same mid-August vacation, it's going to be the guy who's more senior, who's been there for a while, who's going to tell the new guy to go pound sand, that he's taking the vacation. So if you have that group on the desk, are you going to let them make multi-billion-dollar trading decisions? Or are you going to go, you know what, guys, just relax, you're there in case the market implodes. When we're all back in the office, we'll decide what to do next with our money. It's kind of where we are here, right? So that's why I think this might be struggling for a bit. But, yesterday was a bit of a disappointment. The day before that was the same. You can see, these darker areas, these are the trading days, and the shaded areas, because this is just the world that we're in now, is the the market overnight, after hours, pre-market, that kind of thing. So we're on Thursday, so this would be Tuesday, we hit that level and we completely fall apart. On Monday, we hit that level and we fell apart. And on Wednesday, we hit that level and we fall apart. So what does that mean? Well, it means that there has been somebody out there, a large individual, selling at that level aggressively. Every time we hit that level, turn on the sell bot. You'll never know who it is. You'll never know how many shares they have. You'll never know if they were shorting or selling just stock that they had sitting around. Good thing is you don't need to know, right? What I think the market is looking at and what the market is trying to sniff out is that guy gone? As soon as we get up there and we kind of hang out above that area for a bit and that sell program doesn't come back, we go, all right, he's out of our way. Let's just rip it. And hopefully it was somebody shorting. And hopefully it was a whole bunch of people shorting, and hopefully we just kind of rip right through. And from there, you can just see how close we are, right? This line up here is all-time highs. I'll make this a bit bigger. I feel like I make these bigger every day, and then they shrink overnight. There's a shrinkage joke to be made there, but I won't. This is all-time highs. So this, if you were to look at this on any technical analysis book out there, this is a bull flag. This is a super clean, nice looking bull flag. This is as textbook as it can possibly get. You moved up into a range after a really strong move. And then after that strong move, you just consolidate. So you pop up and then you just chill out for a period of time. You know, it's this, they could publish this. This could be in the next Edwards and McGee or you know, a technical analysis Bible that you could find. Generally speaking, these bull flags are going to resolve in the direction of the underlying trend. Doesn't mean it has to, but generally speaking, you're going to get a consolidation, then you're going to get a bit of a rip higher. That rip higher could take us to all-time highs. All-time highs, that's where everybody who has been wrong for so long, Michael Burry, has to start puking out some shorts. Great. That's, you know, the fuel for the fire that we need to have. Now, it's important to just bring out the differences here as well with the different sectors. So RSP already at that all-time high. You know, we don't really do a lot of RSP evaluation in the pre-market, and you can see why there's not a lot here. But tagged that all-time high yesterday, pulled back a bit, got really close to it if you look at the daily chart, right? All-time closing high for the average stock yesterday. Tagged the all-time high a couple times. So that's really important to note. If you go to the IWM, all-time closing high, I think, by like 2 pennies. So you can just call it flat or close to it. Just like the RSP did make an all-time high at one point, right? Just pinged through, I think, this level just by like a tick and then came back down. So, you know, horseshoes and hand grenades, right? That's an all-time high if I consider it. And the Qs still ain't doing nothing, right? Still well below its all-time highs. So the real catalyst I think we need is we get that break on the Qs that starts to push higher. That is the kind of lights on signal that the rest of the market's been waiting for. And those are going to hit an all-time high well before the Qs. And then when the Qs kind of catches up and starts doing the thing that everything else is doing and having a great time, that's where the money is. So we need to see that. And I was reading on Twitter like this morning that the 13Fs or whatever came out, which I don't put much stock in because you're seeing data that is incredibly old and they could already be out of these positions. They don't include options, and anything you see reported on options is usually wrong because they're trying to scare your grandma or whatever. But the whole world seems to be shorting things, which I love. I absolutely love it. So I hope it happens today. You know, it was getting close to. I just don't. I've been disappointed the last like 3 days. So I'm going to wait for some sort of confirmation, either price or time, that we're above that level. And then I'm going to be happy that I own a bunch of stocks because I've been buying dips and loading up around this area. At this point, if we break down, I'll take my haircut and move on. Whoa, Tuya. Welcome.
What's going on? How we doing? All right. Well, I do see a rally coming on here, of course, and I think this is off the PMI report as, of course, global manufacturing activity rose in July and the U.S. composite output for PMI reaching an 8-month high of 53.6. Whenever you're above 50, you are expanding here. And while manufacturing PMI stayed at 53.9, signaling the continued expansion. So what does that help? That helps, of course, also the XLI trade, right? So I'm going to be looking to see if the XLI trade does well today. You guys will be looking to see if we get that push in those names. Of course, we've seen, of course, aerospace and defense continuing to get a lift. Your SpaceX rocketing and continuing to hold. So look to see what happens with that today.
Losing your audio, Mitch.
RKLB, I'm sorry, I got away from the mic there. That might have been it. RKLB there, also another name to kind of keep an eye out for in the market, of course. And then just look to see, like, let's say like Caterpillar and names like GE, right? What happens to those types of names? Honeywell, right? ETN, right? Those are the types of names that I've seen that have been holding in there. We'll see what happens. EMR, those types of names, energy names, right? Well, look how that kind of holds in. And then it also just shows that, I mean, hey, we're having ourselves a nice little rally, right? The Qs did come back a little bit there. And what did it really do? Well, this whole sideways period is just giving us the chance to pull the 9 EMA. When this first started, the 9 EMA was all the way down here, right? Far extended. That's why I said sideways action at the top, never a bad thing, because you start to get the moving averages to trail, get closer and closer to the price action. Once it's closer to the price action, the pullbacks, they get shorter and smaller, right? So at this point, I think we could still have a pullback, but remember how we were talking about that just a couple of days ago, Jane, at like 7.9s or 7.10 area, kind of coming back into that? Well, now I'm seeing that even higher. That's like 7.14, 7.15, right? So it just shows us that if we could actually just break away from this and push above. The level to watch for me still around that 725 level. That's where we've been fighting and kind of getting into some resistance, and the prior resistance from the prior action. It's not the resistance from this action. It's from back here, right? If you look at it, it's from right over here, right? Every time we kept going above this, we would fall. We'd get above, we'd fall. We tried to do it here, we failed. We tried, we failed. And that's really when we started to turn. So that's the level that we keep fighting in on this side. Let's see if we can actually make a run through this and make a nice little climbing action. How do you do this? Continue the broadening out of the rally. Go to other names in the semis. Get out of the mags. Go to the beta. Let's see if the beta will keep moving, and some other trades out there to kind of keep an eye out for. Right? Like I always like to give you guys 3 quick plays. So I'm going to give you guys just a quick 3 plays, looking at potentially seeing Dell continuing, SoFi on a bull flag breakout. We'll look to see if it can push back above the $18 spot. And then of course your LIT doing well there. So look for others to kind of continue doing that action. What am I looking for? Names that had been down, 40, 50% in the recent downturn that are starting to turn back to the upside. Right? Those are the names I think you target. Those are the names that I think you can continue to cash in. We'll see what happens today. Getting after it, I already got some MU. Going to try to ride the wave with that. These are the types of names that I think could really see a lift. We'll see what happens there. Kick it to you, Jane. What are you seeing?
Right now, I am seeing, well, I always check out the big levels that we've got going on. They did adjust it for the SPY up to 772.65. So that was of interest to me. Also on the Qs, they adjusted it to 721.46. Now, it also corresponded to an adjustment on the inverse indicators, right? So that's starting to tell me that they are definitely setting up a position for a big move. For SPXS, we've got that they moved it to 23.75. So yeah, I forgot to move it here, but 23.75. So we are hanging out just around there. So we're right at that inflection point of a potential big move. This is a 6-hour chart here. And also on SQQQ, I have to take one Q off there. Too excited on the SQQQs.
The QQQQQQs.
Yeah, is QQQ, is that going in the bankruptcy? No, just kidding. It's not. But they moved it down to 37.72. So we were hanging out. I've got FGI up here for those low float degenerates that want to get in on that action. We'll look at that. So right now, it made me look further. It made me dig deeper. Also on the mags, we are seeing that they have their position at 69 right now. We are well below that. We are hanging out 67.88-ish. And I looked at the indexes. Like Michael was saying, the indexes right now, I just created a little infographic. We also have 3 out of the 7 mags that they have sold. And we're not clear red flags yet, but we also have this. These are the short volumes for the indexes at the moment. At all-time highs, that's pretty good catalyst movement to the upside. So there's an interest to me that we're going to see this continue to run higher because, as Michael was saying, if everybody is bearish, like with SPCX, you see that it rips higher, even though the news is saying, oh, they're going to dilute the float, the price is going to drop, but those shorts are just getting squeezed. So right now I'm seeing that we have that potential for the SPY, for the Qs and the MAG 7 to continue higher, but getting a bit of a caution because they did change their positioning. And we are below on 3 of the 7 at this time. Now, with SPCX, right, I did mention before that 150 is going to be an area to watch, but even more so 158.68. If we can close above 158.68 for SPCX, I think we're truly going to see new highs on the name. 150 is going to have that test today. They brought it to 149.60. So let's see if we can accelerate, then break above the 172. Then we're heading up above 200s. I called this out, I think, before I went on vacation, that SPCX was going to hit over 200 before August 20th. I'm still sticking with that. We do have a large short volume still in continuation for SPCX. They are not letting off that much. We're at 58%. Since June 18th, we have been above 50%. These people are loving to hate SPCX like they did with Tesla before that destroyed hedge funds. So still looking for SpaceX to continue to the upside. And for those low float degens that want a stock that could rip much higher today, we have FGI. FGI has earnings, and the bigger money from earnings is down here at 829. Right now, the bigger money on the name is at 828. If we can break above 1950, a former resistance level from the past was up at 1450. So I would look for a break above 1950, next test 11, 12, 1250, and then 1450. So this has some juice to it. Oh, look, they just changed their position now to 899. So that's well, okay, maybe they were selling. Oh, they're not sure. They might have canceled a trade right there. So we've got a nice descending, I can't talk today. It looks like Head and Shoulders almost set up, which of course fails 65% of the time, and it's low float with 522,000 in the name. So trade it with caution. But right now, looking for this to have a bullish move to the upside with earnings. So that's what I'm seeing right now. Looking for a bigger move in the market in SPCX, watching the Mag 7, watching the SPY and the Qs in relation to those massive short volumes that we have going on.
Nice.
We will see what happens, and definitely if you're short this market, I don't know what you're picking out there, but we'll see what happens.
Right, this market is not one to short. When it's at the top, why do you need to peg the top? Why do you need all of the sandwich, right?
Yeah, you don't need to. And then the biggest thing that I always said, right? And we were saying it. I was trying to.
Did I lose you, Mitch? Did I lose audio on everybody?
I hear Mitch. So you probably
okay. So you should be able to hear me now, Jane. Jane, I hear you. You don't hear me though.
I think Mitch is frozen.
No, it's yeah.
I'm pretty, but I'm
Michael,
not frozen yet.
I'm going to unplug and replug because I can't hear you.
Producer, let's yank her. Give her the cane. Let that cane
give her the cane
for a second.
They used to throw it out there and just yank it. You know,
let her back in. And
we'll let her back in a second.
What's wild is that the net positioning a little bit short. We could always hear you. Can you hear us? That's the question.
Awesome.
That's the question.
Did I lose you or did you lose me?
Don't worry. You lost us,
now.
But we
see your
wanted
mouth
you back.
moving, but I can't hear you. Are you messing with me?
Oh, one of those tricks.
Give her the cane again. Get her
Give
out
her the
of
cane.
Here. Get her out of here. Yeah, but then I just went through the net positioning again to remind myself, and on the NASDAQ, on the SP 500, and on IWM, they're still net short.
That's all we need to hear, right, Michael?
Great.
That's all we need to hear.
And yeah, in the Russell in particular, they're as short as they've been since all the way back in December. So I'll take it. Right? They're not huge positions. They're not like, and I can bring them up here so you guys see what like these aren't huge positions. Again, we're focused on the red line here. They're not huge shorts, but they're as short as they were, right here where they were wrong. They're as short as they were right here where they were wrong. And yeah, I love it. Fuel for the fire, right? It makes rallies like this better the more short they are. But the fact that they're a little bit short, that means a little bit of a potential rally. And like I was mentioning, we are close to that breakout. Don't get me like you got me the last 3 days where we hit 775 and fall apart. Please, let's just do a clean push. Let's get a nice happy Trump this morning, doing some happy tweets, and just the catalyst we need to push them through. And then after we push it through, all-time highs like right there for the SPY anyway.
Somebody give him a bottle-sized shot. Tell him to get ready to rock and roll. Give him a good adrenaline shot this
what
morning.
What can you put in that? Like Valium, Prozac? get him something good in there.
I'm sure he has his Monday, Tuesday little containers, Michael.
Oh yes, yeah. The little my grandparents have those little blister packs that he pops open. But yeah, slip something happy in there. Slip a little happy pill in there. We'll be good to go.
You know, the good old doctors at the White House are like, how do we get him up today?
How do we make him easy to deal with too? Like, just lace it. Right? Lace everything with a little bit of that Prozac.
Dude, give him some good. He needs some micro dosing. He needs some of that shroomies, the good morning shrooms. There you go.
Get a nice, yeah, because it's this pattern, and I was calling this out while you guys, I think, were in the green room, but right, we rip to it on Monday down, Tuesday down, Wednesday down, Thursday, and I'm like, we're right there. So you knock on the door enough times, eventually you're going to knock through it, and we're not each time. If you just look at the lows, right, these are higher lows that are being made, and a higher low and a higher low. So this is as ascending triangle, bull flag, whatever you want to call it. We're as
very
good as
little
we're
weakness, right? Very little weakness when it comes in, right? Like yesterday could have been a day it could dump, and the real trade would have been like, let's say, you see Microsoft down to like 450s. What are you seeing Microsoft do today? It's right back up, like it wants to go to 500. And so if they're not even going to drop the Mag 7, that's like, and the Mag 7 doesn't usually get extended far from the 9 often. Right, like if you look in the past of Microsoft's history, it always goes up away from the 9 and comes smacking right back down. Right, like it's just they're too big to run like that. So when you're seeing that type of action, that tells us that this could keep going. Right, like very little pullbacks, sideways action at the top, never a bad thing. Right, like what is more bad is like you go up 20% and come back down 15% because that's just hard to play. Right. But if I'm only going to go down 2 or 3% when I actually go down and we're going to continue riding this trend, then it's just looking at like daily lows, right? Higher lows, right? And we can attack those higher lows as entries, right? Like we're looking for it to hold and we use the prior low as the risk, right? And we try to trend trade, right? So guess what, Jane?
Are you back?
No, she can't guess. She can't
I know
guess.
you were messing with me. You were messing with me that time.
Can you hear me?
I can hear you.
Can you hear me? Guess what?
Oh, okay, you're back.
I can hear you. I can hear you. That's why I said, guess what? You were supposed to say what? And I was going to say, you can hear me. That's what?
That's right. All right, we're good.
All right, Jane, we're going to have to get you some fast internet over there because it seems like you're lagging a little bit.
You know what it was? Guess what? I figured it out. It was human error. I have the volume control right here. I did not realize that I turned down the volume. So, because I was testing, I was like, I can hear you guys on the computer, but not on the headset. It was human error.
That happens to me. Don't worry. That happens to me. That's why I got rid of those headsets because I kept doing that.
Playing with it, I flip the knob.
Like you just like touch your you fix it. And then right there when you're fixing it, you're like turning it down. You don't even notice.
Yes. Yes.
That's just how it goes. But let's get ready for the open, guys. 9:23 here. Let me see if there's anything that I really want to touch on the sunrise. Of course, we didn't get to touch it completely this morning. But where could you have gotten this? On our Discord, of course. We put it out every single morning. So you don't need to get it here. So if you're not on the Discord, that's why you're missing out. That's why you don't have the sunrise report early. So the crude, of course, is finally cracking. Not because anyone reopened anything, but OPEC cut its 2026 demand growth forecast. The IEA now models an outright contraction in consumption. The U.S. inventories posted a 17.4 million barrel build yesterday. That was the surprise that we caught, right? 3 demand side blows that did it in one session. So now, of course, it's not about the war situation that it's focusing on. It's more focusing on this side of things. And OPEC can always shift things in oil. So now you're seeing that can also help out the action in the XLI today. We'll look to see if the XLE comes pulling back and goes back in towards like the lower 60s today. That's just something that you can take a look at. In the micro news, let's take a look here. Cisco, of course, down a good amount. So if we bit to the upside on our earnings prediction, which we need to take a look into, which is the one for tonight, but I don't think any of us won on this one. So I did bet up though, and then it tried to get up, and then it just failed. Right. So we'll look to see what happens there in Cisco and names like that. Other micro news out there, there was Harmonic up 25%. That's HLJT. I don't really know too much about that company, but up 25%. That definitely puts it out there on the radar. Leslie, also Pool Supplies, LESL, down 43.6%. Holy moly. They found a crack in the pool. They found a crack in the pool. And something happened there.
Yeah.
Right.
Also, Jack in the Box. Jack in the Box is another potential low float degen stock today with earnings.
Who still goes to Jack in the Box, man? That place is dangerous. That's like going to Del Taco and expecting to get a great experience. Oh man, we'll see what happens. Jack in the Box coming back. Wendy's was rocking and rolling.
Did good. It held
Wendy's,
great,
dude.
I don't think there was any new news on it, but yeah, it held the day good, and it's just hanging out there today. So this was the news.
That looks like the SPY chart too.
And it's holding.
That
there.
looks like the SPY chart.
That's what
whoever
it is.
dude is planning on. I guess I didn't hear any more like updates on it, so I think it's still kind of is he going to buy it or not type of thing. So the market's just, I guess, guessing that the price is going to be like $8.50. Right, $9 or something like that. But there's still a world where he comes out and goes, "Yeah, I'm going to buy it at 10," and then you get a nice little 20% ripper from here. So something to keep an eye on, but it's going to happen fast. So you're going to have your finger on the trigger with that one.
All right, we'll see what happens out there.
Did you do any put selling, Michael? Sorry about that, Mitch.
No, go for it.
No, yesterday,
nothing showed up.
Nothing really showed up. Cisco there wasn't enough juice in it. This move is like 10%, and there just wasn't enough juice in the option. So nothing, on this one. Still, it would have worked because knowing just how I'm looking at it, I probably would have done the 111, 112s. So it still probably would have worked out. But yeah, you just need enough juice to make it worth your time.
I hear you.
All right.
Light was a killer. Did you guys trade that at all yesterday after I left?
Light.
Yeah, LITE.
Yeah, that was a monster trade. So, good trade there. Did you keep it all day?
No, I didn't. I closed it out. We had to go back to the DMV again. It was not done.
Set it and forget it, Jane. Come on.
I did, but it stopped me out.
Rock pot. Oh,
yeah,
it did it came back and got you and then kept going.
Correct.
And yeah, you're gonna have to reshare, Jane, after you came out and back. It takes away your
sorry,
screen
thank
share,
you.
so just no worries.
That happens. I hate those, right? They come back and get you. That's why a lot of times, with those kind of undercuts and rally, the way that I look at them, like LITE, right? If you look at the 15 minutes on LITE, that's what you kind of have to get through, right? Those first kind of opening wicks, right? Once you start to clear the opening price, I think a lot of it has been, to me, like once I clear opening price and I'm in the green, I don't want it to come back to opening price. So maybe you give it a little bit of room for it to get away from there. But that's one way to like wait for that moment, right? Like I'm trying to find these trades and then figure out new strategies to play on them. One of them is let it do that washout, let it battle, let it recover the 9, and then wait for the opening price. Then we can hammer on it, right? And then kind of hold off on that opening price, right? Once you get up a certain amount, let that break even hit, and then just play these over and over, because I think the win percentage will go down. But when I win, it'll be really nice, right? So the only way that I can go through that is probably going to be botting it, right? Because it's going to be probably 10% accuracy or 15. I think max, right? So we're gonna have to test this out. We'll test it out right here, guys. I'm gonna be pushing myself next month. I'm gonna give myself the 2 weeks here to finish up, but I have 3 systems that I'm trying to get online by the 1st of September.
You'll do
I
it.
think Michael's excited probably to hear that.
Yeah, and good to put a timeline, right? Make sure you're
get to it, right?
you know.
Get to it, because I've been working them, Michael. They're like 1 or 2 are done, but it's more about like the testing side of things now, right? And
well, that's the beauty of Trade the Pool, right? Is you can go through and you can test and
open the demo and just that has like $1 million, and I'm gonna let it go at it. Yeah. Let it rip. Let it trade as much as it wants because it has the $1 million buying power, and then it can just take as many trades as it wants, right?
All right,
we'll talk about the process right here. Let's get to the action, guys. Let's go make some money. Let's see what we can find today.
So far,
about a little FGI.
We hit 775, and then we're selling. Don't do this to me again. Come on, man. Come on, market. Like, this has just been a week of
Micron ripping
sadness.
Right out the gates here, guys. In the green here, right out the gates, going up there to 917s. 920s, of course. You guys know I was talking about this trade yesterday. I think Micron's definitely a good one to watch. SK Hynix, of course, also on the radar. This is starting to get back above the areas of trend line. So now I look for what's called a throwback look. If we get it, that's 151. But this could really start to rise. This could be a 200 before we know it, guys. And I really love action like this on an IPO where it's not necessarily kind of rocketing, and it's not just tanking. It's creating a range for us to play, right? So at this point, we're within this range. We broke above this trend line. Now we're trying to work our way back to 172. And if it gets up there, where can we go? We'll have to find out, right? But I think if this goes up there, Micron's right back, right? That's why I keep pointing towards the weekly on Micron. Try to do that when you're looking at these names. Try to start looking at deeper time frames. And you're going to see how these just look like support has really held, and now the strength's coming back in.
SPY starting to tick its way back up, maybe this
only
time.
2 sectors in the red from the open, and that's energy and basic materials. Everything else is green lights.
Let's go.
Green lights are
Healthcare,
good.
Green lights.
Let's go, please.
Cyclicals, green light. Real estate leading the action, defensive, communication services, then financials right behind that, pushing strong in financials. One of the trades that I like, and I'll just mention it again to Michael because I'm probably not going to be able to the one that nails this one, but FactSet Research, the financial data area that was hated so much, let's say like 2 months ago, like S&P Global. Are we really thinking that S&P Global is going away? More than likely, probably not, dude. Like, these guys have real data, real moats, and we can't go around them. Like, there's no me connecting my little network cable to the NASDAQ and hoping that I get some signal, right? You know what I mean? I have to go to these guys. That's what you need to be thinking when you're thinking these types of trades in software or data in this case, right? What moat do they really have? And can I go around them? Can I find another player that I can do the same thing? Right? If the answer is no, they still have the moat. They still have the power.
Yeah, the only thing that would stop them would be if another exchange popped up, right?
That's so this company right here, just to mention, right? Look at the pop right now. That's that nice little pop.
Oh, so am I going to jinx it here? We're getting through 775 on the SPY.
775.
I told you 776.63.
Well, that'd be a new all-time high, so I'll take it.
It's the Qs, right? Let's just be honest. It's the Qs driving here, and the Qs are driving really well, and that's going to help everything out. And that's helping my Gilead trade continue, baby. Let's go, guys. This is what you call a swing trade working for you. Up now 333 and holding for 5 days now. Yes, you heard that right. Mitch is holding for 5 days. You guys give him a round of applause for actually being able to hold on. But there's Gilead now almost up 400. We're looking for $1,000 though. Let's see what happens, guys. Look at that nice little lift off above this trend line. Let's go to my screen here. If we can't, producer. If not, I'll just set it up here. I can do it really quickly too.
I'll pop Gilead.
Boom.
I'll pop Gilead.
There you go.
For you.
There
All
you
right,
go.
so there you
Nice.
see it. Look at that chart. This is what we've been seeing. I talked about the buying pressure all the time down here. Now we're finally getting that lift off. So really good action there. Looking for to see that continued lift off. Up over 2.25%. And I added to this name yesterday. I added another 30 shares. So I have over $17,000 into this position and looking for it to continue to push. Let's go.
Pack's talking about Trade Desk. I actually have some puts sold in that TTD.
Solar bouncing back today. Heads up.
Just a strategy where this thing was just absolutely obliterated. I did it after earnings this time to look how like from 120 down to $13, and it just hasn't moved. So this is interesting to me for a potential little mean reversion. Obviously, the crappy news has been priced in at this point. If it holds this, it just makes for a great risk reward trade. If we start to push up into like the 14 or so, I've got some alerts set there. I'll buy some, stop at below this low, and then maybe we close the gap. Maybe it ends up being a bit of a trade. But yeah, it's
Breakout alert.
Definitely got smoked on earnings.
Breakout alert. WDC. Look for the
Western Digital.
computers. The computer systems trade is completely been hot. That's the one that's been showing up. That was showing up yesterday. Shows up again today. Dell gapping but pulling back a little bit. You got SNDK up already 1.6%. WDC up 2.6. NTAP up 2.6. Another one that's been doing well, and I'll throw up as I say it, SMCI. I throw up every time I say it, but it is doing well. It's pushing to 39.70, up 3.89% already. And here's the trade of the day for you guys on the flavor. You know how Money Mitch knows the flavors. Should I give you the ice cream? Should I give him the ice cream, guys? What do you guys think?
Do it.
All right. The ice cream today is quantum stocks. Go look at IonQ. I told you guys this yesterday, how you could start seeing the animal spirits come into play, and then they just start buying up beta, right? They're looking for the move, right? They're looking for the volatility. Well, quantum is just that. Look at the IonQ's action today, right out the gates. This is what you want to see. I like sometimes, man, like I hear myself talk and I'm like, Mitch, you need to have a bot that just listens to you. Because, man, look at that action.
You just got to listen to yourself. That's it. Do it.
It's hard. It's hard sometimes, right? I see so many trades. It's hard to do them all, right, Michael? And that's why the systems come into play, right? Because the truth is I can see them. Now, the question is, can I go trade them all? Unfortunately, I only have two hands.
Yes.
That's the one thing I will say, but really nice trade there on IonQ as it goes up. And this is what we talk about, like buy programming, right? Does that look buy programming to you guys? What do you guys think?
Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah.
Oh yeah. Right. And this is the 1 minute chart. Like it doesn't even want to pull back, right? Higher, low, higher, low, higher, low, right out the gates, and doesn't let you come back in. Look at Rigetti. I don't even need to look. I close my eyes. Is it up?
You know
Oh, look, it's up. Relationships, guys,
Graham.
they work. They work, guys.
Who won our Cisco contest?
Let's find out. I'll pull it up right now. Let's find out. Give me 2 seconds. Clicking on the link right now, and we'll talk about our giveaway
So I
for
got
today. We always got something,
one trade
guys.
on the go here. Just alert you guys. OFAL. This is just one of those
Okay.
hangover setups breaking down an offer.
All right, guys. Today's giveaway for the prediction challenge, guys, is AMAT today. So I'll take a peek at AMAT and I'll put in my bet right now. AMAT's going up right now as we speak. This was a company that, of course, has been on the pullback, has pulled back from the high about what? 28% where we are right now. And on the peak down, it was down 40.9%. What have I been saying? Look for those companies that have gone down 40%, 50%. Those are the ones that are going to come back and give the opportunity. Why? Because it's had the euphoria pullback. It's washed out that euphoria. It's at more reasonable valuations now. And as long as the company continues to set the bar higher, it can go higher also. So let's go ahead. Let's do it here. Let's go, Mitch. Let's go trade the pool, and let's go prediction price. We're going to go up there towards 568. Dun dun dun. Actually, let's go higher. Let's use the ATR. Let's use a strategy here. We're going to use the price and we're just going to add the ATR to it. How about that? How about that for a strategy? Let's go 5. So the ATR is 33.80. So we're going to go 583 or 584.
You think one ATR on? You got to crank that up a bit.
What is the probability?
Yeah.
What is the ATR
I'm giving it the full range to the upside, though.
Yeah, but
Michael,
that's one average. You think today would be outside average, right? Like the average is the average true range. If they're reporting earnings, do like 2 ATR.
Let's see. The thing is, I look at the past earnings, and there's no big candle on the earnings.
Oh, okay, that's a
very small candles on the earnings.
As well.
Right, very small candles on the earnings,
as opposed to the market makers move.
Mm-hmm. You could do that too, right, Jane? That would be probably the better, smarter option, is looking at the implied move and then trying to do off of that. But implied move and what actually happens, you can ask Michael what usually works out. It's probably not the implied move.
It is usually way less than the implied move.
Oh yeah,
exactly.
So those guys make.
So then look at it. Yeah, maybe 70% of the implied move.
Yeah, like some.
Well, shout out to Fernando D. Let's give him a shout out. Hit that horn, producer. Shout out to you. You predicted 118.39 for Cisco, and you were off by only 7 cents. So you predicted to the downside. So shout out to you, Fernando D. I hope you're happy about that one. And my prediction was submitted. The question was yours. Get after it, traders. Hit that link. It's in the description, and we'll make sure that it's pinned there in the chat. All right, guys, already up 1.2% on Micron, enjoying this rally. I hope you guys are. Let us know in the chat by hitting that like button and subscribe.
We are very, very close. I'm just trying to stay quiet, not to jinx things, but we're very close to an all-time high.
It's gonna happen.
Button right. It's at some point.
It already did.
Happens. I just want to happen today. No, we are on the SPY.
776.47.
Yeah, we are this close to
now
an
they're
all-time
selling.
high. No, now that I'm
776.19.
That's
where they are.
We're gonna get that 10 cents from the all-time high in reverse, just knowing, just because I'm talking about it. But yeah, it looks great here. We're definitely through that 775. I'll say that's right handily. Now, any dip into that 775 area, I'm gonna potentially look to take some buys on.
If your stock doesn't look like an uppercut, you might want to not be in it. This to me is the uppercut pattern. It's an uppercut.
It's a good day
right
to
in the
own
kisser.
Stocks. It's a good year to own stocks. It's a good decade to own stocks. But yeah, in particular today, it's well, let's just bring up here's the breadth numbers. I bet you they're insanely positive. Yeah, 62% of all stocks advancing and 74% new highs versus 26% new lows. So, yeah, it's one of those, like Mitch was saying, you look down, you see something in the red, unless it's like intentionally a defensive name, you got to start thinking long and hard about why. If you, General Mills is probably not going to be ripping today, right? Don't worry about those. But especially if it's kind of an animal spirits thing, why is it not going up? Take that look.
Don't worry about it, Jessica. It's good to see you in the chat. I see you glued to the screen, enjoyed stuff, learning from us. I hope you enjoyed. That's what we're here for at the end of the day. This is our little way of giving back to traders. I know Jane, Michael, and I really have learned from some of the best out there. And the one way that we can do is try to give back to others, right? I call it pay it forward. One of my favorite movies ever. If you guys ever are interested in seeing it, definitely check it out. It's a little sad, but definitely can push you forward in life. And I think it's an important thing. Pay it forward to others. If you learn something, why not pay it forward?
Mm-hmm.
We hyped up the SPY a little too much. We're coming back.
It's just the first pullback, man. It's the first 9 EMA attempt. It's the first 9 EMA attempt. What we want to see is wicks, and wicks are tricks, and tricks are for kids. All right, so let's see it.
Because, as soon as we tick that all-time high, that's when right? The news starts talking about it and Twitter starts talking about it, and you usually at least get a nice little pop from it from the Johnny come latelys that, right, they're coming on in and saying, "Oh, I just heard it's a new all-time high. I guess I'll buy now." And
that's when they'll sell.
well, and a lot of stop losses, right? You got to imagine if you were short,
All those shorts.
you were betting that it was a top, you're going to put your stop somewhere, or even better for us, not for them. That's when the broker starts to stop you out for you, right? Some
Or stop
liquidation
out.
events. Those are the best case scenario for the longs. Very unfortunate for the shorts, but that's their problem.
That's their problem. Love it. I'm in a ASML long and a FGI short.
What happened to the SPY, guys? Wicks are tricks. Tricks are for
Close
kids.
again.
We need that shirt. We need that shirt.
but
Wicks are tricks. The back tricks are for kids.
And that's an exact, you look at that and you go, okay, perfect. That is the most bullish price action that you can see, is that it came back, had a little pullback, but then there was buyers waiting there for it.
Waiting.
Yeah,
Supply,
they're like,
demand,
okay,
right?
I'm
So the
willing to buy
demand
this.
demand drove the price up here, right, Michael, to 776. It looked for supply on the pullback. It found that supply, and then demand came back in. This is important because I think that sometimes traders can't understand things as supply and demand. We just explain it, right?
Well,
That's how
and-
simple it is.
And why there? Well, that was the all-time highs. So there's got to be a couple people that are going to take a short to bet against the all-time highs. There's going to be a couple people that say, okay, we had a good rip today. I'm going to take a little profit off the table as we're into all-time highs. And the question is, what happens there? We had a little pullback, but then buyers came in at a much higher price, and now they're ripping it up. So all of those shorts are going to get stopped out, the kind of intraday degens, and that's perfectly what you want to see. Now, if we sold back down and we, broke the open and got challenged the low, that's going to be problematic. And then also, look, it might be hard to see, but this is now the biggest volume candle on the 1 minute volume candle on the day that we had right here. And that's, including the open, which is super interesting. So it's saying that there's a lot of momentum. People are getting behind this thing and trying to shove it through this all-time high price, which is been perfect. Exactly what you want to see.
And what's leading the boat now? Technology, of course, and now we have that really ripping here up 0.76%. And this is why I love from the open, because it shows you the drive, and it shows you the drive from what? More than likely not just retail, right? So if you look at it, overall change is 0.88, but the from open is 0.79. So essentially the drive came from the open, not overnight. This is a very telling sign that I look at every day. I don't care what gapped, because gap means it happened overnight. It happened when the institutional traders and the big traders more than likely weren't trading, right? So if you tell me what drove at the open, that's a more telling sign to me than overall change.
And there we go. There's the tick. So that is an official new all-time closing high. For
what do
all
we
who
wanna see?
celebrate, congratulations.
RSP going higher. IWM
I
going
told you,
higher.
RSP is going to head up. It had 10 more points to go.
SPY
And
going
the
higher.
catalyst,
Right?
the catalyst of all of the shorts that are in there, they're just getting their wallet wedgies. That's it. That's the wallet wedgies. Their money's being taken out of their wallets.
And what's important to note too, right, is the Q still has a lot of catch up to do, right? Qs, look how low we are below the all-time highs. It's got a lot of catch up that can take place there on the Qs.
So you're saying we should look at TQQQ, huh?
Well, right, just to catch up to the rest of the world, which the Qs are usually the leader. They haven't been for the last 2 months, but they're usually the guy in charge. If they start to catch up, and get to a new all-time high, that's another almost 10% ripper on their 5 to 10% to get to and through all-time highs.
Yep.
If they got to at some point, if we're going to hold this all-time high, you got to see the rest of them continue.
Qs held. The pullback was fake. That's what I said yesterday, right? That pullback was fake. We didn't go crashing back down. We're looking at that target for the 735s on the Qs. And if it could print above 725s, we start to look for that upside potential. Now we got just that, right? Look at the 725 today. Look how we reacted at that level. This is why you want to get these reports. This is why you got to get to the Discord, baby. Sometimes I literally think that report that I make right there, honestly, there's probably not some institutions making that quality of a report daily. So, because they have to do like, so many like risk parameters to put things out, to give you information. If you want information every day, this is the place to be. Go to the Discord, get that action.
Yeah, it's if we get the Qs, right, catching up with everything else, then I think we have a huge rally ahead of us. Because as the Qs are going to catch up to its all-time highs, SPY is probably not going to go down during that. So SPY is going to continue to grind up as well. Yeah. The interesting question will just be, how long are we going to get leadership out of the SPY? It's usually not, the Qs are generally higher return, higher beta, higher risk, all this kind of stuff. So to see S&P 500 relative outperformance to the Qs, that is a super interesting thing. That's just not something that we get to see very often. And again, if we get that flippening and the Qs come back, you got to imagine the SPY's shot up another 10, 15%.
Yeah, and if you look at this, right, I put this in the report for a reason. It measures growth, small cap, momentum, value, buyback, IPOs, right? That tells us a lot about risk appetite and things like that. Like, are we going into value? Are we seeing that? And what you're seeing here is all green on the screen. So essentially, it's an all-out rally. There's times where we play a little bit of some pistons, but the truth is, things are rallying out there. And the overall breadth is really good in the market. It's not just one name. It's not just a stock pickers environment right now. It's a tidal wave coming in and starting to lift the boats. The tide has started, and it just keeps lifting them.
Well, it's that Mag 7. That Mag 7. And once we get above 69 here, hey, full on bull for the market. That's the threshold to watch for Mag 7 is if we can continue to see this move higher. The names that were below were Amazon, Apple, and Meta. So those are the underperformers that might have the ability, they could have taken them lower just to rip higher. I'm in a Meta trade right now. But really looking for Mag 7. This is 45 minutes and a 30-second. Let's put it back on a 24-hour here in a 5. So you can see we are getting to almost be where they were selling before. And if we can break above that, this whole retracement was simply to load the boat. We might find a bit of resistance up here with this pivot point. So I'd say we still are bullish in the market with all of those that want to short the all-time highs.
The SpaceX, someone's mentioning, so I just wanted to, I recreated this chart quick that I saw from my boy Brian Shannon. And so these purple lines here, right, funny enough, this is the unlock, right? So again, the wait till the unlock crowd is having a real bad time. But these lines are the anchored VWAP from the IPO and the anchored VWAP from the high. So what does that mean? Essentially just means this is the average price. If you were to dollar cost average SpaceX from every day, you bought a little bit of SpaceX from the IPO, it's hanging out right at the high of yesterday, and it stopped like almost to the tick right in this kind of zone. So the average SpaceX is at the average price that the average person has paid for it, barring insiders and people got the allocation, all that kind of stuff. So just note that that's why I think someone was just mentioning that SpaceX is down. That's probably a good reason for it. And often you can notice these IPO anchored VWAPs are interesting. I've got a strategy that actually uses that because it just shows, again, this is roughly the average since the birth, right? The question with these anchored VWAPs people always ask is, well, where do I anchor it to? Well, the birth of the company seems like a really logical place to do that. And yeah, so it might just be a little bit of a chop and slop, might take a little bit to get through it. I don't know, but just know that it's not just stopping here kind of randomly and underperforming the market. It's already had like a 50% rip off the bottom to hit that price. So to me, it just makes perfect sense that if we're going to pull back, it makes sense it's going to be here. Plus, you could also kind of line it up with these prior lows, right? Spend a lot of time around this 150-ish zone before the breakdown, and now we're back to it. So just a lot of things in your way, and that's just for the comment, the guy who was looking there at SpaceX, right?
Yeah, XLI being down too, not helping it either. One name that is helping it in that space though is Rocket Labs. See, for Rocket Labs to continue going, you might see some selling off of some SpaceX and people buying Rocket Labs. People love these names and they love trading these space names. So watch as Rocket Labs is getting the lift today and you're seeing SpaceX pull back, right? So I think also if you just look at the XLI, that's a telling sign of why you're seeing the struggle also with SpaceX,
well, and
right?
for you guys who want to trade, that's a good thing to look at for you guys who want to trade IPOs. A very common strategy, like I didn't invent this, I use it, but I just ripped it off, is you wait for these anchored VWAPs to break, and it keeps you out of a lot of nonsense. Like here's Figma, right? Complete and utter disaster, and it would just keep you on the right side. And then if you did the same thing with SpaceX as well,
do that for Airbnb. Because I think that this has gone through this and now is probably above it and now looking amazing.
Boink.
I would love to see this one, right? Look at that.
So it's spent a lot of time as resistance here and then worked its way.
This looks different to me. This looks like it's finally on its game now, and Airbnb investors are going to be finally singing in the streets if they hung out for that long.
Yeah. Well, it's the same as, I don't think there's like a huge superpower, but it's the same as people using VWAP for intraday trading, where they're basically saying, okay, I'm long above it, I'm short below it. It's a simple way to say I'm not going to be buying crap as it's kind of falling to new lows, right? So here's your Rocket Lab, a simple rule, right? I'm long, I'm going to look for pullbacks or whatever when I'm above VWAP. I'm going to look to short rallies when I'm below VWAP, and it just kind of keeps you on the right side of a potential underlying trend. So I like it. We know institutions use it. Like Ken Griffin was testifying in front of Congress, and he was like, well, how do you fill your orders? And he said he uses intraday, daily, weekly, monthly, and annual VWAPs, as well as anchored VWAPs. He just like straight up in front of Congress said we fill our orders based off VWAP algorithms. So that's just evidence that a lot of transaction is going on around these VWAPs. So you take that, you combine some technical analysis with it, and away you go.
Well, it seems like he could also do that. Even if he doesn't, he could still testify to that. I don't necessarily believe that all traders are necessarily truthful, especially in front of Congress.
Yeah, but he's got to hand over his trade logs, right? They all have to go through clearing brokers and stuff. But yeah, it just says, and I guess for those people who don't know why this is important, if you are a Warren Buffett, you are not filling your own orders, right? You're calling a broker and you're saying, I want to buy 100 million shares of Apple, right? They're not going to do that in one block order. What they're going to do is they're going to say, okay, if we get below VWAP, and then we go to Brian and we say, okay, the volume weighted average price was 100 and we got you 90. He's going to be really happy. It's like, great, you got me better than the average price today. That's a great fill. Thank you very much. If we get him too far above that price, then he's going to go, well, shit, I could have just bought it myself. So it's like we talk about, career risk is a big deal. So these VWAPs create this career risk where if you are, and again, this is from 10 years of hedge fund experience, that's what the execution trader is traded and judged on, is whether or not they are doing a better price or a worse price than the volume weighted average price for that day. So you'll just start to see shenanigans. And that's why I know some traders out there use like VWAP bands and say if it gets too far away from VWAP one way or another, they mean revert, because they know if there's a buyer in the stock and it gets too far away, well, that buyer might slow down or stop and wait for a little bit of reversion because they're trying to get close to that VWAP price. It's just the thing that drives the markets, I think, more than anything else in the world is career risk. Everybody has a job. They want to keep the job. They're making good monies at their job. So if you can find these things where if traders are getting too far away from VWAP, they get fired, then it creates an interesting kind of thing that you can play off of. So it's not a magic bullet or anything like that. It is just, this is how these orders are filled for these big guys. Warren Buffett as an example, but there's so many large institutional traders or just large investors. If you're a guy with $100 million account, and you want to buy a stock because you got a tip from a buddy, you're not opening up your Robinhood account, right? You're calling someone, you're saying, buy this for me, right?
All we got to say, I mean, come with the money bag. Come get the money bag, because Money Mitch at it. Look at Micron go here. Almost 940s now. Oof. That's what we talking about. We bringing the money bags. They's keeping it with us. Boys, this is how it is here. Money Mitch. Let's go. Get that money, traders. I hope you guys are enjoying it. VRT, let's go take a look at that one. That's your independent power producers starting to hold on there. Oh, that's another one. How is the TLN trade? I was talking about yesterday. How are those doing today? GEV. Utilities down a little bit. Not always. Not all of them. All right. Now at the end of the day, what are we seeing? We're seeing tech and real estate lead the party here.
We did not even need a happy Trump tweet to get us there. We did it all on our own. Now he just needs to shut up. So can someone go and grab his phone and whip it out the window? Where's my phone? I don't know. Let's find it at like 4 Eastern. That's when we can find your phone.
2:30 when all the margin calls are coming in. That's it. Yeah. And everybody keeps shorting it, and then it's gonna give it the juice it needs.
One that I'm watching with Bloom. I know Tax said watch for maybe potentially Bloom. I like the beta in Bloom. I also like the beta in FLNC. Had a loss in it earlier this week, but we'll look for it to recover back above 1350s, and that could be another trade to look at. All right, Jane, do you want to give us a little bit of a wrap-up summary about what you've been seeing in the market, what you've been trading before you head out for us?
Yeah, well, right now I'm in an ASML short. Came up, it was overextended, just a 21% increase from yesterday's high. So saw the bigger money come in up here at 184.51. I'm just going to reposition this. Oh, now I was in a profit. Now it's coming back. So right now, looking to see if this is going to fail. I'm practicing actually with a 30-second chart here to get quick moves. And this one, I locked a nice $1,600 profit on it earlier. So looking for this to come back down. Hopefully we can get back to them to the roughly 1833 zone. That would be optimal, but putting a trailing stop on it. Really just the market's reacting the way I expected it would, moving up to new highs. And I think we're going to see that continue. Just watching Mag 7 to see if we are able to get above that 69 with a close. We are so close. If we can get above 69, it's a full-on rally for the SPY and the Qs. That was my only cautionary tale today, was the 3 below the big money price for the Mag 7. Other than that, the market looks nice and long biased. Also, the short volumes, the winner for that is going to be the Russell with 69% short. They keep shorting it as it keeps moving up. So that's it for today. I'll see you all on Tuesday.
Bye-bye.
Have a good one, Jane. Take care.
Thank you.
All right, let's keep the party going. Let's go. Sound that alarm and bring in Jesse. What's
up? Good morning,
What's
guys.
Up, man?
Good morning. Wow, TQQ ripping. Everything's ripping. Everything that I'm watching is ripping. I love it.
You got some SK Heine?
I got some SK Heine. I did some.
I didn't even have that. I already knew you had that. Like I didn't even see your account, and I knew you had it, Jesse.
I got the Heine,
I knew
man.
you're that type of trade, dude.
I got it.
I got Micron. I went for that
Yeah.
in the pre-market here. So I was looking for it to rip right out the gates, getting a good little action trade here today. The key is, can we keep holding the 9? Right? Can we keep holding the breakout, right? Because SK Hynix is really the one that has potential, I think, for the longer run, right? I think,
Yeah.
I like the beta in Micron, but look how I told you guys, like, this looks like it's just broke through that trend line and it's making its way towards the 172s. So we could be on a little bit of a rally here. And of course, you could go at it with some ETF effects, right? With like your DRAM if you wanted to. I think this is when you should be looking at a DRAM, right? I feel like a lot of traders are probably buying these dips earlys, right? And like I always say, look for the waves, right? So the first wave, bomb, this is your first wave area. Then you get a bounce. So down one, up one, right? Like can't do this enough, guys, but I'll show you guys what I mean by that. So down one, up one. Down 2, up 2, right? Down 3, up 3, and then what do you get, right? You get this attempt to come right back into this kind of game, right? So you go right back into this, you go right back to the support, but you can't break back down to this layer anymore. That's a telling sign. Now you leave room for what? A little bit of some chop, and the upside can come in, right? So this is why I always look for these down moves, and you start to draw them out as supports, right? These are your support points, and they start to ping. There's 1, 2, there's 3, and usually what happens, and I say this all the time, the rule of 3, I can't say this enough. This is the only thing that I've ever gotten in a light bulb. 1, 2, 3, fake out on the next move, you look for the rip back, right? So this allows you to wait for this one. Then you can tell yourself, let it come up, and I'm going to be patient. I'm going to let it try to break down. And if it doesn't, then I can start to look for this positioning, because then I know for sure where my risk is, right? Once you know where your risk is, you can go into higher conviction. If you want to play between all this, you can just go really, really small and build the position. That's called position traders, right? They're just kind of positioning in all those supports, waiting for the big rip like this, and then selling a good portion, then trying to trail it. That kind of mentality, right? But man, if we play trades like this, I'm telling you guys will be thanking me in the long run when you see it on the charts, right? You guys go looking at it. Tell me if I'm wrong in this mentality, because I would love everybody to go looking at the charts and trying to find this rule of 3.
What I love is, right, you guys are talking about, MU and SK Hynix and all the Korean kind of stuff, and we didn't need it. That's a tweet I just put out that people are probably mad at. We didn't need the Qs. We didn't need SMH is still like way below all-time highs. It's not even
We
close.
did need the Qs.
The Qs are nowhere near all-time highs still. Right?
But that doesn't
still
matter.
Like 5. I'm just saying that the rest of the world made new all-time highs without the Qs, without SMH, without any of these things. Like, it turns out there are other
Where's your
stocks
tweet?
in
So
the
I'm
market.
gonna go argue over there. I'll go argue with your tweet over there.
Well, it is a mathematical fact that the SPY is at an all-time high and the Qs are not. Right? It is.
I'll go argue with your tweet over there. Where is it at? Where is Michael?
It is an undeniable that we did not need the AI trade to go break a new all-time high before we broke an all-time high, which is awesome. It is the most bullish thing that could happen. All of the people that are like, oh man, we really need this and this and this to break out. No, we don't.
Like, now that the SPY has tapped a 778 number here, where do we think? Do we think we're going to see 780 today?
Today, maybe, but like the real thing is like, okay, so we didn't need the AI trade to make an all-time high. What happens if the AI trade starts to make an all-time high? The SPY could just explode, because 30% of the SPY, if you look at it, right, the SPY, like a third of it is the Qs. And the Qs still aren't there yet. So if the Qs start to catch up and everything else that made an all-time high before then just doesn't crash, then holy smokes. Like, you're going to get, we see 800 by the end of by election season? Maybe, right? This is supposed to be the choppiest time of the year. And we're going. And it's by the back of the everyman, right? The random kind of schmuck
All right, guys.
company.
You guys out there, hit that link, go argue with us. Instead of just talking with us here about it, go talk with us about it on X. Michael is at it. I came in there. Go look what I posted. I posted something. I ain't going to tell you. You got to go look on the post to go get it. So get out there. I threw up the link there. You guys can click it. Go out there on X. Go talk to Michael and I. Go see how we can go at it. And that's the fun part. That's what trading really is, guys.
That
Well,
is
and then so
community
like
and
yeah,
yelling.
And,
so-
and hit the follow while you're there, right?
if we get the Qs catching up, that gets us a huge amount. Then what if a world exists in where Bitcoin stops sucking? Right? There's so many lagging sectors out here. You know, financials all-time highs. Right? We know that. XLV all-time highs, been there forever. RSP's been ripping all-time highs day after day after day. And again, what happens if all of a sudden you start to see the Qs start to rip to all-time highs? You start to see IBIT start to maybe not even all-time highs, but just stop sucking for a period of time. There's just so much more fuel to the fire that can be added here. That would be super interesting. But we got to see. We got to see if it's going to happen. I think that'd be awesome.
I like both of your comments on X.
That's the fun part.
There you go.
That's the fun part, man.
Michael's tweet here where we didn't need the QQQ, so I'm gonna lift it up. I'll repost. I'm gonna repost Mitch too. There we go.
And it becomes a battle, right? And that's what it's all about. But come with the charts, come with the talk, and let us know what you guys are seeing out there. Tak, I did let you know in the chat. I don't know why it said LWU. It's supposed to say LEU. Sorry about that, Tak. But mentioned you in the chat there. You're talking about uranium getting the lift. I've talked about this, and I've told you, like, one of the areas that I like is that area. Michael's talked about it, right, with the basic materials and how he sees it. And so uranium could definitely be that area that can get hot. If you want beta, I think SMR is your pick, right? Like if you want like movement and you want percentage return, yeah, I would like to take a shot on this one. But if you want something a little bit more secured or something that can have like a better upside, I think this LEU is just that, right? Because if you look at it on a weekly pattern, right, if it gets back into this trend, and you can break this high from last week, right? The high of 203, that's your sign. That's your reversal back up. That's your stock that's gone, 50% retracement, right? And can play back, right? You guys hear me say it all the time. The ones that have gone down 40 and 50% are the ones to look at, because that gives us the opportunity to find it at a more reasonable valuation, which makes you not be the chase, right? You didn't buy it up here. You bought it at the reasonable valuation, and it's come back towards a prior support area.
I'll tell you what stock was ripping out of the open was CoreWeave. We just had earnings with it, and it went up to 117, and since then it's been dumping. We're down to 111s now for CoreWeave.
Yeah. You know what this is?
Rotation?
We talk about these all the time. No, this is just a trend line approach.
Ah, okay.
You see how it went to the trend line and then it just comes off of it?
Yeah.
So stocks love to go to trend lines, not break out above them. I'll say it again. There's so many people that say this online that tell you like, oh, you trade breakouts. Why not trade it to the trend line? Right? Like imagine if you were trading this and your whole mentality was, I'm going to sell at the trend line. Then you're already out here celebrating, right, Jesse? While everybody else is like, oh, why'd the stock pull back, man?
You weren't paying attention to the trend line.
You don't realize that trend lines are resistance, essentially.
Right.
And at resistance, what happens often? Selling.
Yeah.
Right? So if you don't want to take part, that's up to you, right? But is there selling at these spikes? Oh, hell yeah. You can see it, right? Like it's just wicks.
Yeah.
Right? That's selling pressure at those levels, right? Supply, demand, right? We ran into a supply there, Jesse, where people are willing to sell their supply there, and there's not so much demand at those levels. That's it. Simply put, right? I've been trying to do this for the traders out there, especially the beginners, to try to ease it into more supply demand conversations, right? Because we can get as like particular, but the RSI is at 53.2. That's not going to benefit us, right? But if we can start understanding things in supply and demand, we could start to have better strategies. You guys can build better strategies with that mentality.
And so I see you're in the week chart here, Mitch.
Yeah.
So this is more like, this is where you like to see those trend lines, and you like to essentially see where something might break, something might stop, and then be like, all right, this might be a top here. Thank you.
Yeah. So you look for the reload. Where's the reload? That's going to be trying to play a short-term moving average pullback here, especially on a stock that gaps up like this, right? Like, there's no way in hell that you're getting this up here and feeling like you're safe to hold down to 70, right? No one's doing that, right? So what you're doing is more, if you're trading it up here, you're trading it for a momentum push, right? You're just trading off kind of like 1 minute, trying to ride momentum. But if momentum cracks, you shouldn't be in the trade anymore, right? Yeah. Because you're chasing the move. When we chase, we scalp. That's the way I think. It doesn't need to be the way that you think, but that's the way I think. If I'm chasing and I know it right off the back, I better be in scalper's mentality. I better be using a scalping strategy and not a strategy of trend hold, because that's an easy way to get left holding the bag. And then tomorrow you gap down into this area, into 105, and trust me, you will be upset because now you're holding the bag and you're owning it at where? Resistance. Not a fun trade at all. Trust me, as a swing trader, that's like the number one thing you don't want to be doing, right? So know the hat that you're wearing. Are you a scalper? Are you a swing trader? And what time frame you're taking the trade? And I know Michael will support this so much. What time frame you're taking the trade for is like big portion of your results, right?
It is everything. I don't know how many people I've seen they'll like talk about like a macro theme or focus, and they'll be in and out of a stock in 5 minutes. It's like, what are you doing? It does not matter that this is a good company or a bad company, or the earnings were positive or negative. If you're in and out of it for the next 30 seconds, like, if you're trying to, you have to line up the things you are focused on with your time frame. Right? If you are somebody out there who is a short-term scalper, then your focus should be like the tape. It should be on, what's happening in kind of the here and there. If you are a longer-term trader, well, then you kind of refocus that into longer-term scenarios, and you try to avoid those. Like, the opposite of that would be if you're a hyper scalper and you're focused on the EPS growth year over year, you're insane. And also, if you're a long-term investor and you're looking at the 10-second chart, you're also nuts, right?
You're in trouble.
Take whatever time frame you've decided your trade is and focus on only things that will affect that particular time frame. And it goes for quants too. Someone came to me once and, I built this great trading strategy, and the hold time on average was 10 minutes, and he had like quarterly dividend growth as one of his filters in his strategy. I'm like, it makes no sense. So you always got to sit back and it's everything from how you set up your charts to what pieces of information you let into your brain. If you're a commodities trader, you shouldn't be focusing on what SK Hynix is, right? You can only look at so much. You can only focus on so much. So just make sure whatever it is that you're doing is lined up with that time frame. And I've seen that unlock so much for traders, is just trying to do the wrong thing, right?
Absolutely.
I could literally put that on repeat. And you guys should be literally going to sleep with that in your ears.
Just
record yourself. We'll make a recording out of it. We'll fall asleep tomorrow saying it over and over again.
I mean, positive affirmations, that's one to believe in. I'll tell you what's another one to believe in. Let's go, Micron. Sound that alarm. The 9 EMA is holding well, guys. Now we've had 3, 1, 2, 3. This is the 4th try to go through. So if you see the momentum slow down, you know what to do. But this gives you the potential for the breakout, right? And so that's why I love the 9 EMAs. I love understanding those types of resistance, right? Once you create this first one, you start drawing, you can only draw a trend line when you have a trend line only works if you have 3 points. At least that's what the CMT tells us, right? But I always draw them when I have 2, and I am looking for the third to touch it, right? Because then you could have drawn this out and then been like, as soon as it gets there, you're not looking like you're trying to get 945. You're like, oh, that's third resistance. Wait for the pullback, right? Instead of being like, oh, and now I need to buy. These runs to the resistance are traps. They're traps to get you to buy and use your size way too early so that by the time this move could potentially happen, you're probably already either too sized big and stopped out, or the stock is just like wearing you out, right? And so sideways action does that a lot of the times. Consolidation just wears us out at the trade. They make us think that the stock's going to rip, like right here. And then you go buying, you hit the buy button. You're like, oh, I'm getting this. And then all of a sudden, oh shit, I have too much size. You know what I mean? And then, oh crap, it's coming back to support. Now, if it does a wick here and it does the liquidity thing that we talk about all the time, guess what happens? You're part of the stop out crew versus the crew that's being patient and ready to reap the benefit.
So are you sitting back and waiting before the trade? If you were looking at this right now and you're saying, hey, I'm just looking at this, I realize it's been moving up. Now we're in some consolidation moment. Are you looking for the short, or are you looking to wait to buy?
Great question, Jesse. Yeah, I would either be taking small buys off the support. So I'm like adding in slowly, right? Like I'm trying to dip by every support and adding to a position, or waiting for the liquidity scare and recovery and then hammering on, because then I have clear defined support. So there's 2 options there, right? You determine which part of the trade you want to be in, right? And then there's the side, if you're like a contrarian trader, you're looking for the fourth to fail this attempt now, to fail this breakout, maybe makes a wick, right? Because there's still shorts trades here that can be a potential strategy. You look for that wick, a blow off top, and then when it breaks back down below this, you can mean revert it back, right, to the VWAP, right? Another strategy. I can give you 3 strategies on this one look. That's how trading really is, right, Michael? Like there's so many strategies going on within the market that you don't realize this. There's traders trading that one probably to the short. There's traders probably trading that position trade. And then there's also traders that buy these liquidity scares, right? So that's kind of a big outlook on the market, man.
Well, and that's what makes a market, right? There would be no back and forth action in the market. Like efficient market theory would be true if everybody thought the same way.
Trump
but
news, Crow saying.
Trump news.
PSQH.
What's a PS? Well, let me see.
That's definitely a penny stock, but oh yeah, it's moving, man.
Ooh.
Is it halted? Yeah, it's halt. Yeah, it's halted there.
What did
they get
do?
the API?
All right,
dude, I asked Claude if it could get the API. It said no.
No, and what they've done is like so incredibly dirty, where basically he puts a post out, it gets shipped to that API and then shipped out to the regular public, and it's like a half a second between them, which it doesn't sound like much until you realize that is exactly what the high frequency trader guys are doing. PSQ Holdings announced closing of 1.3 private investment led by Donald Trump Jr. So yes, that is one of the pro-socialism plays. Whatever this thing does, it now has the president's son as a lead investor.
Oh boy.
He's done it before, right? He's part of UMAC, right? He's on UMAC. That's why people love trading UMAC. If you guys don't know, that's why people love unusual machines, because Trump's son's on the board, right? That's this ticker.
PSQ Holdings engages in technology-based marketplace and payment systems, operates through the following market segments: marketplace brands and financial technology, headquartered in Bozeman, MT.
This looks great today.
Yeah, it looks like it's I don't know, like a Stripe competitor or something, but I'm just seeing payments.
Oh, okay. Yeah.
Look what we got, Jesse.
Look at it. There it goes. There it goes.
And what did it do? It did the fake for the shorts where it goes up and throwback look, right?
Yeah.
What's called a throwback. You get through the trend line, you throw it back to the trend line. That's why it's called a throwback, not a pullback. It's called a throwback. I know Michael will support me. That's what the CMTs call it. And then it goes back to the upside, right? We'll see if it can keep going, but this is exactly what you look for, right? This is why the pattern exists. This is why I don't even like to tell you about the rule of three. It's the only strategy that I tell myself, Mitch, I don't know why I put it out there publicly.
We're open on this one.
I can tell you, Jesse, you'll never hear me mention that about any other trade. And that should be a tell sign.
Wow.
You'll never hear me mention that about any other trade. Like, there's the only trade that I can say that I would want to keep to myself. Because it works out that damn much.
There's been a few market wizards, I'm sure Michael's read about them too, where they have said there's a book, which I think it's his third book, Jack's book, where he was talking to a trader and the trader was like, yeah, I'm not going to tell you he basically didn't want to tell any strategy whatsoever because he knew that people would follow it. And then, if that catches on.
The edge loses, dude.
The edge
loses.
Right. Exactly.
Right?
Well, it's
I know a trader that struggles with this mentality too. He can teach it, but doesn't want to.
The guy who I was talking about was at the end of the last one who did the 11 years of never losing a month. He was the same way. He was very specifically, and he even said, I can't have my account grow to a certain size because as soon as my account grows to a certain size, the edge is too big, so I can't let anyone else know. So he would, very vaguely say he trades, news flow or things like that, but he's not going to give that exact strategy. I just added this one, so we'll keep it on watch. I just bought a little bit of it for my socialism account. I took some of that Intel money and added some PSQ. I got filled at $4.97. You can see here. So
Nice.
it's a nice looking, you got to look. It's did a split thing. So you got to look at the other charts, the split adjusted charts. I don't know. It's like it's got a low here. It's got a higher low here. It's a dog awful company, but I'm just like, I bought enough that I'm just going to put a stop around like 350. We'll see. Either comes 350 and it takes a stop that I've accepted and I'm uncomfortable with, or it's real and it shoots to, I don't know, $10 or something. And, so the rules of the socialism account is you put out your stop, you sell half if it like doubles and you move on.
Did you ever add MP to that?
Yeah, I own some MP in it. It's been not the best.
I like it.
I forget
I like
where
it here off the 50. You're finally getting that recovery.
Yeah,
right?
I think
it's a basic material trade.
It's like I looked like a genius and then looked like an idiot, and I think I'm like up a couple bucks on it. But it's like Intel was the real, like that thing was just nuts, right? In at 30 and out at like 100. Like I'll take that all day long. But so far this thing's moving. It's a nice little.
Dude, I still remember calling it that day before. The day before the Trumpster came in. That's what it's all about, man.
Right.
I've called two of them the day before it comes out. I've owned one of them, and that's all you can do, man. That's all you can do. There was nothing better than just like looking into your phone, right, Jesse? One of those check your positions in the after hours and being like, oh shit, I gotta close this. I gotta close this. I'm making too much money. What the hell just happened?
What happened?
Why am I up $1,700? I'm only allowed to make 15.
Am I a politician? Do I have inside information? It's going so well.
I can't say it, guys. The rule of three.
Look at it. And Pops is
It
green in
did.
this trade. Good job, Pops Mafia.
Guys, someone delete this stream. I don't want it out there.
Oh, that's funny. Like,
Oh man.
the Crow is saying, yeah, Kevin's interview with Jason Burry, he refused to leak Edge as well.
Mhm.
Yep.
Well, yeah, and it depends on the size of your edge. Like if you're trading NASDAQ 100 names and you're buying them for 2 or 3 days, you're not going to leak any edge doing it. But if your edge is either very fast
Yep.
or on very illiquid names, then yeah, you're going to keep a lot of what you do close to your chest. And this is something that people think about when they talk. And that, there might be somebody may have a strategy they're totally cool with talking about it, and then they might have another strategy that they're not cool at all with talking about, because right, strategy A might be plenty liquid and totally fine. Strategy B, that might be like, no way.
Yeah.
So right, there's a lot of nuance that in which we need to you just need to understand and not get mad at someone for doing it, because like, hey, this is the thing that I found and it makes me money, and I'm just gonna.
I think you can get mad, but the whole other thing is that going to do anything, right?
Right.
Yeah,
You could get mad. I mean, you could get mad at anybody. You can get mad at the guy down the street,
want.
right? But you know what I mean?
The best story for this that I think describes it is that the guy who invented the Black-Scholes model that is still used this day and everybody uses all the time to price options. He wasn't Black or Scholes. He
calling it, man.
He invented it first and used it to make millions and millions and millions of dollars, and then all of a sudden it got published and the edge disappeared. He goes, okay, fun while it lasted. So he's not going to be the one that they credit to discovering it in the textbooks and everything. The question is, do you want to be that guy? Which there's arguments for both, right? Do you want to be the guy that they're talking about in finance classes for the next 100 years? Or do you want to be the guy with a sick yacht who retired super early? Again, either of those would look like a fine example to me. I wouldn't knock any of those.
Guys, NVIDIA, I can't say this enough. I've mentioned it, I think, yesterday. Look at the weekly candle. Yeah, big boys. That's all I got to say. Big boys. Look at the wick here on the weekly, and look what happened right after. Bullish engulfing candle. This woke up. I know a lot of people tell you, and they're going to tell you that NVIDIA's been asleep and it's not going anywhere. They're wrong. It was asleep, and that's why they're telling you. They're telling you what's in the past, not what's in the present. In the present, this is getting hot. And this should wake up AMD, and this should wake up the whole industry, because it's the leader. Leaders wake up laggards, right? So look at how AMD's reaction is starting to go, right? Look at TSM, right? Look at NVIDIA. Look at AVGO.
DRAM's pushing up.
Look at SK Hynix. I can't say this enough, guys. This is, I know, Michael, you're seeing it as like maybe it's not the Qs. It's not only the Qs, but the Qs is what's going to really drive this market. If we want to keep going, right? Like if we want to make the bigger moves, the longer term trend lines, it's when the mags joins the party and the Qs sends us flying.
Yeah, that was exactly my point, is that we've done all this.
So we're making the same
without
point.
the Qs. Yeah, the Qs were not required for us to make the all-time highs. So imagine what happens
measure
if
from
they
the
join
bottom,
party.
right? They just scared everybody out in the Qs first, right? And then they brought it back, right? By the time it gets to all-time highs, majority of the traders got washed out on the lows.
Well, and
right?
if it gets back to all-time highs, then imagine, again, the SPY is 30%. 30% of the market value of the SPY is the Qs. So if that goes up, the 5% or whatever it needs to get to all-time highs, that's another couple percent that you tack on to the SPY moves. Again, assuming, right, a perfect world now is that everything else just kind of chills out, and then the SPY or the Qs start tick higher, and that just drags up the SPY kind of with that. And yeah, again, best case scenario is you get a rotation back. That's the SPY hitting new all-time highs way before the Qs shows that there was a big rotation under the hood, and you've seen it for ages, right? If you look at like the RSP, there's been relative strength in everything else for a long time. So if that rotation comes all the way back into tech, then you can have just a huge kind of ripper there with everything else.
SK Heine's still moving. 163s now.
The last call, at least one of the nice one that I wanted to mention is, did you get your DraftKings? Because tonight's the first preseason game. Really, I mean, there was a Hall of Fame game, but that doesn't really count. But tonight's the first preseason NFL game, and look at the trade, guys. Can you tell me the seasonality does not work? Guys, I've done this now for 5 years. I'm 5 for 5. I'll keep doing it. All right. Like some years it's returned less, but if it's 5 for 5, that's a tell sign. Right.
Oh, wow. So I'm looking at the stats on this PSQH thing. It's only 15 million shares in the float.
Good Lord.
This is like, could you imagine any other world? Oh no, sorry. Shares market. Sorry. It's way wrong in that. The market capitalization is 15 million. There is only 2 million shares in the float.
Good Lord. Micro float. What they call micro float. Micro floats are the worst stocks to trade, guys.
But could you imagine any other president's son just buying 10% of a micro float company like this? And it would be news for weeks, and this will just go away.
Well, the thing is, there's nothing but skeletons that work at the SEC. So they're all dead, and there's skeletons out there. It should look like I promise you, the SEC should look like a Halloween haunted mansion in there, because like when you open the door, the bats come out.
Dude,
you know what I mean? Because knock. Is anybody there?
Everyone would be so up in arms for so long if they're like, man, how dare this person? How dare the whatever other president named son buys into this? And just,
Macron. Let's go.
My son. Go. Wow, 950 for MU. 950.
Let's go.
I'll tell you, Qs are fun to watch too. I traded TQQ earlier.
Look at that rally. Rally. The pitcher's name is Sally. Back into my Little League days.
There you go. It's a long time ago for me.
That's why you can tell the song is like very sexist.
Because you know it's old.
Yeah, wouldn't get away with that anymore.
You can't say that anymore. The pitcher's name might be Sally.
The good old days, baby. The good old days.
Pitcher's name might be Sally here. Netflix coming back, and that just shows you names in the ditches start to come back, and you know they're picking the ditches.
It's because they brought Little House on the Prairie back, man. Netflix, they brought back Little House. That's why the whole stock's going up now. They brought back Paw. Paw and Ma are back.
All right, we'll see what's going on out there, guys. 4% from the buy there already. Micron, been a nice lift today, guys. Woo! What a nice rally there. How's the SK Heine?
How is the Heine?
Oh, that's how it is. Remember I said that it could get to like the 170s. It like wants 170s today.
I need 170s today.
I'm sure someone was in the chat there when I said that comment, like, oh, it wants 170 today. This guy's hallucinating. So what is this guy on? Well, look, it's up there already, right? I mean,
MU has followed the 9 EMA all morning long.
And so has the Heine.
So look at the Heine. Yep. They're parallel.
Right? And that's why I use it as momentum, right? It's not like an all and be all line, right? Like I wish it was, right? That's not the way it works, right? But it gives you the simple signal of is the stock in a momentum run or not? Simply put. Mm-hmm. And why does it work? Because the MACD, guys. It's because so many traders use the MACD. And part of the MACD is the 9 EMA specifically. It's literally engraved into the indicator. And so because of that, it's like a self-fulfilling prophecy for momentum. Right? That's why essentially just putting it on the screen here is like looking at the MACD, right? Like if you're above that 9 on a 1 minute, you should see MACDs looking like they're kind of cross, right? So I can, I hate, just being like that guy that just talks about crap and doesn't show you it, right? So I'll show you it, right? So look at here on SK Hynix. What did you get out the gates? You got a hold and a break of the MACD. That's this blue line crossing here, right? And then it starts to get it in above, right? But if you use the 9, when this starts to pull back, you're not scared, and you're just waiting to see when it actually can give you signals of confirmation where you're getting crosses and price action starts to break the 9, right? But once you see these crosses, you can kind of use that as a momentum run and look at it. Also look back at deeper time frames like the 15, and you see the MACD still what? Expanding away. So that shows you momentum is increasing. And then you can use the 1 minute 9 as also that indicator. So you use the 15 MAC overall to tell you, hey, this stock is still in play for the day. Could take pullbacks, but still in play. And then the 1 minute is telling you more the short-term momentum right now in this period, right? And then the 15.9 can be your entries for pullback opportunities, right? So then that's kind of how I look at the 9 on the 15 that plays into the MAC, right? So there you guys have it, how I somehow use the MACD to get some lessons. And I know that we do like education segments all the time. This is the education. You guys are getting it throughout the show today. You guys are getting,
which is good.
A lot of education, guys.
A lot of stops and breakdowns of things. Just a new Bloomberg tweet. It's prediction markets and Fed fund futures switch to more of a neutral stance. So they're seeing a 70% chance Fed holds rates steady for the rest of the year. So that was better than the hikes they were saying before, which again, do markets follow that?
The moment Kevin came in, prolonged interest rates. Why? Yeah. He's trying to figure it out, dude. He's going to let the midterms play out. He's going to let the government do whatever they need to figure out, and then he'll make decisions, right? Because doing it now doesn't help things.
It's always the easiest answer to go and go, we'll wait for more data. We'll wait for more data. We'll wait for more data, right? No one's going to get mad. And it's like, well, Trump will, but no one else is going to get mad.
He's making changes right now, right, Michael? He did that new whole mentality. He wants to change the way that inflation's taken in. Mm-hmm. Well, I mean, this wasn't already done prior to him becoming Fed head, so now he has to actually do those things. Yep. So in that mentality, would you be focused on making changes right now? No, I'd be focusing on trying to get this whole process that I'm trying to get under wraps first. If I can get that process set, then I can put it into action. But I can't just try to wing it along the way, right? And I think he clearly understands that. So what is he doing? He's hiring people. He's determining how things are going to work moving forward. And with that, it means just don't make a change right now. Don't break anything, but don't add anything either, right? That's it. You know what I mean?
Yeah, especially if you're changing the mathematics behind, right, how you're going to calculate everything, then yeah, you wouldn't want to make a decision until you're confident that that math is telling you the story that you want it to tell you. And
you know what he's doing, Michael? He's AI modeling. He's doing his his modeling looking forward, right? He's doing Monte Carlos, right? He's doing simulations looking forward to see what would the return on investment be.
That a lot of these people might not know is that most of these Fed numbers that come out are voluntary surveys. So what had happened is, you can track this through. In the 70s, the Fed would call and people would pick up the phone and answer. And you would get, I think they had like a 70% hit rate of, hey, can you help us answer this question? Like consumer sentiment, but also employment numbers. Like, hey, did you fire anyone? Did you hire anyone? And like 70% of the people would answer the question. That's now like 10. So the amount of data that they're actually getting is like nothing. So you can almost forgive survey data, which as a quant and as like a statistician guy is the worst kind of data that can possibly exist, is because anyone can say whatever the hell they want in a survey or not say anything at all. You can kind of forgive that way back in the day. But now it's 2026. You can't really forgive them getting these data via surveys. You should know how many people are unemployed because you're paying out, another part of the government is paying out benefits. So you should just be able to look at it. Like, you should be able to know what inflation is just by, you know, getting some sort of API connection to grocery stores and gas stations. And like, there is way better ways to collect this data, which would be, you know, hard and irrefutable and make perfect sense, as opposed to the way they're doing it, where they're just kind of like asking, like, hey man, how much do you charge for stuff? It's like, just get the data. It's data's out there. Just send a guy to the grocery store with one of those little scan things and like walk out. There's like so many better ways to gather this stuff. And yeah, it's one of those, it's government. So it was built this way and it made sense the way it was built like 40 years ago. And then technology got all better and the government just never updates or changes things until someone comes along and says, you know, enough. So I'm all for it if he's going to actually run the government based off hard data instead of like a bunch of people's vibes. I think that's great.
SpaceX has been dumping now for a little while. I'm in a short
What's up, fellas?
Hey.
Just coming in there. What's going on, Josh? How we doing?
Yeah,
AK's in.
Yeah, seeing some good movement there. Simi's looking great today. I know Jesse's smiling, going, yes, DRAM, go. Run, DRAM, run.
Run a lot more. Needs to run a lot more. Get up to 68, please.
Hey, you know, with those trades, man, you know, one thing I always say is if you get back to 68, know what you're doing. Right? Because one of the things that happens a lot of times is you sound like what happens to me sometimes when I get caught in a position and I sound like a pig, right? Because I'm not a bull, I'm not a bear, I'm stuck in the middle. So a lot of times what I'll think about, Jesse, is if I get back to break even, do I just want to get out and reposition?
Yeah.
Right? Because sometimes, especially on long-term investments, it might make sense to reposition than to just try to keep staying in that pig position, right? Where I feel like I mistimed the trade, right? So when you get back there, know what you're doing. Are you keeping it for it going to 75? Or are you saying, hey, I got my money back, I'm getting the hell out of here, right?
Exactly.
So sometimes you got to admit that you were wrong, maybe on timing, not maybe wrong on the trade, right? You were right on the trade. It's a bullish trade overall, but your timing might have been a little early and you got caught in the middle of the chart. Don't stay in the middle of the chart. Take your money and run. Maybe if it goes to the green, or just establish that, hey, it's gotten close enough. I'm going to manage this loss and get the hell out. Maybe take a $20, $30 haircut, but it wasn't a $200, $300, $500 hit to my account, right? That's called managing a loss, right? Sometimes we got to become managers also.
Got to be good managers. You got to.
Yep.
You got to manage trades.
Look at Micron go. Look at the momentum.
Of course.
The momentum is just wicked today, guys.
We're rolling. SanDisk blowing here.
And what did we say out the gates? The Qs were waking up. It was starting to go, and right at the gates, little red, and it doesn't want to come back to VWAP. That's always a tell sign for me. When the indexes are saying that we don't want to go back to VWAP, that's a tell sign. That's like, we don't even want to let you in, right? So, a great day today, man. Look at that. Look at that, guys. 2 shares about to make me $100 in Micron.
Nice.
2 shares.
Shares. That's what it can do for you.
Yep.
That's what Micron can
Make
do.
you a nice Benji, right? I'm going to actually put a stop there at the 950s to just let this work for the rest of the day and then just go. Just go. I'll take my $70 with 2 shares, and whatever comes from here on is just what they say, you know, the cherry on top, baby.
Yeah.
You're getting that cherry today.
You take that $100, you take it over to DraftKings, and who you taking tonight? We got fantasy football.
Hey, that's my boy, Josh. That's my boy. Who do we got tonight? All right, stick around with that mentality. Josh, I'm actually opening a league. I'm trying to do a league here, fantasy league. I know you're going to be all about that.
Yeah.
And I got to tell you and talk to you at least offline because I made myself a fantasy football brand that I got to tell you about. So maybe who knows? Josh seems like the perfect NFL guy.
What did I was in a trade, Crow. What did I miss? Beware of the naked man who offers you his shirt. What? What?
Was that
Crow.
a comment?
Crow, I told you.
A reference to
Crow,
something we forgot about.
I've
Hopefully.
mentioned to you, Crow, stop walking around naked, dude.
It's the only way to trade money, Mitch.
I was going to say it's a little early, but who knows where he is.
Stop walking around naked, Crow. Bro, you have neighbors. Close the windows. Close the blinds.
Yeah. What are we
Someone
doing?
talking about Open Door here. I got it up. It's kind of interesting.
Don't open Crow's door.
Don't open the cross door.
Hey, that's how you get rid of those. That's how you get rid of those door-to-door sales. As soon as you just open the door, boom, they're gone.
Oh, baby, the Mormons are here. Hold on, I'm taking my shirt off.
Yeah.
Josh, I was trying to drink coffee there, dude. How much is blurted everywhere?
Go ahead, Mike.
Watchtower Ministries. Hold on. Take off my shirt.
That's how,
Yeah,
that's how Josh gets a salesman away. Just looking like Borat.
My sister used to have a Rottweiler that she named Damien, and the nicest thing in the world. But as the Mormons would come running up, she'd be screaming at Damien in her yard, and they'd see this giant 150-pound like Rottweiler. And no one ever came. They're like, no, it's okay. We're good. Screaming like Satan's name at these people with this dog freaking out, but. Yeah, Open Door. Someone was mentioning it's an interesting. They did some sort of private placement I was looking at, but I like the gap down, and then it had a little support area here. Gap down, came and closed the gap down. Big volume day, like way big. It's probably I don't even know if it shows up on the stream, but way bigger than kind of recent volume here. So I'm interested. I might take a shot in this one. Just wait till the close, and if it's somewhere like that in the close. And I love these kind of undercut, right? You buy the close, your stop goes under there, your risk is super tiny, and then see if maybe it kind of grinds back up here. Put that on that one. Because it's still holding on to that massive gain it had when, I don't know, some random guy invested and they did a little short squeeze. It's been holding on to that. It's been slowly grinding back down, but still way better than like the 50 cents it was down there. So I might take a shot. This might be one of those, might be the start of same thing I did with my IVG trade and Blue Owl. And I've done a handful of these this year that worked out great. I don't know if this one will, but it's a decent looking little shot to take there. The risk on these things are so tiny, right? Because if I buy it here at 350, my stop's at like, 325. So you're risking 25 cents. And if you're right, this thing gets to like $5 or something. That's just a huge risk reward trade, right?
Huge. I like that.
Uber Trader asking about our chat room. Hey, Yosh, if you could put our Discord out there, you could. That is our chat room. Other than this, we're chatting it up here, of course, on any of the socials that we're live at. But that is our main Discord. So if we could put our Discord out there, and that might be obvious, we might even have it in the description of today's live stream.
Yeah, it should be already there, where you can click a link in the description down below for our Discord. Always in the description down below on YouTube, guys. You should be able to find that. Let us know for any reason it's not there, because I know Joe will make sure to get it up in the chat. And like always, get over there. One of the things is we don't only talk about trading on there. We put out some exclusive stuff, right? And we're going to be putting out more. We do exclusive events on there, right? Things that you don't get to see on the YouTube. So you get some bonuses just for being there. So get over to the Discord, and right there in the chat, click it up and let them know how you got there. Right? Like, one of the things that we would love is that if you do go over to the Discord, let them know, hey, I came over, the live stream sent me over, right? Because that shows them that we're getting you guys over, and that's what it's all about, building over the community to continue pushing forward. Crow out there and you guys out there, if you guys get consistent, you guys can get a channel yourself, right? Let's say if you guys just want to put out a bunch of content and put out trade ideas. Go out there, be consistent for us, work with Joe. Joe's in the chat there. Plenty of people working in the Discord. They'll help you go ahead and get to maybe it's getting to more traders. You help us, we're here to help you too, right? So, hey, get out there. Crow, Tack, you guys want to get out there and give some trade ideas? I'm sure the Discord will appreciate it.
And smash that like button, like G. Thomas says, for sure. But yeah, it's free.
Like it.
It's free. It's
Like
free.
it.
It's free to join. So yeah, come on over.
Right?
We have fun over there too. We got a book. We got a book segment. We got a movie of the month or whatever we do. We got a lot of different things that we do over there as well. Joe has got a very full Discord for us, 100%.
960s hitting on Micron. The party doesn't stop here, guys. 60 points higher.
That's heat right there, bro.
Yeah, man. And we were coming in here talking about it before the open, right? Which is key, right? Not cherry picking like a lot of the people out there on Twitter be doing. So that's another thing you can do for us always is hit that share button and give it to traders, right? Like they said this idea before the open, not no cherry picking, not no telling you about it after the fact, right? That's what we try to do here. We try to give you guys trade ideas.
Yeah,
like always, you guys make your investment decision.
I do in a chat room once, and I always got that. Oh yeah, man. Hold on. When did you get in though? Yeah, you
didn't even tell me you were gonna trade this name. What the hell are you in this name now for? Oh, you made 20K? You didn't even freaking tell me about this ticker today, dude. How am I going to make money if you're just making money and then telling me about it? No, that doesn't work that way, right? It works a lot better when you tell them it before the market opens and then the stock goes up and does this. Then you can't really be mad at them, right? You're like, well, I mean, it kind of lets you know, right?
Yeah. We tried.
Kind of stalled out now with old SK Heine. We got some consolidation going on. 164 was our high, and it looks like we're just kind of hanging out at the moment.
15 minutes starting to come back into play. And what I'd look at is, do you break the one now? And now you start to break. So now we could be going back to VWAPs. So now it's like, hey, do you either want to take the short-term momentum money or give yourself the opportunity for 15-minute pullbacks? That's the way I'd be thinking, Jesse.
I like that.
Right?
I
So,
like that. Yep.
So it doesn't mean that it's broken, right? It means that we're getting those pullbacks. So it's more, do you want to stick with the close momentum or do you want to give yourself the potential for this to come back to like 937s for me on Micron? For SK Hynix, that would mean the stock coming back around the 159 to 160 range.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah. Good
So you
scalp.
got to be thinking that, right? You got to be thinking that, like, do I just want to sell this and rebuy it? Is that my mentality? What was my mentality going into the trade, right? Ride the short-term momentum, or was I going to swing this for a long period of time, right? Those are the types of things you should be thinking about.
Well, football season
Michael,
coming up. Football season, headset on, money Mitch. Oh, you just need something like this and be like, yeah, blue.
That's it.
Yeah, you know.
That's the playbook. The playbook. I like it.
The playbook.
I like it.
I'm like, man,
I
it
like
just
it.
looked
You
like
just gave me a good prop idea. That's the type of guys we are, right? The ideas just keep flowing. So if you guys want more ideas, of course, stick around for the J&J show. That's coming up next. Michael, let's do a quick little wrap up with you. Any trading action with you that you want to go ahead and wrap up with us? It's 10:57, about to head out, and the J&J show is about to kick off.
Happy new all-time highs. Don't screw it up, Josh. Please, thank you.
It's all on you, Josh.
Hey, I've been calling the 770s for so long. You got to be happy. The kids got to be having hot dogs back in there.
Well, if we hold this all-time high, I'll get like the real hot dogs too, the ones that aren't like 90% like
grass-fed, grass-fed
horse
hot dogs,
hooves and grass clippings and whatever the hell they throw in them, like actual legit food. But no, other like it's the day's
all
not
about
over,
the Nathans.
Right? So make sure you pay attention and watch the market to see if we hold this all-time high. So it's super happy to be here. You know, it's kind of obviously what you want to see, us getting up to all-time highs, but you got to hold that, right? We need to exist for at least a day at this price. And if the Qs can, do their little breakout here as well, great. What else you want to see? Can't be mad at a new all-time high.
Yeah, baby. I promise I won't break anything.
Just don't mess it up. It's all you know.
Promise. You promised.
I'll hold my one of my moving averages here right around 776.80 area. How about that? I'll at least can do that for you.
The prior all-time high was, here we go. Yeah, exactly that. 776.85 was the prior all-time high.
That's
so we need to close above that for the official all-time closing high. So that's all I want. That's not much to ask for, right? Just here.
Listen. All right, I got the strong shoulders. I think we got this. I think me and Jesse. I'll throw a little weight over to Jesse if I need to.
Really? It's about time. Only about time, guys. It's only been like 5 months, but whatever.
No, they just want to
Josh can hold it. Josh is strong. He can do it.
Well, now there's two of you. It should always be up, right? If one can hold it, one can.
You would think.
Kind of go from there, right?
Yeah, right. Just leave your elbows on the buy button, and that's all.
There you go.
Boom.
Just ask the guy as Arcaicos or whatever how that one went.
Right.
Yes.
You don't leave your elbow on the buy button, bro. You take it off every now and then.
That's another good one to do one of those segments on, Mitch. That was just a wild story of, I've got more leverage. Let me buy some more. Oh, it went up. I got more leverage. Let me buy some more. Look, I got some more leverage.
He learned the Cathie Wood method of strategy of investment, and it just didn't play out. I'm like,
that's
what we need memes of is Cathie Wood memes.
There you go.
Yeah. No, I'm going to make the guy become Cathie Wood. And then I'm going to have him talking with Cathie and like taking notes. Oh, so this is how you invest, Cathie. Okay, I'm going to go do the same. And it shows you like him just buying and then just the stock just going down. Because I always said it, man. When Cathie buys things, it's like the Omen buying things, bro. Like you run the other way. You're like, oh crap, Cathie got in.
And Cathie and Jim from CNBC.
Oh Lord!
At the same time, it's over. Get out.
I've sold positions because Kramer has made mentions. I've sold positions because Kramer has made mentions. I'm like, oh good Lord, he just ruined this. He just ruined it. Later, guys. Have fun. Guys. It's time for the J&J show. Kick it off and don't stop the party. Don't go anywhere. Hit those likes. Have a great one.
See you guys.
I was just thinking it'd be a great, if we could get away with it, possibly, we just had to, I don't know how we wouldn't, SNL gets to, but it'd be like stock trading SNL, kind of so to speak.
Oh, that would be so good, dude. We could start that. J&J show SNL version. We could do like a 5 or 10 minute segment.
Well, we should do it during Halloween, and you dress up as Trump, and I could, or do something like that.
That would be great. That would be great, believe me.
Oh, dude, that would be so good. That would be so good.
Yeah. That would be funny. Yeah, that would be a good stock trading parody. I'd like that for sure. Some good stuff. SPY, yeah, looking good, looking constructive here off that VWAP. Should hold all-time highs. I don't see why we would. My call out earlier this morning worked out perfectly. Have the morning alerts. Joe knows all about those morning alerts. And Joe, go. He knows. He probably listened to that SPY alert. I'd play it, but essentially it said, hey, this looks like it wants to squeeze. I'm going to go back in a little bit further time frame here real quickly. Qs look good to me. Everything looked good for up. I even said this earlier. I said I had a semiconductor watch for the last couple of days saying this play is tight. It's getting really tight in its wedge. This thing is bound to and looking to really get a squeeze of Rooney. Here's SPY. I mean, just tell me that isn't an ascending triangle if I've ever seen one. So we have the flag up. We have the pole up, flag out to the right, higher low pattern. Flat top right here, essentially at, right at around 70 or 75. Which is all-time highs ahead. And I said today, that's your normal high of day. If we get through that, we'll see 77.50. If not, right out of the gate, if we get the volume, we'll probably see it soon. And we'll see 78.75 and most likely 780. And 780 was my ultimate high of day. And we about clipped it. Now, I don't think we're done yet. I think we could go for more. But this was just set up today to squeeze. I mean, you could look at any of these semis. It doesn't really matter. I just, label them as semis. In my morning alerts just to kind of really, we got to go out to the 4 hour actually here. We got to go out to the 4 hour. Let's go out to the 4 hour. And we're really getting tight into this wedge here, into this angular wedge where you can see the downtrend right into this node. And here's our uptrend. So we're just right at the tip of it. I mean, this is like the tip of Gibraltar. It's not the tip of Gibraltar. I don't even know what the tip of whatever. Anyway, that just came to my head. But whatever, the tip of Gibraltar. And it really had like the squeeze mode. I think we're going to get up here today. I think we continue to climb. Watch for the move up to I say today, but it could have happened after hours, maybe in tomorrow in the pre-market. But this was where I feel like it's a magnet. 1475, really close to that 1485 handle. Somewhere through here is where we're going to get to overall. And we broke the downtrend. It's squeezed. Now, maybe we don't get it all in one run. I feel we do. And just continuation up before we see the pullback. But this was set. I talked about it yesterday in my morning alerts. I talked about them today in my morning alerts. I know for sure because I skipped PLTR. I didn't like the way it looked on the chart, but I did like the way these semis looked. And I knew the big day was coming, and I alerted that this morning, and I liked, again, SPY. So if you took advantage of those beautiful charts today, and then, of course, with the SPY, you had a lot of good rips with it. You know, of course, AMD had a good rip at the bell. Let's get back to at least just a 5-minute time frame. Good rip at the bell there. I wasn't expecting that to have a good rip, nor was I with Meta, but you had some good rips, and now we're rolling. Tesla was another good one. So really got that opening bell range break over that pre-market high, and it just continued to roll today. And SPY, give it to us. Give me a new all-time high. Give me the 480s. Or 480s. No, not 480, 780.
Don't do that.
Nos was like, no. Yeah, no. We don't want to go that low. But big reversal here. So we'll keep an eye on SPY. One small cap ticker to keep your eye on today. Of course, XHG is my one trade. So it was wacky out of the gate. And here we go. I called this to squeeze on trade the pool. And it did. I was like, this is, again, another constructive wedge. This looks like it wants to squeeze. It had a lot of plays to possibly squeeze out of the gate today. And it did. Halted up, Jesse. It halted up to only gap down over $1 and race right into a halt down. And now that we're cracking that trend line and the support, you can see I jumped in short. Now, I wish I would have went in heavier. And I took a lot of my profit. And what's awesome is my halt strategy, I call it the old halt area, becomes the new resistance as it was once the halt. Now, of course, we halt up. Usually, if we gap up, then this area becomes the support. Well, vice versa, you'll get it on the bottom side. And so if you halt down, that then becomes resistance. Took my profit as best I could. I thought we would hopefully maybe even race down, but it was wacky. So there was XHG, kind of whack-a-sauce. Then DFSC, which we had Mr. G that joins every once in a while, and he chats a lot over on the Discord, said, watch for this one to squeeze out of the bell. And it did. It was gorgeous. And this one as well. Not only halted up to gap down, Jesse, then went to new high of day to come down to halt down again. Then it goes up and halts up again here, Jesse, to not only gap down to halt down again. And then here's the halt strategy coming into play. We gap down. Well, that becomes now resistance right here, and it still has since. It has been Wonkacito sauce. The most recent one, FGI. Forget about it, idiot. I don't really know. But we did have one beautiful, if you got the bottom, I love this bottom note. I talked about this in my morning alerts. First, to watch for a bounce play out of the gate, somewhere right around 8, right? So we have some good support here right around 8, maybe a tad below, and we're getting that. We're getting a couple of good bounces from it for it to crack. Then, of course, that becomes a good short. Well, now I talked about this other area. Somewhere right around 735-ish was going to be the dip. Now, of course, you see the wicks lower, and that's where we really get more fills for the move up to V-shape, and these are a little more violent, quicker than U-shapes are. We V-shape into a halt up. We gap up, run to another halt up. It's showing 11 plus on the resumption, truly showing 11, but then it gaps down to race down, to halt up again, to gap down again. I was done. I said, I'm out of here, Jay. I'm out of here. I'm out of here, Kappa. I'm not touching anything else for the rest of the day. Once this started doing whack-a-mole, which every ticker at that point I was looking at for the day was halting, and when it halted up, this was the only one that got a gap up. This was the only halt up today that led to the gap up. Everything else was gap down, halt up, gap down. And I was like, I'm out of here. I don't. This is too wacky for me. And again, imagine like Nas's of the world, Money Mitch's of the world, and even you, Jesse, trading these, which I heard as soon as I jumped on. Money Mitch saying, trading, essentially 1 million float tickers are trash. They're poo-poo caca. And most see it that way. But of course, I love to trade them. I can trade them pretty decently. Anywho, so there is your roundabout and your recap for the small cap market for the day. And FGI is your main mover. This is the one that at least has some news. I think it's off earnings, if I'm not mistaken. And again, what we see for the most part, a little more constructive and not as violent in pre-market, and then in market, it wasn't that bad. You had some good bounces in the reversal, and we're still clean through here. And to get the violent halt up makes sense with the gap up. But boy, since then, it has been a little all over the place with that 12 handle resistance from past chart history area coming into play here pretty heavy at this point.
Man.
So there we go, my man.
There it is. Yeah, I've taken a few trades today. I did some SpaceX, TQQ, and MU trade.
Nice. Yeah, I mean, the freaking Semiconductors, beautiful move. So hopefully you took some of that. Marvell was a good move out of the gate too today. That was another good one.
SK Hynix has been really good.
Right.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, smash that like button. We'll go back to that. Nigel, so talked about earlier. Smoke Tuna, Willie, how we doing? Hey, Gunner, Rick, how we doing in chat? I saw Jack earlier. Of course, we had G. Thomas, Snowman. Always loving some J&J show. What do we got here? Joe, Crow.
Joe and Crow.
Yeah, right. Mr. Knight. Anyone? Bronze Hands, I saw his name earlier as well. Pops Mafia earlier as well.
He's green and MU now. Good job, Pops.
Pops off the tops. Yeah, so FGI really wacky. I'm gonna leave it alone. After I saw that, I just do this. I kind of do the shut off mode, and I'm done. I went out before I came and did the live stream with you guys. Well, I of course have my own live stream. After that, did it. I was looking to trade this out of these halts again, and it just got too crazy for me with the gap. I was like, why are we doing this? And so I was like, I step away. I'm gonna go see Avery for a second. See, hang out in the living room with all the dogs. Join trade the pool. Just be done trading for the day, and know that if you're looking for anything, to me, it's in the mega cap, large cap sector. They've just been really clean overall. The charts have been a little bit more so than that, obviously, of the small cappers. Anyway, that was my small cap recap, and I think we may I know we always have Tuesday book of the week, but Jesse, usually Thursday I get kind of the schedule for next week, this, that, and the other. I think we may already have a book of the week next week for Tuesday.
Do we?
Yeah, we may have a special guest joining us as well.
Oh, really?
Yes.
Who might that be?
That has a book.
That has a book.
That has a book, and looking to maybe join the bestsellers. His name. We'll go ahead and just quick little tease. His first name is David. That's all I'm going to say.
Ooh.
That's all I'm going to say. That's all I'm going to say for now. That's all I'm going to say. I talked to him more today, but it's a done deal that he's going to be joining us. And I was like, oh, that'll be such a good deal. And his book is about shorting, so we'll talk about that.
Oh, cool.
Yep. So already talking with him, getting him on. Another great trader that I met at the Money Show, which was Adrian Mans. So I'm gonna look to get him on.
Sure.
So we're gonna start getting some guests on just here. Some extra some badass traders. And again, I just thought, because Adar was the one that reached out to me about doing with Dave and said, hey, reach out. So I was like, okay. And as soon as I reached out, he reached back out to me. Like, well, of course, he was talking about promoting the book, or at least Adar told me that. I'm like, oh, this is going to be perfect for Book of the Week. So we'll have him join with all of us. So it'll be 5 guests on. I'll have him, so I know, because Money Mitch, and I'd like to have Money Mitch and Michael Nosk, definitely get some questions in. And of course, then we'll have some time to get some questions in.
Sure.
And he'll be the Book of the Week, essentially. So we'll just talk to him at first, just talk to him. And then once we move into the J show, we'll move pretty much straight into the Book of the Week segment, kind of like right out of the gate.
Mm-hmm. And the Book of the Week will be his book. Is that right?
'Tis correct, my friend.
Cool. Do we want to do another Book of the Week segment on Thursday, or do we just want to hold off until the following Tuesday and do? That'll be the book. That'll be that. I figured that'd be good, because you'd have some good questions, and I'll have some questions for him, and that way we can talk about his book. I was like, that'll just be a good way to have a Book of the Week, someone that actually has a book. I'm like, okay, I didn't think about that. Maybe I can reach out to more people that have books. Sure.
And then we can get them to join on Book of the Week and like, hey, talk about your book. We could always talk about our book, the Funded Trader Secret Sauce, that we do give away, by the way, if you're a first-time caller on the call-in show, which comes up here in about 50 minutes or so. First-time caller, you not only get a 5K eval, but you also get the book. And today's call-in show question, let's go over to it. It's a good one. I'd like to know, and of course I'll ask Jesse in the last 10 minutes of the J&J show. What's the process for dealing with FOMO? Like plays like FGI, for example, for me, I just, of course, just a quick little tease, just learned like what you just saw what I just did. I just turned it off. I mean, the play's up 150%, racing minimum some of these candles, $1, $2 in a candle, right? And you're just going like, when I first started, you're going, oh, if I just get in 1,000 shares and just get 10 cents, you're just like, oh man, this thing's moving, you're just like trying to just scalp it. You don't even know direction. Like, okay, it's going down now, or it's going, and it just, I was like, what are you doing? You're like, that's not your strategy. What is your strategy? And so
Yeah.
earlier on, I just learned to shut it off, essentially.
Absolutely.
Got to shut it off, man. You got to learn it. He's so good at Trump's voice, he says. I'm just going back. That would be hilarious.
I was telling Steve this the other day. I have a Trump wig. I was doing a lot of I was doing stand up there about a year and a half ago, and I was going to different local comedy clubs.
Yeah.
And I also did some YouTube shorts where I put a suit on, tie, bought a Trump wig off of some website that was pretty official looking. And so that was a lot of fun. I told Steve I'll have to come on earnings one day with the old Trump wig.
Well, I definitely,
Or if we do an SNL thing.
that for sure. But I would just say, hey, if it because we get into earnings again in October. Let's just go to this real quickly. Is it already on my? Because I have a page I go to where where the earnings are at. Let me just go to October because I imagine they're already set in place. So let's just go to like the 12th and start going from there. Okay. Oh no, they don't have them out yet, unless there's just none that week, which I wouldn't think there would. Nope. So not official yet. So we don't know the official dates in October yet. Son of a gun. So what we will do though, 100%. Once we start figuring that out, and that's one I just now realized that too, because I guess I know we talked about the background here at Trade the Pool about getting months ahead of time. Well, there's some things we can get done months ahead of time. I think there's some things like economic calendar. We know when CPI, PPI might be, FOMC. We do not know earnings right out of the gate. At least on my calendar. I have to look at other ones. But point being, oh God, for the earnings streams come October, yeah, you got to. I mean, you could do, especially if we had like a couple of different. Like multiple days leading into Halloween. Like say if we had minimum like 3 or 4 or 5. I mean that's 3 or 4 or 5 days that you could be Trump, you could be the Kennedy, you could be do a Megatron. You might maybe try to find a Megatron costume. I don't know about doing Megatron's voice for the whole earnings stream.
No way. You kidding? I had one voiceover client who it was essentially a Megatron-like voice, so I had to do that deep thing. And it was an hour-long recording with another person, and like a live session. And dude, by the end, I was like 2 to 3 days where my voice, it was just gone. It was gone. But it was worth it was worth it for the money. So
yeah,
that was nice.
Yeah, hey, that's the thing. What you got to do sometimes to make that moolah,
Yeah.
hey, it's worth it 100%.
Yep.
Gotta suck it up. I know I'll be hurting for 2 or 3 days and have no voice, but it's all good. I'm gonna make some good cash. I got asked about Timken here. I guess Timken. Never look at the chart. TKR. Hey, Gunner asked about it. What do we think about it at these prices? Well, I just kind of go back and chart wise. This has had a nice, good run up over the past, obviously, year. Overall, if you're looking for a retracement level, this is usually where my go-to, right? Old resistance becoming new supports, probably really close to that 50% retracement level as well. You'll never see this again. That is real pretty right here. This right here is so pretty. I do like this base note. Now, again, if you're looking for, I'm thinking you just want this for swing. This is so slow as far as volume is concerned. I'll just go back to a 3-minute time frame. Right? I don't think you're looking at a day trade on this. But as far as an overall long-term investment, I do like where we're starting to hold this little node there, coming back on down. If my chart wants to start working with me here, this little area, that's looking good, right? And so if we can move back through, I would say 133, you're looking for some takeoff. I would look after 133 to go to 134.50-ish area, 60. And over that, then you really can see you got some open chart territory up. So I like it. Again, this would be more of a swing play, right? Long-term investment. I would like it more down, honestly, even further into the 120s. I don't know if you'll get that, possibly. If this, I call this looks like a seahorse, Jesse. So there's its tail, and then there's its little, maybe, I don't know, they usually don't have humps. But anyway, and then the head, right? And the head kind of comes out and forms this little snout, and then boom. And then usually when we break that downtrend, you're off to running back up to new highs. So I like it. I like the chart overall for sure.
Also, SNDK, I just noticed this. It's up over 12% right now, and it's been ripping for the last half an hour or so.
Yeah.
It's really going up.
Yeah, it was one of the last ones I looked at there. I said, what did I say, Jesse? This to get back up to, oh, good gosh. And that was an MU. Maybe that was MU. Let's go back to the chart here. I think I'm a little too far out. Oh, 1475. Oh, my God. It's just absolutely ripping right now. You are completely correct, though. Yeah. Holy banana Joe sauce. Is it already through all my levels here? Was it MU that I was talking about? Maybe, possibly. No, it was
MU is continuing to rip as well, of course. 968s that it's looking at right now as a high. So it is up over 6% on the day for MU. Following the 9 perfectly on the 1 minute.
Yep. Okay, let's go back to further levels here. Let's go back to 15 here.
SK Heine continuing to go up. It's at 166s now. And yeah, I mean, both of these stocks are looking pretty strong today. 2 hours into the open.
My gosh, this is looking good, my man. I know you're loving your DRAM at this point too, but yeah, this is beautiful, beautiful. Man, I forgot. I can't remember what level now. I said this would get back up too. I think I said here, Jesse, 1480. It was 1480. It blew right through it. I said it would see 1480.
Dang.
Good gosh, beautiful.
Yeah, it's really moving.
Tack, you guys got a legal department, huh? Yeah, we do. It's me. I'm the legal. I'm in the enforcer over here. Yeah, MU's beautiful. SanDisk. Any of these semi plays are doing absolutely beautiful.
Yeah, good job, G. Thomas. You're crushing it with MU. That's great.
Well, I'm still long MU, so this is I love life right now with SanDisk MU, whichever one.
You're up a lot.
Yeah, this is beautiful right now. This is absolutely money shots. I love this. This is gorgeous right here. Looking like we want to squeeze and go for more.
Yeah. Yeah, I wouldn't doubt it. I would not doubt it. It's trying to get back to the 1000s.
Yeah. Well, man, I cannot believe 1480 got ate up that quickly. Oh my God. Woo! That is a beautiful move right here. And is anyone else along? Yeah, G. Thomas. I know Pops Mafia was in this earlier.
Yeah, this is the part where I'm just a little bit more hesitant. I mean, yeah, we have room to still move to the top, but at the same time, I'm already having a green day, and I just look at it and go, do I want to risk it now? Yeah, I had 3 good green trades, and this is the part where I go, this is bit me when I say one more trade.
Here it goes, new high of day. Let's just kind of find it. We'll go MU. I'll try to find some levels. I don't know if right now we're going level to level. Yeah, here we go. This would be probably stopping ground here. Yeah, 1K, 105. Yeah, Jesse's all over it. That would be really your next stopping ground here for MU. It's probably going to get it today. I mean, my goshos. Just, gee golly, I cannot believe this is absolutely gorgeous. Here we go. Let's just give a real quick little shout out to this morning. Well, I think it was coiling up for that move. We're getting really tight in that chart. We kind of popped up yesterday. I still think that big move is coming overall. When I look at these semis going out to like the 4-hour time frame, we are still overall in the downtrend. Over 1400 or 1390 really is going to be the key. If we get through that, I think we start to go crazy today. I'm looking at SanDisk right now, but all these semis are getting really tight. So just a little update on those.
There you go. Called it.
Boom.
Doesn't get any cleaner than that, right?
Damn. I mean, oh, this is absolutely phenomenal.
Yeah, still going. 972s now for MU. I really should just jump in. I mean, this thing is still moving.
Love it.
Having its barn burner day. DRAM trying to find 58s now. So that'll push me about $9.50 off my position. So come on, DRAM. Yeah, it's looking for more. It is looking for more.
Woo!
MU spread less than $1. Yeah.
Look at these fly. We're killing it, guys. We are killing this trade. OMG, my. These plays are barn burners. You love some barn burners, Jesse.
Now. Wow. I'd almost want a nice little pullback though before if I were to jump in right now. I don't want to I don't want to be at the top, you know what I mean? I don't want to be at the very top. I want to see a pullback, just a little one even.
Since I last looked at this, literally, we are in the 14. We've made a 100-point move in the last, literally.
Wow. Yeah, it's looking for 975s now.
Shoot, this is absolutely crazy. I called it. I said, watch for the move.
Man, it's still going 976. It just wants 1,000. It's like, hey, I'm MU. I want to be up at 1,000.
Yes.
I want 4 figures. This 3-figure thing sucks. And
Jesse. My,
unbelievable.
oh. Well, I mean, this really might soak its way up to 1680. I mean, gosh bless. If we do that, 1650. Oh, bless my OG golly here. God bless. 15% today for SNDK. That's nuts.
Yeah, it's funny. You're looking at SNDK. I'm watching MU. They're basically doing the same thing. It is
Yeah.
just stair stepping up. Man, yeah. Yeah, I'd like to see a little pullback here, so maybe some consolidation.
I mean, it's nuts to see this move right here. I'm seeing if we're finally going to put a topping tail in here coming up soon. That's another big barn burner move here. I don't think we are. I think we're going to bust for maybe one more surge here to new highs, and here we go. Oh my gosh, fudge! Yep.
Wow. 177. I mean, I was even thinking I'm going to get in. I'm going to try to catch it. I'm like, oh, nope. I hesitated. I'm waiting.
Yeah, no, it's just straight. I think we're about to put that topping tail in soon here. New high of day on both of them. There it comes.
Yeah, 978. 978.
God.
Are we done? Are we done?
SanDisk, yeah, MU's still getting that last little pop. SanDisk has finally got that. He got a quick 10-point reversal back down.
We've had 7 green candles on the 1 minute chart with MU. 7 green. That's,
well, I mean, even in the 5 minute, I got on the left chart over here. We have in the 5 minute time frame, we only have 5. Count them, 5 red candles.
Dude. I could have this account that I'm using right now. This one could have passed eval in 1 day.
Yeah, I mean,
I could have just gone in.
Yeah, the breakout level for me for MU is at yesterday's high, like 935 was my level for it. So if you got in on the break of that, yeah, I mean, you know, you're up right now, what, 60 points, so 50 points, whatever. So beautiful move there. I think we're going to start to see, that's what I said, I think we're going to see a little bit of like, whew, I mean, even me, I'm going like, oh my gosh, this
needs to breathe, right? It needs to breathe.
Yes, I mean, I need to breathe.
Right?
Oh, I love it.
Yeah, we're definitely getting some wicks on top. Hit 978, rejected after that, and it's pushing down to the 9 EMA for MU, down to the 973s now. So it's crazy how one candle on a 1 minute chart could be down $5. I mean, that is, you know.
SanDisk looking for possible more here, and there it is. New high of day. SanDisk not done yet. We're still pushing, but I still feel like I can just feel this pressure. It's coming in. Just looking at the level 2 here. Essentially where those orders are coming in, there's a lot of resistance, a lot of big orders selling up at that area. We're still trying to push for new highs here, but this is definitely starting to get a little top heavy in my opinion, which is, hey, great move. I don't think we're done yet possibly for the day. And maybe it just blows through these orders, and I'll say if we do, we're going to hit the 1660s, and we're about the 1660s. We just blew through a bunch of big orders, Jesse. God, they're just eating them up. It's just crazy to see how they're blowing through this. They're just blowing through them.
Yeah.
Wow. I mean, shorts are getting annihilated right now. Absolutely annihilated. Now, SanDisk almost up 16% on the day. We're up 15.5. What? That's bonkers for a play that cost over $1K, bro.
That's
I mean,
crazy.
it's not a K. We're at 13s and now 15s, right? It's not like it's just right at a K. We're
Yeah.
hundreds above even a K.
It's crazy. Yeah, MU looks like it may curl around here. It might want to like kind of almost touch the 9 EMA, but continue on for some more.
Yeah, SanDisk has got the super locomotive right now. It is a power ship right now, blowing through orders. Like I said, there's just 1660s. 1675's coming in. Here comes 1575. 1675, my butt. That might get there. But right now, 1575. Watch for one ladder. It comes. Here it comes. Here comes 1575. Give me one last little push. Give me one last little touch into that area. Come on. You know you want it. Oh, he threw a couple of those orders. God, we're so close. There it is. There's 1575. There she is. All right, now we're that. If we eat through this, Jesse, we're going to see 16. We'll probably see a push to 1600. Yeah, this is getting crazy. And yeah, just a quick reversal, 10, 12 points just like that. Hitting that 16+% mark on SanDisk. Bonkers. Absolute bonkers move. I don't know if you can even see the high of day on my chart. I'll zoom in a little bit more there so we can see it. There's a real quick touch of that. Hey,
ooh, yeah.
Like Steve says, government paperwork, baby. That is 1575 in my book. My gosh, you're what, 20, 30 cents off, whatever, and 37 cents off there. Jubilee! How we doing? Or I always want to say Jubilee. It is Jubilee. Yeah, it is Jubilee.
Bronze Hand says 996, please. Yeah, we'll see if we can get to 996.
We're trying. We're trying.
We're trying.
Yeah. Target's 996. Love it. Yeah, we're killing it. We're killing it, guys. Anyone that is long with us right now, we're loving that. And there's Micron hitting new high of day 2. Looks like it may have one last push right here, getting into the maybe one last little small guy into the 980 mark. So we have MU also. Good gosh, Jesse. These plays are burning right now. And hey, you want your DRAM to 60s? Well, we're getting close, buddy. We're getting absolutely close right now. We're getting there. We're getting there.
A couple of days like today, and we'll be right back there.
Just
right back where I need it.
Juicing today. Just beautiful moves. Absolutely beautiful moves here today for these tickers. Soxel's up 7%. Almost 8% now. What was DRAM up? And go back to that. That's up almost 6%. And here she comes, SNDK. This. Oh gosh, Jesse. Oh boy. I wish I was in heavy on these plays, honestly, today. But it's all good. It's just still rolling. Rolling. It's gonna see 16 hundo. It might see a real quick 10-point pop here, guys. We may get one more off the lid pop here. Watch this on SanDisk. We are ripping right now. I mean, we're blowing through orders, and there's not many coming up ahead of us. That's why I feel like we have that possible move to 16.
Yeah, I want to try MU if we show some signs of life still. I'm hesitating. I don't want us to be at the top if I go long right now.
Yeah, don't. Yeah, I would wait for that definite like consolidation. We get that pullback. It's gonna happen. There's no way. There's no way we don't see some sort of. There we go. Maybe this is gonna be it. I could sit.
Maybe this is it. Now we're testing this 9 EMA right on it.
God, what a move. What a move. Consolidating real quickly. This is not done yet. FGI. This one is not done yet. This one has definitely some power left in her on FGI. So keep your eye on this play. This one definitely still could squeeze and go. We're on this higher low pattern still. Once that cracks and we crack back below this 1060 nod, that's when we will see more of a PB and maybe some J to go with it. Going back over to just my beautiful barn burner right here, SanDisk, finally. Now with the 20-point reversal, man, that was fun to watch right there. I don't think we're done yet, though. I really don't. I think we could possibly get one more leg up here to that 1600 area.
Well, I mean, if SanDisk is not done, that typically, I mean, MU and SanDisk are so intertwined. Their charts are. I would just think MU is probably not done either.
Yeah, exactly. And at the 62 mark, I don't mind it. I like that. I mean, that would be the bullish add-in. You know, this would be the secondary bullish add-in. You know, this area right here I really love. Love this right here, that right back on up off the old resistance area. So 950 to 50 would be real sexy. Into the 955 mark if it gets it. It may not. We'll see if we get more of a pullback, but that would be definitely an add-in area for me.
Yeah. Yeah, now we're touching the 20 EMA for 9 EMA.
Gold, silver, and gold.
That's a good one.
How did it go to... okay. Oh, okay. We did go to gold. I was like, did I go to gold or not? Yeah, still coming down some more here. Where is this out on the chart, though?
Speaking of Halloween, Josh, do you guys get a lot of trick-or-treaters in your current neighborhood? Is that it's a pretty good night?
It's decent. I mean, it's not. It's grown, so it's gotten better. But it's not like they're like the neighborhoods to go to. Like because we're in the central area, central Arkansas area. So like when you're like it's like if you're in like a suburb, like Dallas. It's not like every neighborhood in Dallas is that great, but the certain ones to go to. You're just like going to get loaded up, and they really decorate their, and stuff. Because as a kid, we had one to go to. We had one I'll never forget, and it was just the whole neighborhood. It was just like a movie, like when those movies you see, and there's just kids up and down the street, and you're just lost within. It's just like a ton of kids. Those were the good old days. So yeah, our neighborhood, not so much. We will get, no lie, probably. And you're like, really? That's it? 15, 20.
Okay.
They'll stop 15 to people that come by, that actually, which isn't bad for us because this house, the next house won't be bad. I mean, I guess this house we could put most dogs into the master bedroom, right? So it's away from everything and it's not near the front door. We could do that, but usually we of course, dress some up. It's fine for most of the dogs, but of course, now we have more Great Danes and they're not the the older Great Danes that were used to it, the newer ones are just like, "Ruh, ruh, ruh, what's Halloween? I don't care about no Halloween." So it's not. So it's kind of we love it, but then it's also like, oh man, the dogs, because some of them don't mind. They don't even care if you ring the doorbell. They won't even get up. And then there are some like the newer Great Danes that give you the whole, they want every person that's at the door or even rings the doorbell, they want to let you know that they're in the house.
Yep. Exactly.
Well, you live out, so do y'all then go trick or treating since you kind of have?
Yeah, the neighborhood that we came to before we moved to our current area where we're at, which is a lot of land. We have about 7 acres. We have great neighbors, but there's only a few people around us. There's not that many. So we go back to the old stomping grounds. We go back to the old neighborhood where we left, because that neighborhood, dude, it is like, that scene in E.T. towards like the Halloween scene when the kids are all on the street and there's like 1,000 children trick-or-treating. It's kind of like that. It's pretty cool. It's a lot of families, a lot of kids there. So
I'm glad they still have. Hey, I'm so glad that I'm glad that it still happens, because I was worried after COVID that we would never maybe have the same kind of Halloween.
Be silly
anymore.
Forever.
Yeah.
But we got over that nonsense.
I was over it right away. Of course, I know if you have kids, it's a little different. You want to protect your kiddos, but like me and Avery were just like, this is some.
No. We don't have to get into it, but I think we probably agree. That's what it sounds like.
Yes, for sure. Then, right? Yeah, it's true. Speaking of, we didn't get into it, but hey, DraftKings. Yeah, we got to talk about some DraftKings. I'll just go to one to get and DKNG. I always call it Donkey Kong. Just Donkey Kong. Looks like spelling Donkey Kong. Yeah, and it's on down today. So Mitch had a good move up earlier. Now the sell off. They're not buying the preseason hype. They're not buying it. You should have got in. Not yet. Let's wait for the first regular season game when people are really doing some betting on DraftKings. But I just want to go back to it. We do have games tonight. We got the Packers and the Steelers on, Cardinals and the Raiders on, and then we have Titans and the 49ers that are actually on TV. So you can check those out tonight. Tomorrow night, Denver Broncos and the Atlanta Falcons. So we have Falcons and Broncos tomorrow. That'll be on the ESPN. So ESPN's picked up a lot of these. I think it's some sort of, I would imagine money's going into it. As far as you have to pay for something because there's ESPN app. Maybe not. Maybe you just pull up the app and it'll be on there for us for free. I doubt it. I bet it'll be like some kind of like $10 a month or something you got to be a part of. But anyway, that they picked up a lot of preseason games, which is awesome. So there'll be a lot more of those televised. But tomorrow Broncos and Falcons on ESPN. Bucks and the Jets. No offense, that is just a terrible game to televise on a Friday night.
Right? The Jets, man, they haven't been good since what? Vinny Testaverde back in 2004.
Butt fumble Sanchez.
I knew you would get it. That's so awesome.
He got him to the AFC Championship game. They had a good defense with Daryl Island Revis, as they call
Revis,
him.
Baby.
So you got to at least give them that 2010, 13, somewhere it was, whenever they were decent for a minute. But yes, then you got to go back to Testaverde, and of course Curtis Martin, great running back, and again the AFC Championship game in 1998 season against my Denver Broncos had us in a hole at first. It was looking tough, and of course Broncos pulled away and said, "Hey, we're about to go win the Super Bowl. We're going back to back. Get out of here, okay?"
The old Rex Ryan days, baby. The old Rex Ryan.
Yep, Rex Ryan. That was the coach. Now you see him on the TV. You got the Colts Pats tonight too. Okay, Colts Pats. Oh yeah, there's more games. I was looking at the ones that are televised, the ones that are actually on TV that you can watch. That's the ones I was announcing, the ones that are on TV. The other ones, they'll re-air them on NFL Network or whatever. And that's how I got good. Jessica talked about this the other day. That was like my one shining moment when you couldn't really watch a lot of them. You had to watch the reruns of them on NFL Network. And so this is like when DVR got really more prevalent, and so I was just recorded every single preseason game, and it were the teams that I thought were going to be good, right? I wasn't doing like back then the Bucks did suck. Like 2013, the Bucks were just not that good. Yeah. I was not looking at the Bucks. There was no one on there that I was like, what I was looking for were who's going to be good, who's going to be utilized the most. Because you're going to see that in preseason games. I know they're not going to be out there long, but when they're out there, they're going to really show you who's going to be getting the ball. And that's where my best ever, like my draft pick, so to speak, was in 2013. I already knew I was going to have to, because after the year before, Peyton Manning had like 40 plus touchdowns, something around there, 4,500 yards. That was like his first or second season with Denver, that 2012 season, and we lost like to Hell Flat. It was Joe Flacco threw a bomb, beat us in overtime, and it broke my heart because I was like, I thought we were going to Super Bowl that year, and probably had a really good chance to win it because the who won it were the Ravens. The Ravens won it that year. That was the Super Bowl where the lights went off against the 49ers.
I remember that. Yeah,
I
remember it.
And so. Anywho, next year I'm like, I got to get Peyton, and luckily, lo and behold, and of course Tom Brady's good, so not everyone's going to get Peyton Manning, but luckily in 3 leagues I got Peyton Manning for my first round draft pick, and I'm like, oh, I am about to light it up, and that was of course 2013 when he had the 50 plus touchdowns, 5,000 plus. So then I was like, well, I know they're going to use a lot, and it's Demaryius Thomas. So my number 2 pick was Demaryius Thomas, and it was well worth it. 1,500 yards and over 10 touchdowns as your number 1 receiver. So it was worth it. And then number 3 pick, I went with either Wes Welker or Eric Decker. We had both those guys. So imagine Eric Decker, Wes Welker, Demaryius Thomas. But my hidden gem, my 1 draft pick that was like the late rounder that I was their tight end that year was Julius Thomas. And I'm like, oh man, he is going to absolutely, because I saw him in preseason, they were using him a lot, and he's athletic, and he played basketball, and I'm like, he was a lot like Antonio Gates. He was a lot like Antonio Gates. So I waited. A lot of people were getting the Jason Wittens and the Antonio Gates of the world, or the Gonzalez, or whatever his name that played for the Chiefs and then the Falcons. But anyway, they were getting those guys. You would maybe draft which hopefully we get to this. Money Mitch is pitching doing a fantasy football draft and league. So I haven't done these in a year forever, and I haven't done them. I wouldn't mind getting back into that and doing it with you guys, but. And so people are, 5th round, 6th round, 7th round, somewhere in there, maybe even earlier. If you want an Antonio Gates, you might have to go 4th round to get him. If you want those numbers as a tight end, because then it's almost like an extra wide receiver. You're getting big numbers. I'm like, oh, I'm waiting. And I literally waited to almost the very last round in all my draft. Because I was in 4 or 5 leagues in 2013. Wow. And every one of them, I waited to print the very last draft pick, and I drafted Julius Thomas. That year he had 800 receiving yards. Not a ton, but he had like 12 or 14 touchdowns.
Ooh.
Yeah. So,
man.
Yeah. Lit it. Well, in the first game. So first game we played the Baltimore Ravens. It was that Thursday night, opening season kickoff. We light them up. Peyton Manning had 7 touchdowns. Demaryius Thomas had 2. Julius Thomas had 2. That right out of the gate, that game, I can't remember how many points because Peyton Manning threw for 400 plus yards, had 7 touchdowns. Demaryius Thomas had 2. Julius Thomas had 2. I think both went for over 100 yards. It was like Thursday night, I essentially beat the guy. It was like already done. Like I'm sure he was like, "Are you kidding me? He has how many points and only 3 guys?" And of course, in that league, I had either Eric Decker or Wes Welker, so there were some more points. But yeah, I was like, oh. After that first game, I was like, yeah, I'm about to slaughter this year, and I literally went undefeated that year. And won the championship. Yeah. In one of the leagues I went undefeated and won the championship.
Yeah. I mean, if you had Brady as a quarterback, just that alone would get you a lot of fantasy points, especially during that year that you had him. I miss football in St. Louis, man. When the Rams were here, of course, our last several years that we were here, we weren't any good. But from 99 to about 2001, dude, the greatest show on turf really was the
2003,
greatest.
remember?
2003, sure.
I think
but when we had Warner, Falk, Bruce, Ricky Prohl, I mean, we
Isaac
were
Holt,
just...
Don't forget about... Or no, Isaac Bruce, it was Torrey Holt.
Isaac Bruce and Torrey Holt, yeah. I mean, we were a potential dynasty until we lost to the Patriots, who actually became a real dynasty for over 10, 15 years, which was nuts. I mean, literally, we lost. We gave the first Super Bowl to Tom Brady when he was like 21, however old he was.
Kurt was too old, all right? He was...
Oh, yeah, he came late. He was
bagging groceries for too long, unfortunately.
What a story, though. What a story. You know?
I mean, and the stats he put up at that age and coming out of nowhere, that's... Bro. Well, we're looking, and 62's holding so far, so that's the first add-in area we talked about there. Mr. Bronze was talking about. So there's your first dip buy. Add in Correctamundo, and this would be your better one if you could get it. I don't know that we're going to get it. And we're not seeing this today unless we just have this crazy sell-off.
Yeah. And that's 965s now for MU.
GXAI, we'll go to that. Yeah, it's a small capper. Slow, and steady play.
I will say we should keep our eye on SPY. SPY has dumped a few bucks in the last bit.
Uh-oh. Oh, don't tell me that, Jesse. Don't tell me that.
I know it's bad news, but we haven't seen this low since the open today. We're still technically up though. What, half a point?
Yeah.
So we're still up on the SPY today, but we really have retracted a lot.
Yeah.
We've really been coming down.
Which team knocked out the quarterback, then enters Brady? I forgot who, because it was Bledsoe. Was it the Steelers,
Bledsoe.
maybe? Yeah, but Bledsoe was the quarterback.
Yeah.
But I don't know I forgot which team it was. And whatever team that was, no offense, and I wonder if there was like a little hate from other teams going like a couple years later. There probably wasn't anything about it. I mean, they should have been like, we hate you. You heard Drew Bledsoe and you unleashed Tom Brady on us? Thanks.
Yeah. I'll tell you what was funny. If you watched the Tom Brady roast on Netflix when Bledsoe roasted Brady, that was hilarious. That was really funny.
The only thing about that was a little too long for me.
It was long. Oh, definitely too long. But some of the jokes on there they were really funny.
Because Avery said she'd watched it ahead of time or whatever, and so we should watch it. It's funny. When they showed how many people were on that, I'm like, okay, listen, I know he's maybe the greatest quarterback of all time, but
yeah, there's a little Brady worship going on, which was a little too much for me. And I was never a fan of Brady. I mean, whatever, but just never a big fan.
Yeah,
mainly because as a St. Louis fan, he's the guy who knocked us off. Like the dynasty ended with us, which could have been, and it went on to then the Patriots.
What I love, guess what? There's only one team that Brady doesn't have a winning record against, and guess
Giants.
And the Broncos.
Right? The Broncos. Yeah.
He's 500 against us, my man. That's 500. So I'll take it. But I didn't like it at first, and eventually I was like, dude, it really came when he went to the Bucks. I mean, when you put up, do you realize the numbers he put up in the 40s? He had in the 40s, which was only like 4 years, which is still crazy. He had a whole career. He threw for in his 40s, threw for like 25,000 plus yards. I forgot how many. It's nuts. 180 something touch. Nuts the numbers he put up in his 40s. And at the Bucks, he says, you know what? I'll go. Hey, you know what? Yeah, you think it's Mr. Belichick and it's a Patriots? No. I'm gonna go down to where they hardly can win a game in Tampa freaking Bay, and I'm gonna win a championship down there. Watch. Since
like the year 2000, the Bucks hadn't been good, right? When they won the Super Bowl with what's the faces coach? Who's the blonde guy who makes all the funny faces? And then he went and did a sports analyst that Frank Caliendo imitates. John Gruden. They hadn't won since Gruden days. Yeah, there you go. Yeah. Yeah, man, that's crazy. That is crazy. Yeah, Brady. I love it when those older guys, 40 plus, are still. Even Aaron Rodgers. I know some people hate him, but it's cool to see these guys that can still, especially Brady. That it's cool to see him perform. Having not reached 40 years old myself, I'm like, see, there's guys in the NFL still older than me. It's only a few, but there are some.
Hey, guess what, young whippersnapper? It's only a matter of time.
Oh, yeah, you're telling me. I'm right there on the doorstep.
Yeah, well, it's coming. It's a knocking. Knocking on 40's door. All right, so watch this under this 75-70 handle. We are now consolidating into this channel here. Watch for the crackback. We'll head back to yesterday's high. If so, won't be giving back, I would say, all the gains, but we could be at that point looking to head back to ground zero and Launchpad, which would, again, not be good overall for Michael's children. He will be feeding them the terrible hot dogs with the plastics and the sea fish and the leftover intestines, and you just don't know what's in there. But I always have to anymore, especially what's so funny. So 4th of July, right? It's always my holiday for the family or whoever to come over. You know, everyone, like mom and dad have Christmas and Thanksgiving, and anyway, so everyone's got different holidays, right? Anymore, it used to be spread out even more so, but now we just kind of keep it general. And anyway, so I'm July 4th. I do the big quarter pound, whole pound, you know, the beef, they're 100% beef, right? They taste like heaven. Well, when they come over, my mom and dad especially too, they don't eat. A lot of people don't. As you get older, you know, you kind of stop eating hot dogs. You're not eating hot dogs when you turn, 60 and 70 really anymore. For the most part, not as much as maybe you were when you're 20 or 30 or 40. You don't have kids anymore. So anyway, they hadn't had hot dogs really, I guess, in a while. And oh man, they were all like, what are these hot? It's so funny. Is my point being, like, oh, great steak, or oh my God, what'd you do to these whipped cream? What are these potatoes? Or what is this? What did you? No, hot dog. To be like, oh my God, that hot dog is just so funny. Probably if you remember that it was over a month ago now, but they were so good that Dad, even in the end, I was like, hey, you want to take this to go? And they're like, no, it's good. Dad was like, you know what? Kind of turns back and like, let me get a hot dog to go. Gets a paper towel, a bun, and a hot dog, wraps it up, says, I'll take this on the go.
Take one for the road.
Yeah. I'm like, all right, do it, Dad. I mean, because there was so much left over. I cooked so much for most people, but
Nice.
I think it's hilarious, though. I think it's 100% hilarious.
Yeah, MU looks like we've kind of stopped. Maybe we're at 960. We'll see if we can hold here, maybe for some support. But this is a moment where I'm just going to be watching. I'm not jumping in either way at this moment. And I'm happy I didn't go long because you were right a little while earlier, Josh. We were kind of probably there, maybe at our peak of day, perhaps, maybe. We were at the top, and I was literally, my finger was over the buy button. And I would have gotten in. And I said, yeah. Just too many times have I done that where I'll chase it. It'll already have made its enormous move, and then I'll come in, and it goes directly into your conversation you're going to have with Steve later about FOMO, right? Like old me would have just said, okay, fine, I'll just buy it. But now it's like, no. The only time I truly get FOMO is really when I'm down. So if I'm like having a red day and I see something and then I'm not thinking straight about the move, then I'm having FOMO. Then I'm like, oh, I just want to get green. I have more opportunities to go further red with that FOMO kind of attitude when I'm already down. So that's where I'm at with it. We might be retracting here we might be coming up here for MU. It's trying to find some support, some buyers at 961s.
That's a good question there. And that was remember that Courtney Brown, who was a bust. The two guys, I didn't realize the top two picks in the 2000 NFL draft came from Penn State. And that crazy good defense they had. Courtney Brown, who really didn't span out to be much, but LeVar Arrington did. Tack asked the first quarterback taken in that draft. Well, it wasn't a quarterback-driven draft. The first one was, and he did last a while, but the first quarterback taken wasn't until pick number 18, and Chad Pennington, and probably one of the best draft picks. Yeah, one of the best draft picks probably from that draft. Jamal Lewis, the running back from the Ravens, who had a great career.
Yeah.
Another good one right after the first quarterback taken, Sean Alexander, and the great career he had.
Oh, yeah.
So two good running backs that were taken in that first round. Other than that, it really is a lackluster. And I'm trying to go through here and find the next quarterback taken, and I'm not seeing one until, oh my gosh, that is crazy. I'm not seeing another there was no quarterbacks. This was a no quarterback draft.
Wow.
There were just not many taken. I'm not seeing any at all. So
that would be a terrible year to be in college and be a quarterback and be really good, but not be drafted.
Yeah.
You know? You know? That would suck. Like, oh, they took one quarterback out of all of college. Like, what is going on?
What are we doing here? What are we doing?
That would be rough.
Pennington, 2000 was the year of that draft.
26 years ago. There was a highlight that came up with the Rams back in 2001 the other day, a little clip on my phone, and I went, oh, wow, this was 25 years ago. And I just drove by our dome, which is still there, but it's always empty. They have convention center events and things like that. But it's just sad because it's like, oh, this is where the Rams used to play. We're never coming back. St. Louis probably will never get another football team again. Just a bummer. MU cracking for lowers now.
Yeah, it was cool to see them get one. You know, of course, St. Louis at that time was thriving as a city. No offense, but it's like they took a shot in the foot right around 2000, 2005. And just if anyone thinks of St. Louis, they just think of that's just not a fun, safe city. You know, it's just
it has a reputation.
Crap. Yeah.
There's some good things in it, but it does have a reputation. It's unfortunate.
Yep. Hey, maybe you get the Lions. Maybe you and Detroit just go back and forth.
Detroit's a pretty crappy place, so we can it's kind of a lateral move for them if they come here.
Exactly.
I think we're actually, as a city, failing less than Detroit, which is saying something.
Right, yep. FGI cooling up here, guys. I'm watching it out to the left. It's looking pretty juicy, like it could squeeze and go for more here, so watch for FGI. Do have some resistance pretty strong at the 1225, 1250 mark. So the FGI, though, is coiling up. Not a lot of big volume coming into this play, though, right now. Thought possibly earlier this was going to be the volume pop, which did give us the pop to this area. Just not getting it right now overall. We're getting some good move, but I don't think the overall volume that's going to take this up to the moon as of yet anyway.
MU continue
it's all good market lounge. It just is what it is. No offense. I mean, you think of certain city, they just get reputations. It's like like people, it seems like New Yorkers are rude, right? It's just like that's a thing. I'm like, not really. I mean, I think most people in New York, me and Avery, love this city. They're always nice to us. But yeah, you just get this, just this name, so to speak. Unfortunately, it's just like where you're from.
I'm talking crap about my own city too. It's not like I'm an equal opportunist here, Market Lounge. There's some problems going on. St. Louis, Detroit have some problems. That's obvious. We can't deny it. But some overall great sports team. We have the Cardinals. We have the Blues. You guys back in the day had the Red Wings in Detroit. You guys had the Lions.
Back in the day.
Back in the day, the Red Wings were an excellent hockey club. Excellent. Yeah. They'd always beat my Blues. So,
I think that's the way it sounded like. The music for the NHL 94 or whatever it was, NHL 94. I think that was the one I played the most. God, that was obviously don't play much hockey video games ever, but I was addicted to that game. You could actually.
Which one was it? Which one?
It was called like NHL 94, something like that. It was like
that's a good one.
And you could like get in fights, and it was like all of a sudden you boom, and then it was like you and the other guy, and you would get in a fight, and that game was pretty cool.
That was a good one, and me and my son still play NHL 99 on the 64 when I was 12 years old.
So you still have your Nintendo 64?
I still had the 64. I still got GoldenEye, Mario. I still got all the.
But I'll say that one held up the best because a lot of the ones with disc over time did not. Like they'll get like dirty or the dust gets in there. Then Nintendo 64 has, I think, to me, if you go through all the systems that held up and can still play, that one may be the one that like you don't have to like blow cartridges, this, that, and the other. You put it in and it still works.
It does work. And I still have my old NES, the old Super Nintendo, but the one that's held up the best is for sure the 64. Mm-hmm. Even most of the controllers have held up. I've had a few break, but for me to play it when I'm 12 years old, and then for my 14 and 11-year-old whatever to play it now is pretty crazy. The fact that it could last that long. Oh, dude, the crow trades. Truthfully, I don't even want to fly over Detroit. That cracks me up. Oh, crow. That's funny. And yeah, Market Lounge, dude, back in the day, the Red Wings. The Yzer plan may have failed, but Yzerman was a heck of a player. Beat the Blues, double overtime, 1997. When we had Wayne Gretzky, we had the great one. It was 2 a.m, my first time watching the playoffs. I remember crying. It's like 11 years old, 10 years old. It was so bad. Steve Yzerman from the blue line beat John Casey. I remember it. I'm sure so does Market Lounge.
Yeah. Still coming back on down here too. Like I said, I don't know if it's gonna have that volume. I don't know. So we'll see. We're starting to finally get it though. We'll see if it comes in here. This candle has been a little bit bigger than the others. We got a little minute left plus on this 3-minute time frame. This will be a key candle for me. Yeah, it's fun. I like the sucks of what's some teams they just have that. It's kind of like cities. They unfortunately just have that. Like Jacksonville Jaguars, even with the pretty boy from Clemson, I'm like, he's okay, but he ain't taking to the next level. He's like that one guy they had about 5-10 years ago that had a 1, 2, or 3 good seasons. That number, it was number 7, dark-haired, bigger guy. Anyway, I'm like, he's good, but it's Jacksonville Jaguars. It's Houston Texans. It's them Dallas Cowboys.
Them Dallas Cowboys, that's right.
They can't win for nothing.
The gym. So the area that I came from before we moved here, one of the former Jaguars player, he was from the Alton, Illinois area, and we worked out in the gym together. I got to know him a bit. He was really cool. Just so huge. I mean, it's just amazing how some of these guys, just bodies. Not only are they tall, but they're so built. I'm in good shape and I can lift pretty heavy. But I'd watch these guys. I'd watch him, bench press. And I'm just like, that's insane. That is so crazy. But he's a good guy. We had a lot of fun together.
Yeah, it's crazy when you actually, especially when you're on the field with him. Like I said, I did the with ESPN. Thank gosh, that was cool to do that in Dallas. And so, of course, then you are with the Cowboys, or even, of course, when you did stuff for the NBA. So imagine how tall these guys are. Like you just feel. And I'm 6'2", I'm essentially 6'3", right? I'm right at 6'3", especially with shoes on. And which just seems that's tall, a normal human. That's here comes a little bit more of the pop. It just doesn't have that continuation pop to it now. But hey, take some profit here as this hit new highs. Take some profit here. But we do have a new high of day here. It's just not quite getting that continuation. So Crow, anyone that is long, make sure you're taking some profit along the way. But yeah, that was the just getting in with point being when you had to go to the Dallas Cowboy practices. Of course, then I covered college football games too, and you're on the sideline with him if you want to go down to the sideline. You have the media credentials, so you can go anywhere. Like that was a cool thing in being like in Jerry's world, and like my parents would come to like the Arkansas, Texas A&M versus Arkansas Razorbacks. We play at Jerry's World every year. It was like the Southwest Classic, whatever we called it, and so it was fun to do that and travel down there. Well, anyway, now I'm there and I have the media credentials, and they are like somewhere, and I'm just walking through like they had like. Because my dad worked for a radio station, so they were in like a nice area. Is my point. You had to have a certain ticket to get in there, right? And I'm just walking through all these different like places. We're like, hey, you got it. And I'm like, as soon as they'd see the media, and they're like, yeah, whatever. He's like, you could walk pretty much anywhere in that place, and it's cool. Yeah, you just walk in, you go straight down to the to the sideline and just walk around, back behind them essentially. It's and yeah, they're
huge. They're just made different. They're built different.
Well, that's why they play in the NFL, and I do not, my friend. Yeah. Now, I could probably bulk up and mass up and would be a good sized wide receiver. Sure. But yeah, when you look at some of those linebackers and some of the linemen,
yeah, I could have been a kicker, but I have a great arm to play quarterback. If I could have seen over their heads, right? Like yeah. I can throw the ball actually very well and accurately, but yeah, I'm not tall enough to be a quarterback in the NFL. Not even close. I could have kicked though.
Could have kicked.
Made a couple million a year just kicking a ball.
I like it, Jack. Broncos, Bills, AFC Championship game. Hey, Broncos, we'll see. We had some fourth quarter magic, let's just say the least last year. We had like 8 or 9 fourth quarter comebacks, and some of them I just couldn't believe we pulled out of the bag. Like the Giants, we were down like 20 points or something like that in the fourth quarter. I can't. Yeah, just a couple. There's a couple of those games where I'm like, I saved a lot of them where I could go back and rewatch them. And yeah, you just see the highlights going, I can't believe we came back and won this, but we'll see. Yeah. We'll see. We'll see. Well, I think it'll be a fun year, and I'm so looking forward. Of course, I got my Broncos, and that's my jam. Of course, even with
for the Broncos, who is the quarterback this year?
It's Bo Nix.
Oh, it is Nix. Okay, cool. That should be fun.
Yeah,
that should be a good one. Bo's pretty good.
Yeah. I just hope they kind of tone it down with some of his erratic decision making, and of course now being in year 3 with him, I think he definitely has the growth. I think we finally have found the coach. Obviously, we now have a head coach, and now I think we have a quarterback, and let's just build around it and give me a good 10 plus maybe year run, at least 10 years or something, to where of course the Chiefs are now getting old. They're done, in my opinion. I called it the Super Bowl the year before, and last year I was all over it, and they just even I don't know if you've seen some of their practices where like Mahomes. It's just there's no one out there. It's just the center snapping it to Mahomes. Down set Huck, Mahomes steps forward and throws it right back into the center's helmet. And the center doesn't hold react. He just turns around and heads back like, man, I'm done. Like he literally was like, I'm just done. This is not. We were like the it, and now we can't even. He's hitting me in the back of my head now.
Now we got to do one last State Farm commercial because that's about all we're good for.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Okay, real quickly, and I know you kind of talked about it. How do you, before Steve gets in here, how do you, my man, deal with the FOMO?
Yeah. I was kind of touching on that a little while ago, but basically, old me would have hit the buy button earlier, like on MU, so fast if I had seen that it was going up. New me, or newer, whatever, new me. Just more experience, more looking at positions going, hey, you can always get back in. You can always look for a different play. This might be the move that you missed, but it's okay because there's always moves. I think reminding myself that on a daily basis has really helped me a lot. And again, the time that I get FOMO genuinely the most now is when I'm down. If I'm in the red, that's when I look at potential plays, and I sometimes can't see them, which unfortunately can lead to a spiral effect, right? So you're looking just to get green. I'm looking to get green, and then I'm like, oh well, I just need to get back into the positive. So,
Speaking of green, look at my card. We called out that level here. We said this one was a little prettier there, so this could be it. Now we don't want to head and shoulders here. So if this does fail, I would say at 67 or 66 here could form head and shoulders. We get over 66, pick up sticks, watch for a possible even new high of day, or at least a test of it. But it's tough, man. Yeah, especially early on, like you were talking about. That's one of the hardest things to overcome is the FOMO.
Yeah, and I think too, having days where you go, okay, I lost a little today, or maybe I have days where I don't make much. But it's that sense of, hey, every day is different in the market. So some days I'm making a lot, some days it's looking good, and then other days it's like, okay, well, just be happy with your 20 or 30 bucks that you had green and shut up. Go back into the next day. You don't even have to trade every single day. I think it's just more a learned psychological behavior pattern that you have to develop, and that just comes with experience, which you have a lot more than I do, and I'm just now kind of developing those skills and honing that, going, hey, you don't even have to trade every day, or if you do, maybe just that one trade is sufficient, and then look at it tomorrow, because there's always something going on.
100%. Bronze hands got in at 960. Good job. We'll see. And bronze, take profit if you want to. Depends on how big you got. It's always good to take a little profit at that 66 handle right here. Take some profit there. If we get through that, like I said, I think you're good to go. And this will see some more clean skies ahead. And speaking of clean skies ahead, his name is Steve. Jesse.
Evo.
I will see you. I will partake a little bit for Friday Night Live. I will join you guys this week. So I'll start off hosting. I may jump off a little early, so get me some better sleep, because I'm going to take tomorrow off fully as a trading day and not stream or any of that stuff. But Jesse, you going to join tomorrow night?
Planning on it. Yep. Should be there tomorrow night, but I'll be there for earnings this afternoon. So I will see you guys all then. It's been great.
Sounds good, brother. I'll talk to you soon and see you back for earnings.
See you then, Jesse.
See you, bub.
His name was Jesse, and now it's turned into Steve.
Oh, yeah, serenade me, baby. How you doing, Josh?
Good. Found a good dip buy here. We're looking at this Micron crazy semiconductor moves up today, my man. And of course, getting a part of it and talking about even getting more of it. Bronze in chat was looking for a dip buy. We found a pretty good dip buy op right there as well. So that's moving back on up. How are you doing today, by the way, Mr. Steve?
I am bing chillin'. I am also part of this move, a little bit less actively, but I was loading some DRAM last night. I was loading some Coherent. Actually, don't know how that's doing. Don't remind me. I hope it's doing well. I'm doing the earmuffs for my eyes today. I'm not looking. I'm trusting the process. I bought the dip. Hopefully it doesn't bite me in the but I'm in at like 340. I think the company's still great. I think the earnings were good. I think they were great earnings, but I think they got punished just a little bit for the run-up they had into it. So I'm chilling. I'm hanging out. I'm not doing much of anything, though, Josh, because the ideas are working, and I know this is when I can get in my own way. So no touching. That's what I'm up to.
Ooh, Mr. Joe's got the background for us today. Florida Joe in the house today. Just going to give him a little bit of test and say, can you handle the heat? Because next week, of course, our awesome Ayush will be out. So Joe's getting a little love today for the call-in show. And speaking of the call-in show, let's go ahead and head right over there and see if we can't do another smooth transition. You got the link?
It's hard for me to dig it out. You can probably send it to me faster. Apologies. I need to save it somewhere better.
Yeah, it's always in my Google Calendar, so it's just there every freaking Thursday. It says, "Hey, guess what?" And I say, "What?" And it says, "You want to holler at this call-in show?" And I say, "Yeah, you know what? I wouldn't mind hollering at that call-in show. It's pretty cool looking."
Oh, I wouldn't mind that invite on my calendar because, I do not have that.
Yeah. I'll see if we can get Joe can't get you added to that, and then boom, I just messaged you over on WhatsApp. Got stopped out there, Bronze. All right, hey, it's all right, Bronze. Good job, though. Got a little piece of it. Yeah, I agree. We got Waddle. I think he should have opened it up last year at times. I was so sick, Jack, of the stupid swing passes. Downset hut. What are we doing? Once a game, maybe throw it, mix it in when it's cute. We're down by the goal line. They don't expect us. We ran too much of that dump stuff, and I'm like, no. Listen, and I think this year having a healthy, mind blank right now, still feeling and reeling from a week ago today. But who's our running back that got hurt? Gosh dang it, pretty good running back that we got from the Chargers, right? Or who is it? The Raiders or Chargers, whatever. Hey, I think we have a healthy running game to go with the pair with Knicks this year. Yeah, we got Waddle. Listen, defense is defense. We know we got the D. We'll see. It hurts because of last year, of Bo Nix, and that injury, too, is still so sus to me. But whatever. Regardless, my point is, you really would have thought last year we were going to make it to the Super Bowl, especially if we would have had Nix, because we almost won the game with the backup. But we'll see. You ready? Are you on the Google Meet?
Yes, sir. I'm in.
All right. Am I there? I don't know if I have there. I think I am. No, I haven't joined yet. Oh, pardon my interruption. Now I will join real quickly. All right. Now I'm in. We'll edit. Joe, Are we good to go to mute EV Mux? Ooh. All right, sweet. Let's go to silent.
Hello. Hello.
And then here we go. We'll go back. Testing. I don't have to keep miming anymore. Just making sure. Okay. Mute stuff. Boom. There we go. Go back to EV Mux. EV Mux. EV Mux. Steve EV Mux. Steve EV Mux.
Oh,
There we
yes.
go.
It
Now
turns
you're
out
good.
there's
Now you're
two
good.
mute buttons. There's
Yeah.
one digital and one physical here. And we're going back to the call.
Is it the same? Is it the same link, Ayush? Okay.
What? Okay. It says I'm the only one here.
Yes, you're on a different. Steve, I'm going to send you the right one. So, Steve, there's 2 different links for the day. I have 2 links, my man.
I see.
Yeah. Now we've got it figured out.
We're doing it live, folks. Awesome. Glad you can hear Jubilee. That's fun to say, Jubilee. Do you watch those Jubilee videos? Sometimes I just want to raise my blood pressure for no good reason. So I'm just like, I'm going to decide to get pissed off and watch one of those 20.
Because Steve, the reason why we were in the wrong one, we were in the bi-weekly trade. We were in the morning meeting that I was in that I know you missed, but it's all good.
Oh,
you're good, but don't worry. I sent you the right call-in show. You are now going to be in the call-in show, and I am in the call-in show.
I feel very bad. Let me get in this meeting first.
We got guests waiting for us. It looks like over here possibly already.
Whoa,
So
I do
just
see
WhatsApped
that.
you. So do you have the WhatsApp?
Yeah. Pulling it open right now. Thank you very
I'm
much.
going off
There it is.
Mux. I'm heading off of EV Mux now.
Whoa, full house. Again.
We should be good soon.
I can hear you guys, by the way.
All right, there we go, Mr.
Nice.
There we go. Well, you go first, my friend. And who do we have on there? Who just spoke? Who was this magical ghost that talked to me?
This is like, I think so. I'm joining from the Zoom meet, Google Meet. I think so. My name here is, I think I made it.
How you doing?
I'm doing pretty great. How about you guys?
Good.
Doing great.
Going in from like the Discord on the live stream, or do you watch us daily?
Normally, no. This is my first time joining you guys on the call. Honestly.
Oh well, guess what?
Welcome.
You need to hit up 04 to Joe. That's right. Hit up Joe over on our Discord, and of course, our Discord link is in the description of today's live stream. You just won yourself credits for a 5K eval and our own Funded Trader Secret Sauce book. So there you go, my man. So if you're on the Discord, you need that because you just won a 5K eval and you won a book as well from us.
Okay, that's good. Honestly, wasn't expecting that. I just came here to like discuss you like FOMO things and psychology stuff. But okay, that's good. Nothing from
right.
Win-win.
Go right. And a great segue. Let's go right into it. So yeah, let's talk about FOMO. How do you do it?
Okay, so what I wanted to discuss about with you guys, as I'm like watching you guys are like mostly into psychology and trading, obviously. So in the past few days, like I have been trading for a while. It's been half a decade for me. But in the past few days, after my I have been on a like winning streak for like a past month. And recently I have started hitting some losses and few of break even. So after I have recognized this problem, mean that after a big streak of winning, I'm having trouble to like tackle the losses because the confidence was way boosted up than it usually should be, and it's like handling a bit unusually. The emotions are a bit unusual for me at this point. Like, what do you guys think about this one?
You want to start, Josh, and then I can hit clean up here?
Yeah, no, I mean, I think it's one of those things where, I mean, at first, most traders, going through that FOMO is, like I was just saying with Jesse earlier, it's one of the things you don't think about, when you first get into trading. And then every trader, every person, human, we're all different in how we handle that and when the occasion arises. So I mean, everything you're saying is anything, you know, that most traders that I've ever talked to have gone through.
Yeah. I mean,
Okay.
for sure. And sorry, just to be clear, you're saying that you kind of get ahead of yourself when motions are running differently than usual. Was it the euphoria there?
And
Oh
what
no,
ticker was it?
actually, the thing is, like, actually, I'm like able to handle those things too. But I was just a bit worried that okay, this is a like unusual feeling for me recently because I have been trading for a while and I have never seen this happen to me before. Like, obviously, like losses and winnings are like at the part of the game. This is the process you get through to like make a payout at the end of the day. But like after like this was like the longest period of time I have been on the winning streak. So this was like a new experience for me on the psychology basis because I have never seen this much exposure in the winning profitable side. So as I've seen it, and now I'm just getting back to the usual routine of this trading. Yeah, it has a tickly bit like unusual feeling to it.
I would say for me, what's really important is the outcome independence. Where I know it's really hard. It's hard to not be tied to the results, but being results oriented, it can only get you into trouble. So I know it's hard, but just try to stay the course. If you're making the money, you're doing something right. So the biggest thing, and I think this is not just for trading, but like I see it a lot in professional sports too. Athletes will kind of get the yips, and they'll just be kind of like they'll just like overthink things basically. But if your system's working, it's just about kind of staying out of your own way and just kind of trying to just stay the course, I would say. Does that kind of track?
Yeah, I get it. I have the understanding of it too, obviously. Because at the end of the day, like it's your setup which is gonna make you win. Obviously, that's good. True.
Yeah, I mean, it's kind of getting yourself to, you have to push yourself to get through to get through those. That's what happens as a trader, right? It's how you grow. You're gonna have to face those new emotions or feelings that you haven't faced before, and getting through those and learning how to manage those. Then start to, because these emotions are going to continue to arise, right? You're going to have that again where there's something like that happens, and so the more you learn to deal with it earlier on and how to deal with it, and then you can manage it better. But yeah, that's, we all do that, what you're going through, and you face those new things that you haven't faced before. And so it can be, difficult and challenging, but it shouldn't set you back. It's just one of those things where when I first started trading, I've had that, those new emotions arise, depending on what it might be. Like even like winning, right? Finally getting to being a little bit more consistent and actually winning and having that be a new thing to, you're thinking about that now. I don't even think about, right? You just trade. But these are just all these little things earlier on that you don't think you're going to face. Like, oh man, I'm winning. Am I going to be able to keep this up? I'm just killing it. I can't lose. I'm going to give back my game. You start doing that. Just a lot of mental stuff that your brain goes through. So go ahead. You're good.
Okay, that's good. Yeah,
Yeah.
I get it. I get it. But actually, for me at this point, it's like I was able to like get through those emotions and like journal it step by
Nice.
step. Yeah, I was like journaling. The thing was I got through it. That's the point. I got through it, but it's a bit. What I was worried about that this is a new exposure, but at the end of the day, I realized that it's always going to be some new feelings which is going to get triggered in the like long term in the trading because human brain is a really vital place, and at the end of the day, there are a lot of things which we haven't discovered even after 10 years of trading. So it's just a part of it. So yeah, I have journaled it and like I was pretty good at it. So I was like
That's awesome.
having here and just I wanted to like have your thoughts on it, like how did I manage it pretty good or should I do a bit more or something? But I think I did great too.
Yeah, the journaling is huge for me. That's something a lot of, I would say, even intermediate or advanced traders don't do. The newer ones, they don't want to. The later ones or the more advanced, they don't think they need to. And I think that just being realistic about, hey, this is good for everybody at every stage, and it just keeps you honest, keeps you aligned. My big thing, not just in trading and in life, is kind of aligning my actions with my will. Like, basically, am I acting in the way that I want? Am I it just how do I conduct myself on a daily basis, whether it's in the market or outside of it, reflect my values, reflect my systems, that kind of thing. And there's no real way to do that unless you kind of get your thoughts externalized out of your head. So for me, that's a big part of it. And I think really that's like, I would say like 80% of the work, because what comes up with journaling, you'll see your flaws. I truly believe that almost everybody who does this, you're a smart person in some way or another, and it's just about being cognizant of your shortcomings, not you so much as anybody, right? And no better way.
I think Steve's talking about some personal inner demons with his own real journal that he journals about his own life and going back to Hannah. He still
Oh
hasn't
no,
gotten over her.
dear
And he was,
dear diary, dear
yeah.
diary. Today Josh triggered old traumas, and I went and I FOMO'd into some puts for no good reason. So this could be you if you don't. I mean, that's the thing. If you're journaling, you wouldn't do that, right? Otherwise, I might get triggered. I might go press some buttons. So
Yeah. Yeah. Good call. I mean, thank you for calling in. You're already there
Okay.
sitting there waiting for us. So yeah, I appreciate you calling in today, brother.
absolutely.
Don't forget
Thank you.
to go. Yeah, don't forget to go over to the Discord. Hit up Joe. We'll get that 5K eval credits, and then you'll also get our trading book that we have, the Funded Trader Secret Sauce book. So
Well,
go hit up
appreciate
Joe on the
it.
Discord.
Well, appreciate it, guys. Appreciate you guys are doing good stuff. Yeah, it really helped too. Thanks for
Hey,
having me about. See you all later. Take care.
yeah, we're
Take
here
care.
every
Thanks so much.
Thursday, of course, for the call and show. Anytime you come chime back on in about anything else, and of course anything else Monday through Friday, we got you covered. So glad you joined today. Come join us more often on the live stream, brother.
Okay, surely, why not? Okay, see you guys soon. Take care, guys.
Yep. See
Take
you, bud.
care.
Boom,
Awesome.
shakalaka. All right, well, there we go. All right, who's next? AH, I see you there. I see you, and I see you 786 that I can't
Yeah.
really see you. But if you want to talk, come on in, chime on in. Who do we got? Let's talk about FOMO and how we deal with it. Steve, well, he has a diary. We know this, and he has to hit that up daily, maybe even multiple times a day.
I don't, but what I do have is I have a virtual diary. So I'm lazy. I don't write, and I do think this is a detriment. I do voice journal very constantly, multiple times a day. So that keeps me honest to an extent, but I do think I'm missing a little bit of something with how your brain interacts with actually writing the stuff. I think writing the material activates a different part of your brain than typing, for example. So I would assume it's a different part than speaking as well. And I know that thinking, I think it was in this book, Thinking Fast and Slow. Great book if you want to understand how brains work. But essentially, writing it uses a different part of the brain. It locks it in more. So that's why
Yeah.
notes work. You take somebody else's information, you put it into your own words, you synthesize it, and it gets your brain working. So yada yada.
Yeah, it does. That's why, like I said, I would ask about that all the time about the journaling stuff. And I just write it down. I mean, some people are real lazy about it. I don't really get it. I took such a fascination about journaling, and then the second of my secondary journaling system where I went over what time of the day I was trading and how my win loss record looked there versus that different times of the day, different float sizes, different patterns and setups I was trading. If I didn't do that, I never would have figured out what time of the day to trade and where I was successful and what I was successful at trading. And then even that, then I realized what plays I was holding longer. Essentially, it all came back down to the bounce plays. I'm like, hey, this is a play that I can get into and trust and actually stay into a little bit, at least at the time being the fruition of the trade, which of course, most traders at first are scared to even trade this, stay in a trade for 5 minutes, let alone a minute when you first start. So
Yeah.
it's one of those things that it just takes a while, and all those, it's the FOMO, and feeling those emotions and working through them to where we want to become a robot. Like any job you've had in the past, you got to consider this a job, right? You want to take it real seriously. You want to make money from this. Well, if you want to make money at any job you've ever had in the past, there are certain rules and things you got to do, whether you like them or not. I didn't like getting dressed up in my suit tie thing. I say suit tie, but essentially a suit and tie every day to go work at Dillage. Yeah, it was. I did work. Yeah. Okay. Anyway, so that was like, at first, yeah, you like it, you get all these nice clothes, but then about 5 months in of having to wear this, and now it's midsummer, and you're freaking, anytime you get outside of your car, you got a full suit on. It's just like, oh my gosh. Or going to Fogo and having that gear that you got to wear every night at Fogo. But and then you're on your feet at those jobs. It's not like, all right, I'm
Yeah.
going to sit down for just a minute. You're nonstop on your feet serving people. So I wanted to make money, so I did my damn job, right? And so there was a certain thing I had to do. I showed up, I clocked in, I had to be there at certain times. I took it seriously, the ones, especially the ones I wanted to make money from. And this is when I want to make a career out of. This is like my broadcast journalism. If that's going to be the case, I got to take myself to school. Well, what I do to get my degree, to get the jobs at at ESPN, my first job out of college, I waited till I got something on air, and it was actually, they trusted me, even though as green as I was and newer. First job out of college, I was a morning show host. I hosted a show from 6 to noon every single day by myself, Steve,
Wow.
with no,
That's a
you're like,
lot.
yeah, you're like, well, for you, Josh, that's probably no problem.
Well,
We
you
played
you
music. We played
yeah.
music, so it wasn't like I was talking the whole time. But yeah, anyway. So anyway, by the way, FGI blowing the lid off. FGI now into the 16s and 17s. Holy banana Joes. But yeah, so it was just one of those things that once I started doing that, it really made such a huge difference for me. So yeah, and writing it all down, that was such a key. So it's true. All the facts you're speaking right there. And yeah, even do like the the talking to yourself. I mean, that sounds weird, but the voice journaling. There we go. That sounds a lot more
The
appropriate.
voices in my head. Yeah. Okay.
But doing that, because you have voice memo like on your phone, you can, so there's so many ways to do it and talk through some of that stuff. So it's 100%, 100%, 100%. Hey, and if anyone else that's on this, or they're just maybe you're just joining, you just want to feel a part of it, and you just want to get on the Google call, meet with us, and just be a part of it and listen this way. But I do again, if y'all want to chime in, Mr. 786 area code or Mr. Join on in. Let us know how you deal with FOMO. Steve, how'd you get over FOMO? What do you do? Like, are you still dealing with FOMO?
Yeah. Yeah, I'm still dealing with it. But you know what? I'm a firm believer that we never stop learning. We never stop growing. I am also a believer that I am on the earlier side of my trading journey. I think I'm further along in an analysis. I'm further along in managing my emotions as a human, but trading is my Achilles heel. I'll be the first to admit it. I get caught in the riptide. I get caught in the hullabaloo, the song and the dance, and I want to catch those big moves. Does that mean that I'm still acting on the FOMO? Rarely, rarely. So that's where I think just the kind of cognizance of being aware of your own kind of shortcomings is really important, so that I know myself enough to say, hey, if I'm not diligent about this, I will succumb to that pressure, that FOMO. How I deal with it is I wake up every day and I make a commitment to do the best I can. And I know in the pit of my stomach when I chase something, it's not the best I can. And some days I can't do my best work. Those are the days that I say, hey, it's time to chill, time to hang it up, time to go play some video games, time to unwind. Because here's the thing. My brain wants to beat myself up when I break my rules. My brain wants to say, no, you get back in there, you get back in the arena, you try something, you make it work. So I don't get FOMO so much as I get that chip on my shoulder, just got to grind it out, just lock in. And that's when I do my worst trading. So I'm learning, be kind to yourself when it isn't working, and take the time that you need to get back to that trader you can be.
I like it. And that's from Captain Planet himself, Steve Tileman.
So the power of, what do we got to get some. I was mixing up with Wonder
Wind,
Twins.
Fire.
Yeah.
Well,
There we go.
Oh, we got somebody.
Bronze hands. How about bronze hands? Hey. When we talk about Micron, we called that bounce play, did we not? Up to new highs, 66 break now. Hit about that 970 mark. Stand just back up as well.
Wow, 970? Wow, what a move on Micron. Sorry, I just didn't realize it was so big. Awesome. Well, my DRAM's happy.
Sand just got to the 1580 handle today.
Wild. Let's keep on ripping, baby.
Keep on ripping in the new world. All right, so strategies here. Any strategies y'all have implemented on your trading to avoid FOMO? Yeah, like plays like FGI. Okay, yeah, because here's what I did. Like I did my journaling system. I said, here's what you're good at, these bounce plays. So I found my slow and steady eddies, and maybe I would be in FGI way early on in the day. And usually I was not holding this long anymore, but I was in it way earlier. And I'm done by this time, right? I'd moved on. I'd trading the first hour, 2 hours of the day, and I'm gone because then that FOMO sets in. Oh my God, this plays at 17. It's up 300. Oh my God. Yeah, I did that paper trading. Thank freaking God, and lost a lot doing it, being an idiot. Oh, it's going out. Let's break it out now. Oh no, it's not. Okay, get out. Oh, no, it's breaking out. Shit, no, God, I'm down. Dang it, I'm down 200 now. Let's break it out. Oh yeah, here we go. There's 50 back. Oh, it's still going to get it again. Oh shit, I just lost that 50. Good God. All right, hold on. I'm gonna get it. That sucked. That's not trading. That's just going slots.
Yep, exactly.
Slots. I'm not doing that. And so I was like, let me be more constructive about this. And so like, I'm going to avoid here. How can I avoid it? Well, avoid it. And when you see these plays run, if you do get that feeling, I was out of the office. Like I can watch this now and be like, yeah, sure. Because I was liking this. You got the Trade the Pool guys on Discord. Borat, CR Trader, they were loving it. Look, and I said, look squeezing. There's some goofy gifts over there. And we put for school like this, for a squeeze gift. And it was like in the 1150s. Like, man, this doesn't look it's about to squeeze it. Even at 1250 minimum, it might squeeze and go to high. You get in 100 shares just to risk, just say $100. I'll get an 1150, give it a whole dollar to run. If it cracks 1050, I'll lose $100. Yeah. So now could have possibly made a 1-to-1 trade to 1250 and got out major 100. Or like I do scale out now, I'd be at probably about 250, minimum maybe about 200, as this has now gone to 17s. But there at first though, it was one of those things where I didn't even want to worry about that. I want to trade early in the morning, get my bounce plays, and I'm going to avoid them fully. I don't want to look at those supernova moves because I start getting that, oh, I want to trade it. And then if I got that feeling, and there were times I would just leave the office, go in the living room, go to the kitchen, step out for 5, 10, 15, as long as I could. Usually they got to the point where I could just, next thing you know, I'm like, oh yeah, that one play. And I'd go back in after like an hour after I've finally got my, I'm just obviously really good at getting my brain busy and can get to task and do multiple things. So
Yeah.
and
Well, I think that's big. Sorry to step on you there, but just I want to just like second that, because you know what? Often it's just the immediacy of being right in front of the screen, having the ability to get in with one click. That's often enough to really get your brain all up in a tizzy. Just separating yourself from that, even for a minute, 5 minutes, it makes such a world of difference to go outside, feel fresh air on your face, maybe splash some water on your face, just center yourself with some physical feelings and change of scenery. And that's a huge, huge boon. It can keep you from just getting chopped in the meat grinder, like you're talking about. Just pull the lever, pull the lever, pull the lever. That's the kind of thing you got to break the cycle. And so just get out from away from your room. Literally leave the room. Love that.
Yeah, it's 100%. Just got to get out, walk away. 100%. You just get up and walk away. By the way, Micron SanDisk looking like they want to go for more semis, looking strong. Like I said, watch for that pop to high of the day. Could even make new highs. Man, big, strong move. Yeah, we were going live for the J&J show, just watching for that hour. You got to imagine, like right at 10 o'clock at the start of the hour there, 10 o'clock my time, to be 8 your time. I mean, we go from 950s to 978, and SanDisk at the start of the hour, I was looking at it at the 1420s, 30s going, yeah, I like this up to 1480. 1480 seems really good. And we don't go through 1480. We go to 1580, Steve. I'm like, oh, and we're just massive move.
Pretty crazy. Yeah, wild stuff. We'll see if we can get the continuation on DRAM and Micron. I do agree it looks good. They do not
love it. Don't forget to join the call-in show, guys. We got that Google link meet for you guys to join. You don't really call in. You can call in. Of course, that number and pin will get you in. But otherwise, just click that link. If you want to put that out there in chat one more time, Ayush, Joe, for them traders out there. Look at Oha. There we go. I can just chatting in. Here we go. Hey, guys. Actually, instead of FOMO, I feel like I'm more like fear of getting in when I feel like the trend is getting overextended. Okay. So rereading that for you. Do what?
Sorry.
Yeah, go ahead.
Sorry. You guys called my number a couple times. I just didn't want to get in between your guys' talking.
Sorry about that.
But I definitely agree with Steve and his journaling and all that. Because I've been trading for like a while now. Like I've been trading since I was 13 with my dad, and it's journaling is one of the biggest things I've always used. It's because like some people like think that talking to yourself, you might be a lunatic. Why are you talking to yourself? But I definitely agree with journaling, because like if you don't journal your trades, if you don't like try to write down and understand what you did wrong, then honestly you're not gonna learn much. But journaling, I definitely agree with you, Steve, on that one. Anyways, first of all, introductions. Nice to meet you guys. This is actually like one of my first times calling in with you guys. And anyways, nice to meet you guys. Great for the Discord call.
Likewise. Thanks so much. Appreciate it.
Well, what's your name? Can we get a name to go with the voice?
It's Nate.
Nate. Awesome. Welcome, Nate. Welcome to the family.
Nate Dog in the chat. Nate Dog. Got to go back to
the
rapper back in the day. Yeah, thanks for joining in and giving your opinion. I appreciate that big time. So how long have you been trading, Nate?
I've been trading since 2021. So since I was like 12 or 13. With me and my dad used to trade. He taught me everything. But yeah, for a little bit now, but yeah. But I would definitely say trading has been one of the biggest things in my life. It changes you like in many ways. But I also want to answer that question on FOMO. A way that I handle FOMO that maybe some people might connect with is FOMO is literally just the fear of missing out. When you see a trade, like for example today, QQQ and SPY broke out, kept going. Maybe some people had FOMO on that. I feel like the biggest reason why we have FOMO is we just want that money. We see green on our charts, and we really just want that money. But I honestly believe when you see a chart and it's going and going, right? You should if you're too late to go in, I like to think to myself, there's always going to be more opportunities in the market. There's always going to be new trades. And I always like to say to myself, don't chase the money, chase the charts, because I feel like having that obsession and that persistence to learn what you're doing and what you're doing wrong on the charts is a bigger thing that any money can ever give you. And when you get those skills, the money will chase you, Because one thing my dad always used to say, yeah, 100%. I mean, one thing my dad always used to say is, if you chase the money will run away from you. So
just like chasing girls, right? If you chase the women, they don't like you as much. They'll let them come to you.
Exactly. So yeah, that's no, sorry. That's one way I would say is a way I beat FOMO. And also what you guys say, just get off your chair, take a second, just think to yourself, no devices, maybe set some alarms on your charts just in case, and just take a break. If you see a trade and you don't feel good mentally, and just take a break.
Yep.
But yeah, no, you got your guys' advice is really good. It's really great.
And if this is your first time calling, like I just said earlier to Mr. LeMay, hey, go over to our Discord. If you're not on it, you need to be. It's free. A lot of good information, a lot of good charts, and of course, small cap to large cap, talking about a lot of different tickers. But if you go over there and hit up Joe, so hit up Joe TTP and get a free 5K eval, and also the book if you like it as well. So go over to our Discord since your first time calling in, brother, and tag Joe and say, hey, it's my first time. I called in. I want a 5K eval on my book, and I need it now.
But yeah, great. But yeah, Discord, the Discord I'm already in. It's a great community. It's about great traders in there.
Awesome. Well, if you want that 5K eval in the book, hit up Joe. He's the one that takes care of that for us, and he'll get you hooked up, brother.
I will. Thank you very much, guys. Have a great day.
Thank you, man. You too. Thank you, man. You too. You too. By the way, FGI going nuts here, halted up at 1993, now a 320% move. Holy moly sauce right here. Let's go back to, if I can find it. Where is the freaking in-call messages? There we go. Real quickly, it says, aha, again, back to aha. To the FOMO, he says, I feel like he fears of getting in when I feel like the trend is already overextended. So I get that. I mean,
I get it.
100%. But I'm always recording my screen while I'm trading, so I can go back to review my trades afterwards. Any emotional trading we record, then yep, for sure. And then just really journaling now. I mean, like what we've literally been talking about, like going back through and writing down what we need to do to fix that. And so that way, you don't face that. You're like, what can I do to manage through that overall, so I don't do that again? And that's what I was saying. Going back to my jobs that I was talking about, my analogy. Any of those jobs I ever had, I just did them. It's just when you went in, you clock, you knew what you did. It was so robotic like. Go get, anytime the run of the mill things you do already. Shower, you brush your teeth, you put your clothes on. You're thinking about something else most likely while you're doing that. And that's what you need to get to in stock trading. When you get to there, it makes things much easier. And who else do we have here joining us here? It was the most recent one. Is this Schwarva? Is this Schwarva PC joining us?
Hey, can you hear us?
I know. See, the mic is now unmuted. Now we want you to say something. Oh, Crow loves some Cleo. Everyone loves this, especially Crow.
Did you guys see her little paw? There she is. I'm pulling her. Oh, there she goes. She's like, why are you bugging me?
Oh, man.
Yeah, hello.
Hey, we hear you. Yes, sir. How's it going?
Yeah, I'm good. I'm Saurav.
How you doing, Saurav?
Nice to meet you.
Yeah, I'm good. I want to say this is my first time in
Love
call.
it.
Welcome.
First time I literally like the Discord community because it was very fast and reply. And even Joe is killing because he helped me in other way. So I brought a new 5K account because reply was smooth compared to other platform. And I've been trading for 3 years. I came to stock market, particularly USA, like 2 months only I'm watching. Within fast I brought this account because of this Discord community. It's very good. I want to say that one. And
thank you so much.
And for that question, I will make it very simply because even if I went for revenge trading, I only see my strategy. I will ask my twice that is this one comes under my strategy. So that's why I will remove the fear of missing out. Now I'll see whether it's coming under my strategy, so I can track of it. That's my answer.
I like it, right to the point, and it's
Right.
it'll keep you safe, right? That's the whole point of all of this, just to have a framework so that when what we don't expect happens, we don't get hurt too badly. So I love that. It's right to the point. Perfect
Yeah.
answer. Good stuff. Good stuff. And let's see, you said you've been trading about 3 years now. Is that correct?
Yeah. I've been trading for 3 years.
Awesome. Do you have any advice that you would like to have gotten yourself when you first started? Like if you could give your advice to the old you?
One thing is patience. That's the thing I will give to my advice, because
that.
That's the key. Everything to, because it's come under discipline, consistency. Everything comes under patience. Even if I stick to one strategy, patience will test me that it works or not.
Absolutely. I love that. And again, just straight to the point and really cutting through the noise. I love that. If all new traders had patience, they would avoid a whole lot of the learning curve, that tuition you have to pay back. Great answers.
Yeah.
Awesome. Josh, anything else for our new friend here?
No, I was going to ask him that too. I was saying, like, yeah, I was going to say, for what could you have told yourself? I mean, there's so many things for sure you could go over, but yeah, there's usually a core 2 or 3 that, man, like if you could just would have taught this, know this, learned it early on, you'd be, much better. But hey, the point is you got into this 3 years now, so that congratulations to that, and now to the next 3 more.
Yeah, I will be.
Hey, don't forget, like the last guys I said, your first time caller, I was just putting that over on our Discord. Go to the Discord, hit up Joe. First time callers you get the secret sauce. Our funded traders book goes over some swing traders and day traders and how they got funded, and you get a 5K eval. 5K eval. So come on over to Discord, hit up Joe, and get your.
And thank you.
You're welcome. You're welcome, my man. Thank you for joining us today.
Thank you.
Boom. Thank you so much, Josh. We are coming into our own here as a call-in show. We've got people lining up at the gates every week now. I love this so much.
I mean, yeah. When we joined the wrong one, I could tell because I was looking at the other one that we're supposed to be in. I was like, hey, that's got a lot of people in it.
Yeah, it's a party over there. What's going on? That's
right.
awesome,
Yeah.
man.
Yeah, literally 100%. And if you want to add any more of your criteria to the chat, I'll always read it. I understand that not everyone wants to be on the live stream, and well, I like to talk, so you just put it on the teleprompter, and this guy over here just reads it.
There you go.
What's up, 1,000 official? How we doing? Bronze, yeah, another congrats. That's 3 first-time callers. 3 first-time callers for the day. Beautiful, beautiful, beautiful.
Awesome. Yeah, sorry. I'm just seeing the actual comments in here. Good stuff. Good stuff. Let's see. We still have 15 minutes. Any other takers? Anybody else want to come hang out for a little bit?
Who could it be? Who wants to join us? Come on, first time caller. Let's do it. Let's give away another 5K eval. Let's give away another Trade the Pool book. I know they love it. Let's go also Friday night. Broncos, baby. That's right. Tomorrow night. What a great night. Not only do I have my Broncos first preseason game, although Bo Nix isn't playing, so I really am not going to be too interested in it, but I'm going to watch it. And then secondly, you get to call the Friday Night Live with us. Josh back at it. Last week was a very sad, right about 30 minutes from right now, my life got turned upside down, unfortunately, and it just sucks how sudden that was, where you're just and you kind of heading into Friday, and my wife Avery was coming home that day, and so it was really just a terrible turn of events. Not going to happen this Thursday and Friday. I'm going to make up for it for Oru, and we're going to celebrate this Thursday and Friday, and this weekend definitely for her. And what's funny, I just how to do this, Steve. It's just us. So it sucks when you go, especially when you have some, and you even just have one. So right, imagine you just have one dog or pet, and you feed it every day, right? Well, now when you go to feed it, now if it passes, that hurts. That's one of the because it already hurts, but then now you have to go feed, and you go to feed, but now, especially if you just have one, now there's nothing to feed. And so luckily I've got a lot of others to feed, but still getting her bowl out was like, oh. So what I do to still feed her, I will feed her bowl to essentially her adopted brother that they were about a week apart in Dallas. We got him in our neighborhood in Dallas. They were just random dogs out and about, couldn't find the owners and this, that, and the other. And then we just become forever dogs for us. But Petey, our pit bull, he gets her bowl now every night. So I still feed Rue, and I give it to her brother Petey, and so Petey gets to eat Rue's food every night. But
No, that's sweet. What do they say, Josh? As some Greek nerd back in the day said, we die twice, right? We die when we leave the mortal coil, but also when people stop saying our name. So we're never going to stop saying those names. We're always going to remember. And Rue lives on in all our hearts here. I've had enough stories of Rue here that I feel like I knew her a little bit at least. And you know what? So one more person keeping the name alive.
My baby, my lover. Yes, and that was another thing too. She was always in the office, which I always have. Which I know it's going to be this girl, Queenie, but Ava, which was funny, the first lab we had. But Queenie will always be in here now. I know. And look at her. She's in. Yes, I will fill that role of Rue, because that was where Rue was. Rue was, I mean, that was her spot. I mean, she was, because she was 11, almost 12, and so she's like, hey, I'll get up when, and she had energy. Like when she got up, she was a jolt of energy. But it was like she saved it all. She would just lay there all day and just be chilling and sleeping. I mean, you wouldn't think if you came in and saw her, you'd be like, God, that's a lazy, chill dog. But then if it was like food time or time to go outside, that girl could. Yeah, she was fun. She was a fun joy, had a lot of energy. But I love it. Rue's calling you. That's that, my girl. Rue.
That does remind me. Sorry, one more thing. For any nerds in here, Discworld by what is it? Terry Pratchett, I think. It's a whole sci-fi universe, but one of the things is there are these towers in like a post-apocalyptic world, and they connect everybody. And the guy who made this, basically everybody who works on these towers, they honor him by hiding in the code, like honoring this guy and do not delete this message and pass it on, right? And so just every time there's a message going around, there's that name going, and it's the same thing. So you know what? Even if we don't change the name, every time I see the call-in show, in my head it'll be Rue's call-in show, and we just kind of pass that along. So sorry, I just was hearing about that like a couple weeks ago, and it made me think of it like that. Just keeping the name alive, passing it on down the line.
Rue Kachu. So that's my girl. I love her. I love all my babies. I mean, yeah. I mean, gosh. Obviously, I can tell how much I love my dogs. But yeah, it was a hard one last Thursday, and even obviously Friday into the weekend. I was dead. I mean, just dead, like no emotion. Avery was just like, it was funny. I forgot what she said. I was like, I'm just like pretty much was like a zombie. I think maybe late Saturday into Sunday, I started getting a little bit of emotion back. Not much. It was finally Monday, which I took the day off, which I loved, and just got to relax on a Monday. Anywho, so yeah, it was, but it's back. It's fully back now. It's a week from it. I know, like later today, at the because I always remember what like the time. So like it'll be 2:47 is the time that she passed. So 2:47 this afternoon. I'll have like and even later, I'll probably have maybe one more good crying moment. But I definitely, oh my God, I couldn't even open my eyes on Friday. I cried so much on Thursday. So I got my cries out, my tears out, my love out. Oh yeah, it was oh yeah. I was, yeah. I mean, they're my kids. I bawled on obviously Thursday and even on Friday. And yeah, it was like I tried not to cry on Friday because of course your eyes are I'm not kidding. You had to get ice out. I got ice out. It's like, but you don't want to cry anymore because you're like, oh no, I don't want to cry anymore because my eyes are.
Yeah. But when you got to do it, you got to do it.
Oh yeah, you got to get. I'm the one about getting them out. I love getting it out. And that way you're just get it out, just get it all out, and that way you're good to go.
Oh, absolutely, man. Absolutely. I couldn't agree more. It's part of the process, right? I said it before, but if it didn't hurt so bad, they wouldn't have meant so much to us. Or, if they didn't mean so much to us, it wouldn't hurt so bad. And I always just think it's part of the deal, right? We know we're going to live longer than them. We know we're going to have to see them to the other side. And it's never easy, but man, do they make everything so much better. So just shout out all the Rues out there. All the Rues out there.
Yeah, because I saw it hurts, Derek, for sure. It hurts a little bit, but still it hurt a whole hell of a lot last Thursday when it's out of nowhere and she's doing, you're going like, I get done with the stream and I'm like, yeah, I'm good to go. Let the dogs out, go get my sandwich, eat my lunch. Like I always eat a little early on Friday. And I came back in here and I'm like, all right, let's go outside. And she's not wanting to get up. Yeah, that went from. Yeah, that's when the gut wrenching starts, and it just didn't stop. And yeah, it was. But good to go. Got it out. Well, talking about it too. I mean, I had a great Dane. We get off the call and show. We get off the. There we go. Let's go. Boom. There we go. There we go. Back to the mucks. Back to the muxies. But Groot, he had osteosarcoma, and I luckily caught it in time, which is a bone cancer. And you have to get literally the limb removed. yada yada yada. So I let everybody. This is back in about 2 years ago, literally 2 years ago, coming up this August. It was right around almost like August 17th, 21st, somewhere in there. I forgot what date it was when he was officially diagnosed. I saw it. I think it was the 17th or 18th, which was on a Saturday. Luckily, called around and got an appointment for him on Monday. Looked like we were for sure that it was, and then it was diagnosed on Wednesday. And then I'm immediately that Wednesday calling every vet around to see if who can amputate a 150-pound Great Dane's leg.
Oh my goodness!
And the first closest one that could get me in was Mississippi State, I thought, which is about a 6-7, I forgot, however many drive away from where I am. They have a really good vet school. But then they called me back and said, no, we can't get him in. We're backed up all the way. And everyone was like, can't get him in until a certain time. I'm like, no, this has to be done because osteo spreads so fast that if it didn't get removed, by the time I was going to get it removed, it probably would have already spread. And there was no point. Like, it needed to be done like ASAP. Luckily, a place called me back, and I've forever loved them and grateful. One of the best places, McGee Animal Clinic in Memphis. And Memphis has a great array of vets as well. Called back and said, no, we'll fit them in. Because they were one of, hey, we'll call you back later. I left a message or something. When they called back, they said, we can get him in on Monday. And I'm like, Monday for the prep, make sure he's good to go. Tuesday morning is going to be the surgery. And this was, again, Wednesday I'm calling around. I think it's Friday. I'm getting goosebumps. I think it was Friday. I'm kind of going like, oh my gosh, what am I going to do? I can't, no one's wanting to get him in, even though this is so serious. Why aren't they dropping it? But that's where McGee Animal Clinic was like, no, we would have called, if we had some, luckily we could fit him in, but if not, we would have called other clients and said, hey, this needs to get done. I know your dog is going to get spayed or do whatever it might be, but this leg has to come off for this dog or he dies. So it was cool stuff. And then, but I told everyone about that journey and the positive love. And I just felt like he lived longer, and I just love sharing those journeys because it's just to be real about it. Right. And we go through this stuff to know that, hey, Mr. Josh he just seems so lighthearted and happy, and everything's going good for him. Like, no, I mean, there are moments where it sucks, and I go through the ringer and I've cried my face off for my animals, but anywho, long story short, I love spreading the love. I like talking about it 100%, my man. Back to stocks, though. Done with the doggies. FGI, crazy big move here for the day, of course, for your small cap VIL. I love this on the continuation side of things, even possibly further into the day, Steve-O. Why? Well, we have a nice, beautiful uptrend channel. I'm surprised I don't call you Steve-O more often, just to be honest. Since
You're welcome to.
Yeah, since I'm Mr. Knox.
That used to be my go-to nickname. Everybody in the neighborhood used to call me Steve-O because I was the crazy white boy. What can you say?
Oh, love it. Crazy white boy playing those funky jams.
That's how you know when you're in the hood and you ever get a laugh and you get, damn, white boy crazy. That's how you know. That's how you know you're in. I live for those damn white boy crazies.
Yeah, for sure. They're like, 100%. Like, this guy is crazy. Not messing with him. Yeah, that's when you know, like, okay, I'm good. They're not going to mess with me. If anything, I can always reach out to them for a little help if I need to. Last comments. We've got about 5 minutes left. Oh, and FOMO. I didn't really talk about my FOMO. So me real quickly, I just I guess in a way I did, but I just stepped away. That's one thing I learned early on. And it was a good question. I think it was Bronze that asked it, but I just learned to avoid them at first because that's where especially when I was paper trading, or even the times I took the big loss, that one I talked about in August of 2017. Literally coming up right now on my 9-year anniversary of just doing something stupid. And not knowing what I was even trading, right? Just jumping and pulling, essentially the
pulling slots,
slot handle, exactly. I'm like, what am I doing, And so finally, I realized I need to leave these plays alone. That they get me in trouble. It's like that, like back in the high school, like, oh, don't hang out with Jeff. Oh, Dan, he's bad news.
He's bad news. Yeah.
Or you're gonna date a girl, and they're like, oh, you better not date Lisa. Josh.
Hannah.
Yeah, Hannah. Yeah. Oh, I should have said Hannah.
Lisa's my mom's name, so I gotta.
Oh, God, that's hilarious. My bad. Okay, definitely not Lisa.
You better not date Lisa.
Yeah. Well, actually, Steve, I'm a little older than you, and just
John, you're already my boss. I don't need you to be my stepdaddy.
Oh God, yeah, no,
too much.
Yeah, you never know. I'm just kidding. That's good. Never dated a Lisa. I'll say that. I never dated a Lisa. So that's not. I honestly. Did I ever know a Lisa? Because the only Lisa that comes to my mind is from The Simpsons. So
Lisa needs braces. That's what I was thinking.
Do what?
Lisa needs braces. The old Simpsons episode. That's all.
I didn't. That's one of those ones. I'm like, I didn't really have. Kind of like Jane. I don't think I ever really knew a Jane until Airplane Jane. Like, as in I could say, hey Jane, how you doing? And actually, like, I knew of Jane's, but was never really friends with a Jane. These things in my
Absolutely,
brain
yeah.
remember. Like that one day where I think it was Jesse, we were on the live stream, and I realized my hands are obviously identical. Most hands should be identical, but I realized how I was like, oh, my hand, and then I just kept going. I was like, oh, whatever, cool. And then I just kept going on, and Jesse started laughing his ass off. He's like, I like how you just realized this for the first time in your life, 40 plus years old, and just nonchalant about it, and just on to the next.
Well, it's like object impermanence or permanence with the baby. They're like, whoa, this is real. This is still here the next day. Like, that's dope.
Yeah.
It's like you're just having casual acid revelations, just completely sober. I love it.
All right, so we got a little bit slower earnings later today, Steve, but we still do have some earnings today. Applied Materials is going to be the main one that Steve will talk about for today. I think that's really about it, really, for today. This week's a little bit lighter on Thursday. Yeah, it's really on Thursday. It's a little bit lighter. So we'll have that covered in depth for you. Steve, you're going to want to jump back on, I guess, to start a power hour?
Yes, sir. I'll be there.
All righty. Really not much else for me. FGI is going to be on watch for the rest of the day. Of course, we already talked about the semiconductors and how well they have performed today. Went over that quite extensively. And SPY hopefully can come back around. I know I was supposed to hold up the 70, or I should say, the 76.80 mark. I told Nas that earlier. Well, I didn't. I unfortunately did not hold that up. We are ramping back up on around, so hopefully by power hour, and the next time you see Steve, we're back in the money, so to speak, and back and closing above as Michael and Mr. Nos wanted, which would be close above, and make new all-time highs. So that way we close above what was the former all-time high. Derek, we're going camping, guys, so I won't be back till Monday. Well, you have a good weekend, Derek, and you stay safe out there camping. Where are you going camping at, brother? You got your camper, it'll pop up. You got an actual RV. You doing tents. How do we do it? And myself, Steve, like I said, I'm taking tomorrow off. It's been real wonky in the small cap market, honestly. Weird halty plays that are halting up, gapping down out of a halt up, which makes no sense. I'm going to take tomorrow off just to relax and get a good sleep in tonight. That way I know I can relax tonight into tomorrow and have 2 other days to do that. Most likely we'll join you guys for a little bit tomorrow for sure. I get Dimpy on. We'll do a little bring your own charts with you for sure. A little Friday night live action. But for me as trading tomorrow, I'm going to take the day off and just get a little breather. Jones Creek, we're doing tents. Oh, doing tents. Ooh. Nice. Okay. I hope, Derek, it is not that hot out, because I just thought about that. And anywhere right now in Arkansas, going camping this weekend, the high temperatures are going to be in the 100s. Literally the next 3 or 4 days, Steve, we're right at 100 to 105 for our high temperature. And that's without the heat index, the heat in the real field. That's just true air temperature.
Yeah, I'm good. I'm good off that. That's too much. Too much heat.
Yeah.
I can't take the heat, so I'll stay out of the kitchen.
Yeah, there we go. I love it. We'll put the scanners up for now. Don't forget, smash that like button, team. If you're just joining us, Brian Hands, Mr. Derek Thompson. Enjoy the camping, my man. Tack from earlier, Crow. All the call-in show traders as well today. Thank you. First-time callers had 3 in a row, and they were loaded up, ready to go. Nigel Bronze, Derek, how we doing? Crow, thank you for joining us. Smoked Tuna. Of course, you see I was chatting earlier with Jesse. I even saw his name in chat. Steve, you got to type something out real quick so I can say your name too. Steve in chat. But everyone else, Bonetta, everyone, thank you for joining us today. It's been a nice, good, long morning for us. Almost, 4 hours plus of commentary for you as we've already been rocking and rolling from the big moves we talked about in pre-market that semis were alerted for a squeeze and a move, and boy, we got it. Large cap plays here in FGI having some fun and runs. For the small caps, I should say, we've had a good fun day. I am done for the day myself as far as trading is concerned and for the week. Steve, you're going to trade tomorrow on of course, your Friday. Don't forget, Alejandra sees it tomorrow. We got the psychology segment. Going to trade some futures tomorrow. What are we trading tomorrow, Steve? What do you think you'll be trading tomorrow?
We'll see. We'll see how the chips move. I think I'll be playing them in both directions, especially those semis. What do you call them? Micron in particular. Micron, SanDisk, DRAM. That's going to be my go-to. As long as they keep working, I'm going to keep cooking on them. Those are my favorites.
He's cooking, and what's Steve cooking? Just stocks. That's all. He cooks food too, but on here, just stocks for now. Maybe we'll have a cooking show with Steve and I one day down the line. Ooh. That would be amazing.
I got the catchphrase already. So
yeah. Oh, okay. All right. What's the catchphrase?
Well, it's just a classic Emerald, right? The boom. You got to hit him with the boom. I think that's Emerald Lagasse.
I love it. I thought it was gonna be something that you come up with that when you're cooking, you say, and your girlfriend makes fun of you for it or something. I don't know.
My girlfriend makes fun of me for too many things. I can't keep them straight. So we'll have to see.
Fair enough. Colin show done. J&J show done. Eminem show done. We've had 3 great back-to-backy shows. Steve will be back at the start of Power Hour for you guys. Alejandro joining. I think today as well. Caesar, possibly Jesse. We'll have a full house for you, even though it's not going to be a lot going on. We'll still have a lot of talking heads for you. Scanner's up for now. We'll be back later.
Take care, y'all. Yo, what's up, guys? Sorry I'm late. I was over at Trader TV. Trader TV. I almost said Trade the Pool. I am at Trade the Pool. I am Trade the Pool. How are we doing, guys? What's going on? Let's see what we got. We got a little bit of a flush out on SOX. Let's see if it's a back test here. Let's see how it handles this move. A little bit suspicious. Not sure what it's going to do. I like DRAM still. It's been amazing for us today and starting to look like a potential higher low for continuation. So watching that as well. What up, Talk? What up, Bronze Hands? What up, Josh? How you guys doing? Snowman, I beat you too. I knew you were going to say, where are you? Hey, Cloud Tacos. Yo, awesome. Yes, I do after hours every day. You can find me here. They just can't get rid of me. So we're going to be doing earnings. We got a nice presentation ready for you in just a little bit. It's going to be a good time. Workday, crazy move on it, huh? Let's see. Real quick, first off, DRAM, I'm liking the higher low here, reclaiming short-term moving averages, watching and seeing if this one's going to stick its landing. I took a few shares here just for funsies at 57.37, I believe. Right as I was coming on, I clicked my button, but very small. So that's the only thing I'm in right now live. That's fun, at least. You know, I got boring shares doing boring shares things. But the swing trade on DRAM, that was very, very fun. What's up? Just watch me on Trader TV. It was a good one. Thank you so much. I appreciate that. Yeah, I'm a little sleepy today. I'm a little under the weather, but we're making it happen. We're in the zone. We're gonna have some good stuff in tune for you, in store for you. Let's go over some of the things I did recently. The good, the bad, and the ugly. Starting with the ugly. Coherent. Sometimes you just should take what the market gives you, not get greedy. So this one here, I was feeling myself. I thought I had bought the dip. I got in at 331 the first time here on this big gap down on earnings. I love the company, so I was very eager to buy the dip. Did I monetize into 345? No, I should have. 350? No, I should have. Did I hold all the way and get stopped out at my entry? Yes, I did. Yes, I did pre-market. Then it shoots up. Would have given me a really nice entry. I should have put my stop below here. Should have put it under the 326. That level did hold for now, but looking a little dubious. I should have listened to Talk. Yeah, glad I sold light yesterday, but I tried to buy the dip on Coherent here. It's got my hand slapped in the cookie jar. I didn't lose money, but it feels like I did when it was up this much. I had a really nice entry. I was up 9%. I didn't take it. I didn't see this in the morning, to be fair. I was sleeping in. But that's on me. Did I trade Fig? Nah, Figma? Let's take a look. Wow. Holy moly. That's a move. That's a higher low double bottom too. So you can mark when it comes back into this kind of W, the top of the W there, the top of this volume shelf, about 25.50 down to 25 or so. It's going to be your zone for a dip buy on a bounce if we do get it. This is interesting. Looks like I have some more old doodles. Let's see what I was up to. All right, I was predicting this being a higher low, double bottom here. Don't know what I was trying to say here. Looks like we did get the push above that I was looking for here. Almost right on schedule. Now kind of pulling back and looking like one of these constructive higher lows that I was circling in here. I think that it's a W in a W. That being said, I would have liked to see it being chopped out, digesting up here. See, above the neckline. It is below the neckline, so it hasn't confirmed yet. Decent look there. Let's see, METU, can we buy now? Meta 2x leveraged. Let's take a look. Okay, I like this little yeehaw. Little couple percent move down, trying to light back up. So can you buy it? Well, it is trying to confirm over this high volume node, over the point of control there. That being said, you see my purple zone. You see my weekly trigger at 613. My system says at least wait till it closes over the daily at 597 to go long with size, especially with leverage. I don't know if you need leverage on this. It's going to move pretty good. It's going to be a 15% move just to the trim spot in my book if we get through this pivot. So I would wait until we confirm over at least 600, probably 615 to really get too involved. You can, of course, take a nibble over 600, wait for it to back test hold, maybe add, maybe push up and add on the close through the 613 as well. It can take some time, but it should be good. Let's look at the daily here. Let's see. It's just a weird chart, right? I think these are weird on the daily often. Looks a lot better on the weekly. Starting to act right there. Let's clear that up. At the end of the day, we're in the pivot, or we're in the pennant, right? So until we aren't, you assume that we resolve upward. You assume we get something like that. Because why I bet against Meta? I wouldn't bet against Meta. All right, let's see. Now has a nice way to go down. Talking intraday, I would assume. Yeah, okay, a little top wick action. A little top wick action. It hit its targets. This is my cam pivot system. Not mine, but the cam pivot system that I use every day. And coming on down there. Coming on down. Back to the pre-market highs. It does have a lot more room. What I would say is wait for a little pop and wait for it to reject this high volume node. So I love playing node to node. Got this node. Got that node. This is all hollow space in here. So you're in it, right? Let it retest if it wants to. Maybe this was kind of what it was in the past 5 minutes. For me, I'd probably want to wait for it to retest, although it does seem like it now has momentum. Either way, targets 125.50, where you should probably start looking for a little bit of support. You can see that it was coming in off of these highs here, correlates with these high volume nodes. So that's where some decent shares were transacted, right? When they tried to push up bullish and they failed, then they tried to hold again and they failed. So there's two kind of sets right there and there of volume to kind of stick on. Okay, so here's the wick back up, and we'll see if it rejects like 127-ish. That'd probably be the intraday setup. What's up, Talk? In your opinion, the WH reduction export, the White House reduction export effort on NVIDIA will backfire. Talk, I'm so behind this week, I don't know what you're talking about. I'm not gonna lie. Snowman, how do you put, how? Assuming you mean how. Do you put that on the side volume bars? Okay, cool. So yeah, this is called the variable range volume profile on, what do you call it? TradingView. What it is, just like our volume on the bottom here, it's on the side. So variable range volume profile, VRVP. You go up to indicators, VRVP, visible range volume profile. So what this does is it shows whatever's on my screen. If I go to a monthly, it automatically changes it. Takes a few seconds. Go on now. There you go. By the way, service now forming a high or low, W on this high time frame as well. Volume profile, very important. There's also another way you can do this. It's really useful, guys, especially for intraday traders. Look at this. Nobody knows about this, I swear. I've only met a few people who actually use this. Maybe you're one of them. Maybe I'm being clickbaity here. But if you don't want to waste one of your indicator slots, because on the free plan, well, you used to get 3. I think you still have to pay 10. You have to pay 10 a month just to get 3 indicators now. You can get 5 indicators with the 20-month plan, which I'm on, maybe 30 a month, I forget. But if you want to save one of those slots and not use this like me, you can use the tool. So it's in the tools. It's in one of these side panels. Here it is. Fixed range volume profile under the forecasting section. And look at this. What you can do, I have it pinned to my bar down here. So I can take this, and you drag from 2 points, right? You drag a range, and look at that. You click, and it automatically gives you the volume profile of everything from between that high and that low. So this is really useful, right? You can see where this big, chunky level of support is. Then you can just say, hey, if we reclaim this, that's when we're really cooking. So see, it tries to reclaim that, but every time it gets over the high volume node, it's failing. Once it does, backtest the zone, so you can get right in, right there, and avoid all this chop. You can say, I'll wait for the double bottom. I'll wait for it to reclaim the neckline. That's what we always talk about. W, lower low, into higher low. Consolidation happens at the neckline. That's where you define your risk. Into the moving averages that are rising up, into that neckline. It's mechanical, guys. I just keep talking about it because this is all I have to do. Fat Films 23 in the house saying, I'm buying AMAT. You're bullish? I'm with you. It's having a little bit of a day to day. Came up, tagged the rising 50, smacked on down. Smacked on down there. But I think it's good. Give me un momento. All right. AMAT intraday selling off a little bit. You say you're a buyer? I think I'm going to wait a little bit. We kind of ran hot overnight. Overshot its measured moves or its targets here. Coming back, I say buy zone intraday. If it didn't have earnings down here, I see this as a big level. The bearish targets and my daily trigger system all clustered right around 540. That was a level that had a lot of interplay. Realistically, this thing can come down. I want to buy it if it comes down to like 500 and holds. 465 would be amazing. I don't know if we ever get that. But we can check the implied move in just a second. Actually, this is good. Let me see. Sold a bit more sock sell. Don't blame you. Is it coming down a little? Pushing down a little. I'll trim some of my hedge. Sorry, replying to a coworker real quick. There we go. All right, so sock sell cooking on down into the daily trigger on it. So interesting area there. Let's zoom out a little bit, coming back into the prior highs. Let's see what it does at the prior highs and into VWAP. And as you can see, always have the volume profile on my screen because it always helps. This is probably what it's heading towards, right? This big high volume node. Back testing this. Oh, look at that. Pretty cup and handle. You'd love to see the back test, wouldn't you? Then if you're bullish chips, pretty safe place to define risk. Also, just notice my trigger system comes in, swoops down, and comes right into this neckline. So big area of interest here. I will be closing some of my hedge, some of my SOX S hedge that I was buying off this higher low, or this double top action here. Nice ramp down here. Let's watch VWAP. We'll monetize a little bit, then we will get on into the next stage here. Going to start talking about these earnings plays, mostly AMAT, but yeah, it's going to be a good time. Got a nice little presentation here. Monetize a little bit there. Give me a little bit more down. Come on. Noting the bottom wick. Got to sell just a little bit. I want my cleaner target at the VWAP, but could bounce before. If it'll fill me. There we go. All right. Probably going to come down just a little bit. I'll put a limit order in for this one. There we go. Okay, great. Sorry. Got my trade all wrapped up. Now we can talk what's up with you. What's up, Coherent and AMAT? What, is Coherent finally shaping up? Or what are you saying? No, it looks rough down here. Unless you see something I don't. Great call, though. Great call. At least I got out without losing any fingers, but nah, I'm annoyed. I thought this. I love the fundamentals of the company, so I really wanted it to work out, but I should have probably known. You tried to warn me. You did try to warn me. Yep. Sold MU this AM to fund long Tesla. That's interesting. Great call. What can I say? What can you say? Oh man, that's looking pretty interesting now. Trying to eat up into that gap. I don't hate Tesla here. Didn't really do what I thought it would. I thought it would just be a little dip down. Had to go all the way down, but I do still think it wants uppies. We shall see. Yeah. Hey, Ricky, what's going on, dude? Tyler, everybody's here. What's up? Gang's all here. Let's see. Oh, sorry, I missed this. Good question. And apologies for going to butcher your name. We'll go Yasaver. I think I can say that easier. Let's see. So where do I draw the fib for the intraday? Great question. Let's go. Get Soxel here. Okay. So great question. Where do I draw it? Well, say, let's move it to the side for a second. I'll clear some things out so we can see better. Say you have a big move in the morning, like you do on Soxel. You have a big expansion here. So we look at the cash session, primarily is what I care about. So this open, then we draw it all the way up to the top. And there are a few levels of interest that I really always watch out for. First off, you note, almost always a response on a 50% pullback. Almost always. So that's obviously a very important level. We also have the golden pocket here, the 6.2 fib and the 7.8 fib. So in a range, in an expansion range, this is the optimal place to buy it if the market intends to take this stock higher. So if this is just a healthy pullback, a healthy correction on Soxel, and they want to eventually take it much higher on a higher time frame, like we said, cup and handle, look on an hourly. Cup and handle bottoming process, measured move would be this much drawn upwards. So more, essentially, is what we'd like to see. If that does play out, well, then market makers want to load up in this 6.2 to 7.8 range. It's called the golden pocket because basically you can think about it like this. You have the extension, the range, and then you have this 50%. Anything under it is a discount. If you're going higher eventually, you want to accumulate at a discount. So as price oscillates around this equilibrium, as price decides and finds fair value between this low, this high, well, you will see them loading up here. Here, you'll see high volume green in these areas. So that's what kind of high green volume, you know what I'm trying to say. This is kind of what you look for that expansion out. There are other ways to use these fibs too, but this is the most common way that I do. What I'll also do is I'll draw the fib for a smaller range. For example, if I'm thinking that maybe this is a double top, then I would do something like this. I would take the range from the high to right here. And well, the first thing that I'd do is my extension fibs down here. This is where I would look to take profit. I would like to see it retest this level and then decide. And the measured move aligns with this high volume nodes. This is definitely where I'd like to take the rest of the short off if we do get further downside there. But the other thing you can do is this. I'm going to reverse this fib. And then we can see some interesting things here. But in general, you look for this 786 fib to be ran. What they love to do on these double tops is basically form the high of the range, come back down, and then what they do is they push up and they sweep all the bears stops. They got them all the way up here. See, they push up, push down, reconfirm, push up again. So in this area, they're actually buyers in this little range and when it's on discount. And they're running the stops all the way out over the 786 fib. That's the stop run fib. After that, you can look for an engulfing candle, and that can be your entry. An engulfing candle is when it comes up and then rejects. So on one of these candles, this crack right here, you can say, all right, if a back test fails again, you can get in right there. You can get in at the close of this candle. Either way, this is what allows you to get these direct moves that are nice and easy. Where do you take profit? Well, you trim some into this high volume node just in case it does hold the low. If you get the crack, then you can feel more confident. Here, this was just a little back test of the crack. I did take some off just because we were getting close to view up, but it should keep on pushing down. Kind of what I'm looking for there. All right, sorry, got too into that. Let's see, what's up? What's up? What do we got? Do I use do I do options? Yeah, absolutely. Not a ton. It's a tactical tool for me because I know myself, and I also know how options work. How options work is, in general, you have to have a very defined edge to make it worth it long term. Anybody can get lucky once, twice, a few times, but overall, if you do this every day for a job, I would rather eliminate variables and play with shares with leverage or with futures, because I don't really want to mess with all those Greeks. I don't really want to get faded out of a position. I don't really want to be forcing my trade to happen on a certain time horizon. That being said, if I see a trade that looks very level to level intraday, I'll trade a zero-day contract. Sure. If I see something that's a nice swing, but I think that it's got nice low IV and I think the market's kind of mispricing those contracts, yeah, I'll buy some leaps. Yeah, I'll buy some 90-day contracts. But it's tactical, right? DLO post market, yeah, we'll be talking about it a little bit at least. Trading options may feel like you're giving money to your family. You don't expect it back. That's awesome. I love that. Yes, I do think that talk is correct. So the correct way to play options, in my opinion, if you have more than a small account, more than a tiny account, let's say, more than $1,000 or so, I think that you should be defining risk with the contract size, which means you only take a trade if you think it can go more than 100% on that options contract. That's the only reason that it's viable. Does that mean you have to wait till 100% to monetize? Of course not. No. But otherwise, if you're capping your downside at 0, if you're letting the contract, it's your soldier, it either lives and dies, you got to send it out to battle and it's going to do what it's going to do. If you do that, you're not going to get shook out because you have a 30% stop on a 30-day option, 30 DT option, that'll tag on one red day, Instead, you're letting the idea actually play out. Bronzehand says, I just lotto options and take profit at 30%. So I hear you. I like the taking 30% if you have a stop. But if you're lottoing, then downside's 100%, upside's 30%. I don't know, brother. I don't know. I don't think the maths. Talk says the correct way to play options is sell them. Selling premium. I don't know if that's actually what he said. Sorry. I'm editorializing there. But they said, okay, Talk saying we sold puts on SpaceX to 140s, laddered down to fund the SpaceX calls. So nice risk reversal. These are sophisticated options trades here that these guys are talking about. Not the same as you and I necessarily. Well, just, you gotta think about it a little more than just slamming calls or puts. So sorry, give me one sec. Because I'm a little underhedged. They're stealing my money. All right, let me get this. Oh, never mind. Perfect. All right, you need to learn more about that side of options. Yeah, I can do a webinar or something on that. Definitely. I'm the best so far. Just found me today. Ah, thank you, dude. I appreciate it. Well, what you get with me is not the best trader ever. I make a lot of mistakes, but I'm consistently profitable. I've been doing it for almost 8 years now, and I am honest to a fault. So that's what you get here. That's what you get. Every once in a while, I'm funny. Some of the fellas think I'm handsome. I don't know. There's a lot of reasons to be here, but mostly we're kind of a family. We all hang out together. It's a good vibe. We always got the same faces in here hanging out. So welcome. Bronze hands in the chat. When I lotto, my entire contract is my stop. Well, I like that. But not substantial. Exactly. Yes. So options, great. Just don't light a bunch of money on fire, guys. Don't do it. You don't need to do it. What else can we talk about here? I got a trading cat? Yeah, absolutely. See her. Hey, Cleo. Can I bother you for one moment? Could I bother you for one moment? This is Cleo. Ugh. She likes to be held like a baby. She likes to step on my keyboard and make trades. You got a cold? She sounds congested. All right. Good kitty. Yeah, she's such a baby. She has to sit right next to... yeah, she is the pit boss. She has to sit right next to me, make sure I don't do anything silly. Netflix. Snowman says, back to the charts. Get back on it. And we're going to switch over to Power Hour soon. Wow, Netflix. Okay. I see you, Netflix. This looks great for continuation, too. Give me 1 second. I'm muted. Sorry about that, guys. I accidentally hit the mute button there. Okay, so it should be good now. I like Netflix a lot. I'm seeing it reclaim this major level, and it looks like it is time to start buying any and all dips because it has just reclaimed the low. It's reclaimed our big old 50% fib there. You can see that as well. So, I mean, hey, and we were just talking about it. So, yeah, we called out this short area here on the divergence, showing just how weak. Look at how weak that was. When you see this kind of wedge, but during this wedge, it's just getting washed the heck out. Just all this downwards momentum like this, expanding downwards. You can kind of expect like, man, that thing's it's got some drift to it. So nice, whoops. Nice move there. Now I think it's finally time. I think Netflix is a good company. I think everybody's a little bit scared. And I think more importantly, oh man, I missed my favorite setup for buying long-term conviction plays. And that is a smash back into prior way long highs. Because in 2021, you got a chance to buy Netflix at the equivalent of $70. This is the first time you've gotten that chance. And you know what? They were all over it. I sure wish I was. I should have been paying attention. But this is something you can always look for on stocks that really get crushed, that you know are, or at least were, high quality. Yo, Willie, Steve, Poolers, I was right again. He can't keep getting away with it. What'd you do this time, Willie? What'd you do this time? Come on, collect your flowers. Come on in. Success flying? Okay, good. Got my hedge on. Still cooking there. Woo! Woo! There it goes. And again, what do we see? Class, what letter is this? Last thing before we switch on over. Point to the alphabet. What letter is this? We got the W, baby. And this is all I trade nowadays. Look, W. You don't even have to get too crazy and buy this break. You get the back test. Just slap on in right there. Easy peasy. And then we should get the measured move. We'll see if we do. If we do, it means more choppiness on the chips. But I do believe we're in dip buy mode on chips now. We'll see how that plays out long term. Success though. Hey, I like it. I like it. I think a little bit more, and then we can start buying dips again. Soxel. Yep, coming back into our zone here. Probably time to start trimming those hedges just a little, but let's see. Wow, high volume. High volume here. So I actually do want to watch this. I know I got to go in just a sec. I'll be right back, of course, but I got to go to the other stream. So when I switch to the other stream, you guys don't have to do a single thing. You stay right here. We transfer right on over. Look at this high volume, though. Mark this level out, guys. Let's see if it reclaims. That's probably a buy area. Otherwise, could ramp down. All right, guys. I'm going to be right on back. Hey, Gunnar mentioning chips. What do I think of GFS? It's interesting. I own a few shares, thanks to Mr. Talk. I don't know if I'm red or not, but I like the company. I like the chart. I don't know a ton about them. They're not like as high quality as like TSMC, for example. They're a small growth play. But you know, that being said, those are a lot of fun. So give me one sec as I trim a little more success. There we go. All right, down to my last tranche. Yeah, don't add too much, but a small play, he says. Okay. All right, guys. I'll be right back. Don't you move a muscle. I'll see you in a flash. Thanks, guys.